Scenario: a 35-year-old and a 12-year-old are in a car together. This adult is not the child's parent, but a trusted supervisor. The 35-year-old is driving the child somewhere on the highway when, on a whim, the adult pulls over and asks the child if they would like to drive. Let's even go so far as to say that this child has been asking if they can drive for a significant amount of time, because they're interested in cars. The child, of course, is excited by this prospect. They want to drive the car because it seems cool to them, adult-like, and they have very little concept of how dangerous vehicles can be in the wrong hands. The majority of children idolize the concept of adulthood and the things that are kept away from them. They want to be taken seriously, to be respected the way they see grown-ups are, and they will try to emulate aspects of adulthood in their youth in order to feel that respect. They don't realize that when your foot isn't on the brake, the car will still move, and they can't conceptualize how fast the car is going, and they're not tall enough to see properly over the dashboard. In short, they don't realize how dangerous and damaging what they're doing actually is, and the car ends up crashing, with both the child and the adult being injured. When police talk to the child and the adult, they both have the same story, that being that the child wanted to drive the car on the highway, and so the adult allowed them to. The adult is insistent that what happened is not their fault, that the child was incredibly convincing, and that they simply couldn't say no to them. The adult claims that they have been going through an incredibly hard time in their personal life as well, making them susceptible to the child's incessant prodding about driving. How were they supposed to know that letting the child drive would end in destruction? In this scenario, who is responsible for the car accident? The adult or the child? The majority of you would likely state that the adult in the situation is responsible, because obviously they are the adult. When the child was thrust into their care by the parent, they were done so with the notion that they could keep the child safe from danger, including the danger of making a stupid-ass decision that the adult should have elected to have ignored. No matter what the intention or the excuse, they knew that allowing the child to drive was dangerous and could be life-threatening, and yet they still chose to do it anyways. Moreover, children want to do stupid things all the time. As mentioned, kids will parrot the behavior and actions they see from the adults around them, but it's their guardian's job to make sure that they stay safe. Unfortunately, that is not what happened in today's case. Welcome back to another episode of Dreading, or if this is your first time here, welcome. Today we are going to be covering the case of Mary Kay Letourneau and how this teacher tried to rewrite her diabolical actions into a love story. This topic has been heavily requested since the beginning of our channel, and we have always meant to cover it. However, we wanted to make sure that we were properly equipped to handle the sensitive subject matter before we made any document on the case. With that said, this video is going to contain details about the case that most people would find difficult to stomach. If you're not in a position to take on that information for any reason, or simply feel as if you might be negatively affected by this video, please click off. Your mental health is important, and this warning is as effective as you want to make it. With all of that said, let us begin. Mary Catherine Schmitz was born January 30th, 1962, to parents Mary and John Schmitz. Her father was a Marine officer and teacher of political science at Santa Ana Community College, who first made headlines the same year Mary Kay was born for stopping a stabbing near a Marine base. According to the articles that were written at the time, using only the sheer authority of his voice, John Schmitz was able to effectively disarm the assailant. Despite his vocal intervention, the victim unfortunately perished, but he was nonetheless touted as a hero. This event springboarded him into the spotlight and subsequently fueled his political ambitions. John would speak openly about how the world had become a much more dangerous place since he was a child, and stated that the stabbing that he had stopped was just a sign of that. He blamed multiple different movements and groups for this change, and that he would be best suited to help America return to the beacon of safety it had been. John would go on to run for Senate 2 years later as a staunch conservative. The Schmitz became a deeply political family, with Mary Kay stating that she could not recall a time where the press and media weren't involved in their lives. Similarly, her mother would go on to be a political commentator who supported her husband's campaigns, but also spoke out against the women's movements, stating that women were better suited as wives, mothers, and general caretakers. Their family was consistently in the spotlight due to her parents' remarks, and her father was going so far as to gain the ire of his own political party at times. However, the family's political career would come crashing down when, in 1982, John would admit to having a near decades-long affair with one of his former students. He had fathered 2 children with this woman, and had only come forward about the affair when she had been charged with neglecting their child. John had always been vocal about the role of family in his campaigns, and with how ingratiated his own wife and children were to his political ideals, many people felt shocked and betrayed by the affair. Moreover, when it was later discovered that the relationship began in 1973 after the accidental drowning of his 3-year-old son Philip, his political prospects dwindled considerably. Mary Kay was devastated by her father's betrayal. According to multiple family friends, political aides, and acquaintances who knew both John Schmitz and Mary Kay at the time, she idolized her father. She was constantly working alongside him, helping him with campaigns, listening to speeches, and doing whatever she could to be near him. Because work was so important to him, she spent a lot of her free time in his office making herself useful. But when she realized her father had been living a double life, that he had an entire other family that he kept away from them, she was furious. She had always done what her parents had asked of her, going to an all-girls school, getting good grades, and making sure to uphold their standards. But at this point, she decided to gravitate towards her own wants and desires. When she graduated high school, she would decide to go to Arizona State University. Her parents tried to convince her to go to a Christian university, but she rejected their advice, later stating that she wanted to go somewhere to let loose and have fun. It was at Arizona State that she would meet her future husband, Steve Latorno. In some interviews, Mary talks about her husband as being a kind, generous man who she felt inclined to date due to societal pressure. At times, she claimed they were young and only got married because she became pregnant early on in the relationship. On other occasions, Mary would state that she never loved Steve, that the relationship was one she was pressured into, and she always knew it wouldn't last. Her next-door neighbor and future lawyer would also claim that Steve abused Mary throughout the relationship, and that he had put her in the hospital on 2 separate occasions. He alleged that the police were called, but no charges were filed, and there appears to be no record of these incidents that we were able to find. Because these statements were made by her lawyer, it's probable that she agrees with this assessment. However, I have not been able to find proof of her alleging this herself. After giving birth to their first child, Steve and Mary would move to Alaska for Steve's work. However, after a year, they would move back to the continental United States, more accurately, Seattle, Washington, with the intention for Mary to finish her teaching degree and get back into the workforce. Despite her musical ambitions, Mary decided that she was better off following in her father's footsteps and becoming a teacher. In 1989, when Mary was 27 years old, she would begin teaching 2nd grade at Shorewood Elementary School, where she would meet her future victim and husband and truly follow in her father's footsteps. Before we begin this portion of the video, something that should be made clear is that Billy is a victim of long-term emotional, psychological, and sexual abuse. His actions as a minor, who would be experiencing his first romantic relationship, have been held against him, used to justify Mary's actions, and discussed as a way to sidestep what occurred in this situation. Notably, many people are of the mindset that if this situation were to happen to a girl, she would be a victim, but because it happened to a boy, he isn't. He must have felt lucky, and so on. Mary herself has stated this outright in multiple interviews, trying to defend herself. This mentality often keeps young men from coming forward about sexual abuse, or not acknowledging it as abuse in the first place. The concept of if Billy was a consenting party and he pursued Mary is irrelevant in this case, or to any case involving children. He was a child. He could not have made those decisions for himself, and it was the responsibility of the adult in this situation to not allow the relationship to develop. When we discussed the case of Roman Polanski, we talked about how Angelica Houston defended Roman. She stated that when she was younger, she had been in the same position as his first victim, and it was just a part of Hollywood, that the child knew what she was getting into when she met the famed director. As Angelica understood it, she was not a victim, and therefore the minor, who had been assaulted in her presence by Roman, wasn't either. Her reasoning is complex, as if she were to say what happened that night was sexual assault, she would have to reasonably understand that she had been assaulted in her past, which is a horrifying concept. Many victims of assault and abuse do not conceptualize themselves as victims, and instead justify what happened to them in some way. While we cannot state that that is what is occurring with 100% certainty in any case, that is important to notate, as it can provide understanding to what seems like confusing behavior. Billy Falau was born June 26, 1983, and was one of 4 children. His father was not in the picture for the majority of his life, and his mother worked extremely hard to take care of him and his siblings. They lived in relative poverty, but Billy would state that his childhood was not an unhappy one. When he was in 2nd grade, he met Mary Kay Letourneau for the first time, and although neither party recalls anything specific about their interactions at this time, it should be noted that the first time Mary Kay would meet Billy, he would be either 7 or 8, while she would be in her 30s. As he continued to progress in school, Mary would move from elementary to middle school, more specifically 6th grade. Her students reportedly loved her class, and viewed her as the best teacher for that level. Billy himself would comment that prior to entering the 6th grade, he had heard nothing but good things about her and hoped that he would be in her class, and unfortunately, he was. According to both Billy and Mary Kay, Billy was allegedly the aggressor in their relationship. Throughout her life, whenever she spoke about how she had manipulated and sexually assaulted Billy, she consistently used the word aggressor and painted the 13-year-old out to be a physically dominant force that she had no control over. She would cite that he had repeated kindergarten, making him older than anyone else in his class, that he was taller than many of the other kids, and that he, like most males do when they go through puberty, had a small mustache. It would seem that she argued that these factors alone would make her attraction to the 13-year-old appropriate and, in a way, understandable to the public. To be clear, it did not. She would also state that because he was Samoan, that he just, quote, seemed older, which is unfortunately not uncommon. Billy would go on to say that he began to pursue Mary as part of a bet with another classmate who stated that he could get any girl he wanted. Billy took him up on that offer and said that he could get anyone, even Mary. Following that interaction, he would approach his teacher. This clip is significant, as it flies directly in the face of what Mary Kay had stated before, that being that she never crossed any boundaries until after he stopped being her student, and that if any of them was inappropriate before, it was him and him alone. But to ask a child to, quote, hold on to their romantic feelings for you, an adult authority figure in their life, to keep them locked away until you can actually be with them is inappropriate. The only acceptable response to this declaration would be to shut him down. Tell him that those feelings are not reciprocated and report what happened to the school and make sure nothing further develops. Her continued laughing and smiling while recalling this memory indicates that she still views this moment fondly. But what she is describing is textbook grooming. She liked Billy, a child, and didn't want to tell him no when he admitted to having feelings for her. She wanted him to continue to pursue her, to not let go of his romantic notions towards her, even though they were inappropriate. Instead, Mary Kay began to become a more prominent figure in Billy's life, which would allow the child to believe that he was building a significant romantic relationship with her. She would open up her classroom to him, helping him in ways she hadn't helped other children. She would allow him to stay after class to work on assignments, let him stay during recess and lunch under the guise of helping him with schoolwork, and even began giving him rides home. Mary Kay took advantage of the fact that Billy's home life was less than ideal. Because his father was not in the picture and his mother had 3 other boys to look after, Mary was able to present herself as a helpful authority figure in his life. Mary seemingly had the idyllic life, with her own husband and kids at home, which made her interest in Billy seem sincere and safe. But very few people had any idea of what Mary Kay would actually do. During these private moments, she would open up to the 13-year-old, telling him various stories about her life and the things she was going through. Staff members and other students noticed how the two were interacting and felt mildly uncomfortable with their behavior. Whenever the teacher and student would pass each other in the halls, they would tell the other they loved them and were obviously strangely close. Mary would tell her husband and other teachers that she was just Billy's mentor, that she saw his artistic potential, and that she wanted to make sure that he was afforded every opportunity he deserved. On multiple occasions, she told those around her that he was an artistic genius, that no one else in his life could see how amazing he was, and that's why she needed to see him as often as she did. She painted a picture of Billy's life without her as being sad, lonely, and borderline unlivable. Without her, she said, he would end up at some blue-collar job and not achieving anything. Despite how odd her interest was to those around her, they couldn't fathom the idea that she would actually pursue a child. As the year progressed, it seemed that Mary had concocted a plan to continue to see Villy through the summer and away from school. She was going to be taking a course to continue her education at the local community college, so she signed Villy up to take the figure drawing class at the same time. She told him, his family, and her husband that this was purely to help him with his art, to ensure that he has the best chance at succeeding with his passions. But obviously, she just wanted to continue to pursue a romantic relationship with the child. Mary Kay's story is inconsistent from this point on, as she has both claimed that no physical boundaries had been crossed prior to summer, and that when he stopped being her student, they had only kissed. Most regard the latter to be true, as when both Villy and her recount the story of their first kiss, she was giving him a ride home. He asked what she would do if he kissed her, and she responded that only a coward would ask. Which, again, to be clear, is her encouraging and pursuing the relationship. By this point, she had ample opportunity to tell Villy no, to say she was uncomfortable, and to stop seeing him privately. But she didn't want to do that. She was enamored with the attention that this child was giving her, and the power she had over him, so she continued to encourage his pursuit. After the two kissed, their relationship began to pick up speed, with Mary Kay and Villy calling each other at all hours of the night. Mary Kay's husband, Steve, would comment that he found this to be a little weird, but whenever he brought it up to her, she would immediately deny any wrongdoing, and continue to press that Villy was a troubled child that she was helping, nothing more. Mary began inviting Villy over to her home often, usually when Steve was out of the house, and the two began their sexual relationship. Notably, according to Mary, the first time she had had sex with the child, her own children were asleep in the room. Notably, Mary Kay would have Villy over at her house so often that he would become friends with her eldest son, Steve, who was just a year younger than him. The friendship was similarly used as an excuse to see Mary outside of school. When she would have the 13-year-old stay over at her home, she would claim that he wanted to hang out with her son. Therefore, nothing weird was going on. On June 18, 1996, the police would find Mary Kay and Villy in a compromising position in her car. Mary had driven Villy to a parking lot by the marina, and multiple witnesses claimed that the two had begun to have sex in the back seat. When the police pulled up, Mary was witnessed jumping back into the front seat of the car, scrambling to make herself presentable. Meanwhile, Villy pretended to be sleeping in the back of the car. When questioned by the responding officers, both Mary Kay and Villy gave false statements to the police and seemed, in their recollections, to have rehearsed a fake story, but both faltered when questioned. Notably, when Villy was asked how old he was, he claimed he was 18, which at the very least shows that the pair knew that their sexual relationship was inappropriate. Unfortunately, this is a relevant detail, as Mary would later claim she had no idea that what she did qualified as a crime. When questioned by the police at the scene, Mary Kay stated that Villy was a family friend who had been staying with her and her husband the night prior. She claimed that while he was there, he witnessed a fight between Steve and herself. He ran away, and she had just picked him up when they arrived. Both parties claimed that nothing inappropriate had taken place, and that any witnesses who had said otherwise were simply confused or didn't know what they saw. The pair were brought into the police station, and Villy's mother was called. The police gave her a brief synopsis of what happened, stating that they had found her son with Mary, but didn't divulge anything further. According to his mother, she wasn't told he was found sleeping in the back of Mary's car, or that he had given a fake name and age when questioned by the police, or that Mary had scrambled from the back seat to the front seat when police had arrived. All they knew was that Villy was found in the presence of a woman who she had come to trust with his safety, and that they were being questioned about that. They asked her what she wanted to do, and she told them to release Villy and Mary, as it sounded like nothing out of the ordinary had happened. Shortly thereafter, Mary would become pregnant. Her relationship with her husband had deteriorated over the years, to the point where it was unlikely that he was the father, though not impossible. At the same time, Steve had found Mary's journals, where she had written all about her relationship with Villy in lurid detail. She wrote the child love notes, talking about getting married and raising their child together, even though he was a child himself. The journals were graphic and horrifying, and completely changed how Steve had viewed the last couple of months with his wife. She had invited this 13-year-old over to their house. He had become friends with their children. He had slept over next to their 12-year-old son, all the while Mary had been grooming him and sexually abusing him. Although, to be clear, Steve didn't necessarily see the relationship as sexual abuse. Again, the majority of people do not fully understand sexual exploitation, especially sexual exploitation of young men. They were of the mindset that a body's reaction is the same as consent, and that if a young man was sexually pursued by an older woman, that didn't qualify as sexual abuse. In interviews he would give later on, he was more horrified at the fact that his wife, who he had been married to for nearly 2 decades, would cheat on him with a child. An adult he could understand, but a boy who was a year older than their son was horrifying. Steve would confront Billy with this information and tell him that both he and Mary would be in trouble if they continued to see each other. Steve stated he wouldn't tell anyone about the relationship in order to protect Mary. However, he could not completely keep it a secret. Steve would tell his friends and family what was going on in his marriage, how his seemingly perfect wife had been sleeping with a child, and how they were going to get her divorce. And at least one person in the family who heard this story felt that what was happening was wrong, because they would eventually call the police. According to Mary Kay, she was never arrested. In fact, no one had ever told her that having sex with a minor was wrong. So when she was contacted by the police in regards to her relationship with Billy, she was more concerned if he was the one in trouble. In various interviews, she has claimed that this concern stemmed from her belief that the police would accuse him of assaulting her, that they would think he, the 13-year-old, that she had been caught with on numerous occasions and taught, was the one in control of the relationship and had sexually assaulted her. She would elaborate by saying that she had such a small frame and looked innocent, whereas Billy was already bigger than she was. Mary would go on to clarify that she had no idea that she, a woman, could be accused of rape, and that the very notion was nonsensical. This is a statement she repeated until her death. To be clear, this is a belief that unfortunately many people have, as they state arousal can be used as a sign of consent. However, that is not true, no matter what gender. When Mary came into the police station for questioning, she claimed that she wasn't concerned with proving her innocence, but defending Billy and making sure she would be back at school the next day to, quote, take care of her kids, unquote. But that wouldn't happen. Once more, I have to recommend that you watch Autobiography Mary Kay Letourneau, which is linked in the description box down below, because it provides such an insight into the type of person Mary was. She's incredibly similar to Sherry Papini, not just in her appearance, but in the way she interacts with the world. She talks about her arrest and speaking with the police as if they pulled the wool over her eyes and tricked her into admitting to a crime, when all they did was ask about her relationship. The police, from what I have seen in this case, were extremely kind towards her and forthright with information. They told her exactly what was happening, that she needed to get a lawyer and that she was never going to be allowed to teach again because she had sexually abused a student. Yet she acts as if this was a ludicrous thing to have done. She balks at the assertion that she shouldn't be allowed near children because of her actions and tries to paint the police and the justice system to be monsters for saying so. To be clear, this was a woman who had groomed a minor and his parent into trusting her with his well-being, far beyond the scope of her job, as well as introducing this minor to her son in order to have him spend the night at her home without suspicion, and then sleeping with him, and had taken control over his life and decision-making in just a few months. The court system was not wrong for wanting to monitor her interactions with children, but from Mary's point of view, everyone was just making a big deal out of nothing. To hear Mary Kay discuss her trial and sentencing, you would think that she was being treated completely unfairly, that she was set up to fail, that everyone in the court system was out to get her, and she had no chance of receiving justice. However, that was far from the case. Many people were sympathetic to Mary during the course of the case, namely because she was a woman. Though people viewed the case as being strange and her relationship with Billy as being inappropriate, many argued that she could not have raped him because she was an attractive woman. Similarly, Billy stated the relationship had been consensual and that he was deeply in love with his former teacher. Very little regard or weight was given to the fact that Billy had been groomed and exploited, and many media figureheads applauded him for sleeping with his attractive teacher. Throughout the lead-up to the sentencing, Mary publicly stated she had done nothing wrong, that she didn't regret the relationship, and that all she wanted to do was get back to her normal life, to teaching. She seemed to believe, no matter what her lawyers or the courts told her, that she would be allowed to go free with virtually no consequences. Her lawyer would try to break the situation down to Mary, and eventually convinced her to plead guilty to avoid a lengthy trial. In multiple interviews given after the fact, Mary would say that this decision was extremely hard for her, but she was so self-sacrificing that she had wanted to ensure that Billy's family was protected and kept safe as much as possible. Their ultimate goal was to get her off on most of the charges and have her take court-ordered sex offender counseling without any jail time, but the prosecution was adamant that she should spend some form of time in the correctional system. Her ex-husband and family repeatedly stated that Mary was a wonderful person who did wonderful things, and that her actions with Billy were not exactly in line with what she had done. The lead prosecutor rebutted that assessment thoroughly, telling the media that anyone who sleeps with a minor is not what she considers to be a good person, no matter what qualifiers they state, which is accurate. While the prosecution wanted to sentence the former teacher to 7.5 years in prison, Mary Kay was able to take a plea agreement. She would plead guilty to 2 counts of child rape and receive 6 months in prison with a 3-year suspended sentence. She would also be required to take court-ordered sex offender rehabilitation classes. Mary Kay's lawyer went over the details of the plea, including the fact that she would not be able to contact Billy or their newborn child or her children with her first husband, or any other minor, and that she would be required to continue sex offender treatment outside of prison. Her own lawyer, the prosecution, her counselors, and the judge all verified to Mary that if she were to break any of the stipulations of her plea agreement, she would be incarcerated for the full 7 years, and she agreed. There are videos of her agreeing to this, and yet Mary Kay felt that that was unjustified. So unjustified that she decided she wasn't going to do it. In her mind, she wasn't a sex offender. She wasn't even a pedophile. She had simply fallen in love with a 13-year-old, which was entirely different. She continued to repeat that the relationship had been consensual, and that she couldn't have taken advantage of him because he was a man, and would later go on to claim that the laws surrounding statutory rape were outdated and meant only for men. She would expand on her opinions about what happened to her as being unjustified, specifically because in Washington, there's a specification that an adult can marry a minor if they happen to be married. She believed that this one loophole was a sign that the law is sexist and unjust, therefore should not be applied. What she didn't seem to consider is that that portion of the law is outdated. Most people would agree that adding a stipulation like that does nothing to change the toll that it would take on a child, and would gladly vote to remove that portion of the law. They would not, however, remove the other portions criminalizing adults having sex with children. When Mary went in for her first counseling session, her court-mandated therapist reportedly told her that she was never going to be the same person she was. She would never teach children again, and that she would likely never see her children again due to her crimes. She explained this to Mary in the form of a metaphor. She told the sex offender that she needed to think of things as if her foot had been cut off. She could get a prosthetic, learn to walk and run again, even run faster than she had before, but she should never think that she still has that foot. Many viewed this as a horrible, untrue, and entirely unkind thing to say. One let her know that this counselor was not to be trusted and should be ignored entirely. She would later state that from the moment of that first counseling session, where she was told that she should not expect to talk to her children, that she decided she was simply going to ignore what the courts had said. She told as much to her lawyer, who tried to explain to Mary that she had gotten the best deal possible, and unless she wanted to spend more time in jail, she needed to abide by their rules. But she refused to do that. In her mind, she was standing up for injustice, and she was not going to go down without a fight. Her time in prison was allegedly not great. She was kept isolated from the other prisoners for her own safety due to child predation, and repeatedly refused to abide by any instructions given by the guards. She carried herself as if she was the one in charge, and would spend a significant amount of time in isolation because of that. Moreover, she would try to talk to her children as often as possible, which again was against the terms of her plea agreement. She attempted to give her mother letters and messages to send to her kids, despite the court order. Her lawyer repeatedly informed her that she only needed to wait 6 months, to just be patient and run out the clock. But Mary refused. She argued that what was happening to her was completely unfair and unacceptable. Mary was eventually released from prison after 6 months, and was once again told that she was not to contact Billy for his own safety. However, she would immediately break that order. Throughout the years, Mary Kay and Billy would give various stories about how they reconnected, and it's likely we will never know the truth. In one interview after her arrest, Mary said she only reached out to Billy so she could see their child, which she was not legally allowed to do. But in some of her last interviews, she claimed that from the moment she was sentenced, she always knew she would contact Billy the moment she got out. She claimed he still needed her, and his life wouldn't be the same without her, and that their love was one that could not be broken. She was adamant that he needed her, and she would have blood on her hands should she not see him. In the A&E documentary that she helped create, her lawyer would talk about how days after her release, they went out to lunch to discuss possible next steps and how she would move forward from her time in prison. During this lunch, she asked her lawyer if it was possible for the police to put a tracking device on her car. It was at that point, he said, he realized that she was going to be going back to prison. 2 short weeks after being released, Mary Kay was found once again in a car alone with Billy. The pair was mere blocks away from his family home, and when approached, lied about their identities and what they had been doing in the car, with Mary Kay going as far as to pretend that she was alone in the car. When the police realized who she was and that she was violating the protection order set forth by the court, she was immediately taken back into custody. Her car was promptly searched, and the police found over $6,000 stashed away, as well as baby clothes, her passport, along with receipts for clothing for an adolescent male. It seemed obvious, based on that evidence alone, that she had been planning to run away with her child boyfriend in the near future. However, when questioned about the uncommon items, Mary had an answer, as she always did. The money was simply for some cosmetic treatments that she had been wanting, as well as her pending divorce. Similarly, the receipts for the clothing weren't for her adolescent child boyfriend. They were for her, because she wore boys' clothes all the time. She was never able to provide proof of ownership for these items, so she was probably lying. But who's to say really? It's not like she's lied about anything else before this. Immediately thereafter, Mary Kay went back in front of the judge and was sentenced to 7.5 years. Mary once again thought this was cruel and unusual, and to the day she died, she regarded this penalty as being unjust. She stated that she was sent away, not because she did anything wrong by having sex with a 13-year-old, but because of the crass media circus that arose around the scandal. However, to be clear, Mary sexually abused a child for months, admitted to that, and had served an extremely light sentence. She served a couple of months in prison, with the only stipulation being that she would have to go to counseling and not talk to the child that she assaulted when she left prison, and she would have been free. That's a laughably light punishment for what she did, but she couldn't follow the basic instructions set before her, and did exactly what the courts told her not to do. There is no world in which she didn't deserve to go to prison, and the fact that she only got 7 years total is still ridiculous. While Mary was incarcerated, she discovered that she had become pregnant once more, with Billy's second child. While in prison, Mary Kay regularly tried to contact Billy despite the no-contact order still being in effect. She regularly made calls to his home, telling him that she still wanted to be with him, and that she saw them getting married one day. She drilled matrimony into his head, repeating that they needed to stay together, to be man and wife, and that if they were to get married, she'd probably get out of prison sooner. This notion was extremely important to her, that they needed to get married so she could get out of prison. Her life, she said, was in Billy's teenage hands, and she continued to try and pressure him into, quote, saving her. She was caught a couple of times trying to get letters out to him, and each one was inappropriate as the last. While Mary was in prison, attempting to manipulate the young man she had groomed and sexually abused from behind bars, Billy's life had fallen to pieces. His name and what had happened to him was everywhere, and there was virtually no escaping from it. He began to suffer from severe depression and turned to alcohol while he was still underage. He would go on to drop out of high school due to his mental health struggles, and by 1999, when he was just 16 years old, he would attempt to take his own life. He'd been deeply affected by what had happened to him, as any person would be, and he struggled to differentiate what was real and what was manipulation. In 2002, Billy and his family would sue the Highline School District in the city of Des Moines, Washington, for emotional suffering and lost wages. They argued that the school and the police department had failed to protect Billy, as there were multiple signs that something deeply wrong was occurring. For evidence, they cited how Billy had been found alone in Mary Kay's car by police, how multiple teachers and students had witnessed uncomfortable, inappropriate situations between the two, and how multiple witnesses had come forward during the media blitz, including teachers, to say they always knew something was wrong. These witnesses were everywhere when the story broke, taking interviews and discussing how they saw inappropriate behavior constantly, leading to the question, why didn't they stop it? Unfortunately, the trial resulted in no damages being found. However, in his testimony, Billy would describe how, while he had a crush on his teacher, she had pursued him as well, even going so far as to tell him that she would strip for him while he was still in her class. It should be noted that this testimony was given during the only point in time that we know that Billy was not in contact with Mary Kay, and it differs greatly from what he would say while in a relationship with her. He would later go on to state that he lied during this trial, but whether or not that is actually the truth remains to be seen. Details from this case are incredibly difficult to report on with any accuracy, because if you were to research what Mary Kay and Billy have said throughout the years, as well as read every interview, seen every article, their stories will change and shift with the time. It's clear that they would say whatever they believed would get the majority of people on their side, or what they believed they could get away with. However, the moment their stories would be disproven, they would change them and pretend they had never lied in the first place. Mary only admits or acknowledges what she believes she has to, and tries to bury the majority of what happened as much as possible. And, as Billy was the minor being manipulated by the adult authority figure in his life, and that she was the one who had the most to lose in the situation, it seems obvious that the lies were manufactured by her, and that manufacturing will become all the more clear. Mary was released from prison on August 4, 2004, and immediately reunited with Billy. He was 21 years old, legally an adult, and the two got back together. Mary stated that their love was an eternal one that could not be broken no matter what, and she argued that their continued relationship not only proved that she was not a pedophile, but proved that the justice system was flawed. Mary Kay would go on to give multiple interviews throughout the years, trying to demonstrate that she was not the predator that people made her out to be, but they all fell flat. She would repeat that she wasn't attracted to children, only Billy, and that because they were married and adults now, everything was fine. Despite Mary claiming that the two were star-crossed lovers and nothing could ever get in the way of their romance, Billy would file for a formal separation from the Level 2 sex offender in 2017, although he would later withdraw that filing. In 2018, Mary created Autobiography, Mary Kay Letourneau, a documentary meant to tell her story, so to speak, about what happened. She contested that while some people generally knew what happened about her and the child she took advantage of, the media hadn't reported on the more pertinent, clarifying details of the case that would allow the public to see her in a rational light. A link to the documentary will be left below, for those of you who would like to watch it in full, as it does an incredible job at showcasing how abusive the dynamic between the pair actually was, and how Mary had spent years trying to twist what she had done into being a love story. She admonished the legal system, tried to argue that she was unfairly penalized, and while also agreeing that had she been a man, things would be different. To promote the documentary, as well as to try and convince the world that she was not a predator, Mary Kay and Billy did an interview with 7 News Spotlight, which left the majority of people feeling even worse about their relationship. A link to the full interview without commentary will be left below, if you'd like to watch it without any of my interjections. I will also be leaving a timestamp in the description box, so that if you would like to skip this portion of the video, you may do so as well. But with all of that said, let us begin.
And I am sorry.
As we'll see tonight, this is a family still grappling with the truth of what happened more than 2 decades ago, and who was to blame.
No matter, what you might call this relationship, it certainly hasn't been fleeting. How long have you both been married for now?
I think this year was 13. Yeah, 13, and then 2005, 6, 7. Okay, yeah.
About 13 years.
13 plus, yeah.
That's quite incredible. Has that time gone quickly, slowly?
Time kind of just really flies by, actually. Yeah. And you're busy every day, so.
Well, you're busy.
Pausing here initially, we can already make some observations. Firstly and most notably, Mary Kay is extremely performative in her demeanor. That's not to say she is being false or lying, but there is a sense of showmanship in how she is acting. When she's remembering things, she looks up and to the side, whispering to herself in a way that you would usually see in a sitcom geared towards children. Her head and upper body is hypermobile when she talks, as if she is on stage acting for the back row. Again, she hasn't said anything that is untrue, per se, but she is very engaged in performing likability here, and it comes across as exceedingly unnatural. Her smile never meets her eyes, and she beams at the interviewer when it doesn't feel appropriate, especially when compared to Billy. Billy's behavior is in direct contrast with Mary Kay, as he comes across as entirely nonplussed about the interview. He isn't performing and he isn't incredibly engaged. In fact, he doesn't seem like he cares about this at all, likely because he doesn't. It's Mary Kay who has put herself and their family in front of the media for years, trying to insist that everyone is wrong about her and that the majority of people have no idea what actually happened. The contrast between their behavior is stark and telling. Mary is putting on a performance, that of an all-around pleasant, kind person, while Billy is just being himself, treating this interview the way he would treat talking to anyone. He doesn't need to pretend to be nice or pleasant. He's just doing that, and it makes her look bad. The way she looks towards him after he answers is also notable. She goes from having a giant false smile on when she's staring at the interviewer, even though it's not circumstantially appropriate. However, the moment Billy begins speaking, the smile drops and she looks at him as if he is saying something wrong. All he said was that time had flown by, a normal sentiment, but you would think that he had thrown her under the bus in some way by her reaction alone. Billy looks over towards her with a relaxed smile, but upon noting her odd reaction, immediately adds clarifying details to validate his already normal statement. The dynamic between the two is strained, likely because Mary Kay views this interview as a chance for public redemption, while Billy views this as a thing he has to do to appease her, and based on the first 30 seconds of this alone, he has already failed.
You're busy, very, very busy being parents.
Yeah.
I think those years were so, when you're moving through the school years, those went really fast, it seems. I'm like, oh my goodness, weren't they just 6 and 8? Just, I'm like, whoa. And that's what I tell parents, like, it's going to go fast. And it's like, every day matters. And because we have friends with children that were once our children's age in grade school and middle school, high school, and now both of our daughters are graduated recently. And it just, especially high school, it seemed to go by very quickly. There were so many involvements, there were activities,
Yeah.
and you're just like staying on it, uniforms for this, and going from this activity to this activity, and here comes the homecomings, the proms, and it just keeps going and fast. And all of a sudden, what?
Mary Kay's anxiety is palpable, and it seems that she is so nervous for this interview that she is having a hard time staying on track. She comes across as manic and strange, even though what she is saying is understandable. But more importantly, she seems entirely unaware that talking about how fast time goes by when children are growing up is inappropriate. She met Billy when she taught him in 2nd grade. She began abusing him in 6th grade. Talking about how the school years seem to fly by when kids are growing up is objectively a bad thing to do. It serves to remind people why you are being interviewed in the first place, but she is so anxious that she isn't able to consider that before responding.
All of a sudden
They're gone.
no,
Well,
really.
not gone, but
Well, it's funny you should mention that. You're on the cusp of a big life event as parents. Your youngest is preparing to do the unthinkable and move out, Billy. How are you coping?
it's natural, I guess. I hear like a lot of people, a lot of girls who turn 18, they kind of just leave the nest, and then if you're a guy, you kind of stay in a little longer.
Oh, I think the opposite.
And that's just what I heard.
Oh, I think the opposite. But yeah, our daughter was college bound, and now she has a different idea, and so we have to be patient with that. So she was always our youngest. We're going to be patient with that.
I know I was
She
out when I
wants
was
to take-
16, so
16?
yeah.
Yeah, I mean, guys are a little bit different. A lot of the guys I know, they hang in longer because they get the free rent, But guys are very basic like that.
I
Why not? You get free meal,
I see where
free
you're.
rent.
I see where you're both coming from. All right.
And girls, they're a little more independent. A lot of the girls that I knew growing up, they were out of their house when they were 18. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, give me a sense, Philly, if you could, of your upbringing, your childhood. You come from fair to say, a very big family.
Yeah. Yeah, my dad was married 5 times, and there's a total of 18 of us siblings. We didn't grow up all together. I grew up with my 4 full-blooded siblings. I eventually met the rest of them when growing up. I still have more to meet, but yeah.
That's that's a sort of a crazy upbringing, isn't it?
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot going on at Christmas or around the family dinner table.
It just stays simple. I mean, not everyone gets a Christmas gift, but yeah, just close relatives, you know.
Yeah, Mary, what about you? What about your background and your upbringing? Tell me a bit about your family.
All right. So, my father was married once. Just saying. So,
This is a strange thing to say when your father had a secret other family, but sure. There is a clear difference between how Mary Kay and Billy answer questions. Billy has nothing to hide or nothing to really consider. So when he is asked a question, he simply answers. He is just factual and calm. Meanwhile, she is the exact opposite.
oh, where are we going? My,
And tell me a bit about your father.
I have a mother my father's passed away, and I have 6 siblings.
Was it a-
5 still living.
Was it a Catholic upbringing for you, Mary?
Yes.
And what did that involve? How kind of devout, how traditional was your family in that regard?
For me, it's just a beautiful heritage. That's how I do think of it. And I just, personally, when I've traveled internationally, something about going into a Catholic church, it's just, they're all the same in the sacredness feeling. And it's just I know you're asking what was that like as if there's some uniqueness to being raised Catholic. But I guess I'm just taking present. How does it feel to have been raised Catholic? I just think of it historically because it's not just that I was raised Catholic, it's both of my parents are from a Catholic family and back and back and back and back. So that's why I say a heritage. And so when I go into a Catholic church, doesn't matter where it is, it just feels really good. It's like this flooding of my heritage. And I won't say that I am entirely, if someone put a certain doctrine in front of me that was Catholic, said, what do you think of this? It doesn't mean a lot to me. I'm more, I shouldn't say it like that. I wouldn't say, because that's like rules, the doctrine of the Catholic Church, and I'm more appreciative of the roots of the Catholic Church, which is really just the core of Christianity. People think there's a difference. Really? No,
And
there
that could be a
No,
a
there
whole separate
isn't.
lengthy discussion.
No, I'm just saying, no, there isn't. You know, no, I'm not sure what your question was, but I think that you think that I think you're asking about if there was a uniqueness, if I think there was a uniqueness.
Let me ask.
He wasn't. He wasn't at all, but okay. So let's go over what that was. The interviewer was trying to open the door to talking about Mary's father, who, as we covered, was a politician, but more notably, had an entire secret family with one of his students, although his student was an adult at the time. The parallels between what he did and what Mary Kay would go on to do are interesting. Hearing what she would have to say about that would be fascinating. How did her father's affair affect her? Does she have more empathy for her father because of what she went on to do? Did he have empathy for her when her crimes came out? Did this bring them closer or farther apart? There are so many questions that can be asked about that specifically. But Mary doesn't want to discuss that, because that would make her look bad. The vast majority of people don't know about Mary Kay's family history, and hearing that her father had done the same thing as her would only make her look worse. So she immediately tries to shut down the line of questioning, all the while still trying to seem pleasant. Her smile becomes tighter, more focused, and when pressed on her upbringing, she rambles about the church for a significant amount of time, in a very nonsensical way. We usually see this kind of inane rambling in the interrogation videos we analyze, as the stress of the situation causes people to seek momentary relief by distracting themselves. It's clear that the line he wanted to draw was to her father, how it was a strict religious upbringing, but he had an entire other family on the sidelines. That's his goal with this question, but Mary then tries to spin it as if he's making an indictment on the church as a whole, which he isn't. All Mary had to say was that her childhood was mostly normal. She had 6 siblings, loving parents, and was raised Catholic. Had she not wanted to talk about her father, she could have sidestepped the question by focusing on what a good dad he was, how she helped him on his campaigns and whatnot. Or she could have said that her father was a good man who made some mistakes, and left it at that. But within 7 minutes of this interview, she has already completely lost control and is panicking. This is not a police interview. Mary is not being held against her will or being forced to talk to this journalist. She wanted to do this.
Ask you about you two. When did you first meet Billy?
Meet? Well, I met his brothers and older sister before I met him. So there are 4 in his family. And then the first time I was familiar with the name Billy Fulao, gosh, I don't know, 1989, 88, not sure.
Was that when you were here, his year 2
He
teacher?
was one of my students back then. I hardly remember. Of course, I remember his name. So, and I knew the Fulao family because I knew the other siblings. So, before, and then here came a unique one. So, well, they're all quite unique, as any family, I think, or all the siblings are unique.
This is what it looks like when a person is lying to you. Mary knows exactly when she met Billy, obviously. She is promoting a documentary that talks about her relationship with him, where the exact date is given. And for the past 20 years or so, this relationship has been at the center of her life, and everyone who knows the name Mary Kay Letourneau would know when they met. But saying that she met him when he was in 2nd grade makes her look bad. So instead, she tries to dodge the question and pretend that she just doesn't know, which is a terrible decision, because it just goes to show that she's a liar. When confronted with the actual year, Mary immediately agrees that she first met Billy when he was in 2nd grade. She doesn't even pretend that the interviewer is reminding her, and that she just recalled that fact on her own. Most notably, though, she seems to accidentally slip up and imply that she was attracted to Billy when he was in the 2nd grade. She says that he was a unique one, then seems to realize how fucking weird that is in the context of her crimes, then tries to backtrack by saying all members of every family are actually unique. The idea that you would set this whole thing up and then crack under pressure that you basically created by not hiring fake journalists to interview you about your weird fucking relationship is fucking wild.
This would be a test of your memory, Billy. I mean, you would have been 8 or so back then. Do you have any memory of those years?
He's
I
told
have
me.
not really good memories, but some of them are just random, just pretty much random stuff.
What sort of memories?
I remember hiding in the closet. There was a closet in the
Oh, no.
in the classroom, and then me and my friends, we used to be in there hiding in the classroom.
From Mary?
Why don't you say what you were doing hiding in the
We were just
closet?
hiding in the closet.
No, what did you tell me you were doing?
That's weird to talk about right now.
Which only makes me want to know about it even more. Go on, Mary. What was he doing in the closet?
Oh,
It's
this
just
is
really-
what you said to me is like, yeah, we'd hide in the closet and we'd hope you'd walk past so we could look under your skirt. I'm like, what the heck? I mean, who's like tells like years later, like, is that what you told? It is what you told me.
Does that make you feel better?
No, I'm just saying.
Do I need to pause for mediation here?
No, I'm just saying. It was like, what does he remember? That's what he told me he remembered. I'm like, wow.
Yeah, right.
Wow, I had no idea.
Yeah. There's also like 2 or 3 girls in there that liked me, and I used to get like these weird messages from them, like little notes.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah. There you go.
I thought I was so aware. I had no idea there were closet. The closet spanned the whole side of so it's not like just for the visual. And there were these big, giant, like from bottom to top, the doors. All right.
All right, so we just watched Mary Kay get jealous of 12-year-old girls hitting on Billy, which is obviously gross. I don't think I need to explain that too much. But let me draw your attention to the fact that Billy asked Mary not to publicize that particular story. That story doesn't make him look bad. He just doesn't want it shared. So much of his life has been shared because of Mary, and we see him ask her not to share this small portion. But Mary excitedly says it anyways. That demonstrates a clear lack of respect from Mary to Billy. And that, alongside how uncomfortable she was answering at the beginning of the interview, would indicate a very controlling power dynamic between the two. Likely, she wanted to share this story because she can try and use it to demonstrate that he pursued her. Therefore, she was blameless when she had sex with the child.
What attracted you to teaching initially, Mary?
I just found myself. I was originally in the School of Music in college and always had the music background. And I found myself, music and dance. I found myself in teaching positions, whether it be coaching or choreography. And I just, once I got to college, and as much as I enjoyed it, and I believed that I knew I was good in the arts in that area, and I so enjoyed it. And I thought I might join what's called Kids of the Kingdom, which was part of Disneyland. They traveled, and they did dance and singing, music. So I thought, oh yeah, that may be where I'll start, right? And so far as what would someone do with a background in music and that kind of interest. But when I got to college, I found that I was good.
Is this music or teaching are you talking about?
I'm talking about music.
Can I ask you
and
about
this is
teaching?
this is what happened. I found I was an A at teaching. Because even the professors at college, they was like, oh, will you take this group over here? They recognized, and even prior to that, prior to getting to college, I was coaching this and choreography. And I realized that, you know what, I'm a B in music and dance. I'm a B, good. That's good, nothing wrong with a B. But I was an A at teaching, and everybody recognized it, and I've soon recognized for myself that I was really an A.
What made you an A at teaching?
I think just being tuned in to a lot of good listening and being aware, and how about just really making clear what the objective is, and setting the goals, adjusting them along the way, as the learning or the gaps are showing, knowing how to adjust things and bringing in the resources, and it just was natural, very natural.
Can you remember back, Billy, to being a student? Was Mary a good teacher?
I remember all the kids really tuned into what she was saying. Yeah, I don't really know what to look for and what a good teacher, what a good bad teacher is. For me, a good teacher would keep my attention. And a bad teacher would be someone who talks, where it's like kind of monotone, where it's kind of like, you just kind of fall asleep while the teacher's talking, which just happened a lot of times in middle schools.
Well, it's fair to say Mary had your attention, I believe. What? This is a tough question. What first attracted you to Mary? Can you remember?
She was pretty, and yeah, I think that was it. And then, yeah, and then I don't know. I kind of like that she drew a little bit. She taught some art stuff, and I thought that was kind of cool. And then I think like in sixth grade we kind of connected on certain things. Kind of like saw common views on stuff, life, and
Similar interests.
yeah.
How Villy talks about Mary being his teacher in the early stages of their relationship is telling, because it's incredibly indicative of his maturity at the time. For nearly 2 decades at the time of this interview, Mary had stated that she loved Villy because he was mature and pursued her, that he was a young man, not a child, and that he was wise beyond his years. But when he is allowed to speak for himself and vocalize what it was that attracted him to her, the most he can honestly say was that she was pretty. Even when he tries to expand after seeing Mary's concerned look of disapproval, he is incredibly vague, saying they bonded over life stuff and shared interests. What life stuff? What interests? We don't know, because there was likely very little that these two had in common, because he was 12 and she was a mother of 4.
So
Mary, when did you first realize, I have feelings for a student?
Probably, well, first of all, he wasn't my student when any feelings. So, which I think is really important. Here, it was very important for here in the United States, in the state of Washington, it was really important for it to be put out, I guess politically, in a lot of legislation. It was important to portray it as if it was a student-teacher relationship, but it really wasn't. So even though once upon a time, even you ask, well, when did you first? Well, I feel kind of awkward answering that, because it's sort of wanting to connect it to this was a student-teacher relationship, and which is really big in law, and doesn't matter, coach, teacher,
I think she's
supervisory.
basically saying it was like sometime.
It was after. So I am saying that. I was taking college classes for my continuing education, for my certification in teaching. You have to have it every 5 years. You got to update. So, or else they pull your certification. So, and the same in a lot of industry professions. You have to do continuing education. I had classes. He was also in a class at the same college. So for summer. So yes, it was summer school, but it was a class in the summer.
Let me ask you,
Okay, so this obviously is bullshit, but what's blowing my mind is the fact that she is trying to state that they never crossed any boundaries or any physical lines with each other while she was his teacher, and that was just a headline used to drum up publicity, even though in the documentary that she is there to promote, they say the opposite. They go over the timeline of what occurred, and she admits to not turning him down when he first admitted to having feelings for her when he was her student. She then went on to ingratiate herself into his life more and more, giving him rides home, having him sleep over with her eldest son, so on and so on. So the idea that nothing ever happened when I was his teacher is so laughably false. Moreover, she is a horrible liar. She's not even good at lying and weaving a tale because she gets distracted halfway through her own sentences.
Summer.
let me ask you, Villy, in a different way. At what point did this morph, I guess, from teacher and former student to boyfriend and girlfriend?
Just a friendship, really. And then during summertime, things just got a little closer, and there was some I don't even know how to say it, dramatic stuff going on, drama.
Really? What?
There was plenty of dramatic stuff going on.
I don't know. There was a lot of things that kind of just led to us kind of connecting on a deeper level, and then it got even more wild, crazy once the police found out and her husband found out, and
I think at least we spoke to each other as if in that summer, we felt like it was boyfriend, girlfriend. And that's why, I guess that's what there wasn't a teacher, well, when you consider we were in the same college, we both took an art class at the same college. And I think it felt really great. I'm just saying it felt great because we were so close as friends. And then just to not be his teacher in any capacity, and to be friends, and to be working on the same projects just on the same level. It just felt great. And just saying, I don't know what was dramatic going on, but I mean, inside of us, probably, yeah. When we realized, I don't know, you called me your girlfriend.
I did.
Yeah, you did.
Given that he was a minor who didn't even make the decision to take that art class himself, Mary, you two are not on the same level. He was 12 and you were 34. It's also apparent that Billy does not remember a lot about this time, which only further illustrates just how young he was.
It's best not to argue. It's best not to argue, Billy. This is my experience.
Now it's my husband. Yeah.
When Mary did Billy make it clear to you that he was interested in you physically, sexually, I guess? Can you remember that moment? You must remember that moment.
I just remember, yes, there was one point, and I said, put that away. I just meant the idea. And there's a story about that. I don't know how much time we have, but.
How did that idea manifest, Billy? What did you say?
I don't want to talk about it.
Oh, I appreciated, this is the wrong word, but there was a moment where he said that he did say he was in love with me. And it scared me. And
that was before anything physical between you both? He said he was in love?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Like, I don't know. Yeah, like weeks, a month.
Did it feel like love to you back then, Billy?
Yeah. I mean, for anyone, yeah. It's what you would, I don't know, for me, yeah. I mean, for anybody, first time, figure out what love is for the first time, that's all you know. So for what I know that it was back then, yeah, I would say that was real love.
I'm trying to take a couple of steps back to when you first made that brave decision to say something to Mary. Was it initially on a dare or, in front of your mates?
Yeah, it was actually, it started off that way with trying to get closer to her, but that was the reason.
Of which I knew nothing about.
Yeah, so that's how her and I started talking, was because there was that bet. And then, later down the road in the relationship, kind of just, the bet just wasn't even, it hadn't even crossed my mind anymore, so.
Well, so one thing, and I think this is an answer to your question. It was, and I still think about this moment, and still, because I remember well, I'm just saying, every time I think about this moment, you remember when you came to me to write, you said, wait. And this was when it was a very, very end of the school year. And I don't even think school was really, I think it was basically done, things were closing up, but I was on my way out the door and he said, wait a minute. And he said, how old do you think you're going to be when you die? And I said, I was really excited because I'm going to talk about my grandmother, right? And I know I just said my mom's going to live till 100, but my grandmother, which is not even her mother, my father's mother, she really did live to 103. And so I was really excited because he had never asked about my grandmother or any, thing maybe beyond my parents. And I said, well, I'm going to at least be 100 because my grandmother right now is 100. And I'm most like her. I started talking about how she still teaches piano, and she was 100, right? And I was really excited inside that he was interested in, I don't know. I was excited to talk about my grandmother, and he cut me off, and he said, well, if you're going to be 100, then I'm going to be 80 because I'm not living another day in this world without you. And I just was like, I looked.
It's a pretty romantic thing for a teenage boy to say.
I said, you just said that to me? But at the time, we were just close. And I was, a little tiny bit of me was like, you just cut me off. I was talking about my grandmother. And I mean, if someone asked you to talk about your grandmother, well, I guess you didn't really ask me. I thought it was an opening to talk about my grandmother, which I was proud to talk about.
If you extrapolate the age forward like that, it makes it sound better, right? But, back then, 34 and 13, did you have a sense that what you were doing wasn't right?
This portion of the interview is strange because a lot of things happen in quick succession. First, when asked if they can recall when Billy approached Mary, he is once again direct in saying he doesn't want to get into the details of that. He is polite and straightforward, and he sets the boundary that he doesn't want to discuss that any further. Again, this kind of firmness stands in direct opposition to Mary's behavior, as when she doesn't want to answer a question, she will still try and answer it in a roundabout way. But instead of respecting Billy's wishes, she laughs and begins to divulge the story that he just asked her not to. Billy knows that this interview is going to be aired. He knows that this documentary is going to stir up speculation about their lives once again, and he is trying to support his wife while also protecting himself. But at every turn, she refuses to let him do that. She does not respect his autonomy, which should go without saying, given that she began assaulting him when he was a child.
Hearing him say,
Putting the grandmother aside at just the age.
80 and 100. Well,
What about back then, though, 34 and 13?
I was just thinking about 80 and 100, if you want to know the truth.
No, a part of you was thinking about, part of you must have been thinking, by all accounts, everyone in Des Moines says you're one of the best teachers going around, a fierce intellect. You must have known such a smart woman that something wasn't right about what was going on at that age.
Well, just know that there wasn't any thought or any idea that something was going to happen. So no, there wasn't a thought about, we were just, even when he said 80 and 100, I was just thinking, you're so right, I don't want to live another day without you either. No, it wasn't a thought of, oh, and we're going to have children, and there wasn't a thought like that. It was that type of a closeness that you're so right. I don't want to live another day without you either.
After watching every interview Mary had done throughout her life, reading every article, reading her book, and all of that, it has become clear that she really doesn't seem to grasp the weight of what she did to Billy, or why it was wrong. She tries to justify it by saying they never crossed any physical or emotional boundaries until summer, when she wasn't technically his teacher, and therefore nothing was wrong. But let's say that is true. It isn't, but let's pretend this stupid ass shit is gonna make sense. Her relationship with Billy was still wrong. Her taking him under her wing, signing him up for community college courses, driving him around to and from school, having him bond with her son so she could see him more, giving him special attention in and out of the classroom, that was also wrong. That is not indicative of a great teacher who just loves her students and wants to see them thrive. It's characteristic of a predator grooming their victim. Even what she says, how she was deeply interested in his art, that she saw him in a way no one else in his life did, and that he needed her to reach his fullest potential. She was forcing him to rely on her, making it impossible for him to have boundaries with her because she was so ingrained in his life. His mother was busy with work, so he needed Mary. He wanted to learn how to draw, so he needed Mary, and so on. She gave him this special attention because she wanted to sexually exploit him, and for her to say otherwise is ridiculous. So even if everything that she says is accurate, she would still be a predator. She just believed her predation was justified because they ended up being together. Their dynamic, at least from what we can see, is not a healthy one. And, not to jump ahead too much, but in 2020, after formally divorcing Mary, sources closest to Billy stated that he had begun unpacking their relationship and realized it wasn't healthy from the start. Even if we were to give Mary all the benefits from every single doubt, she is still a predator.
What's fascinating about your relationship is that it has endured. You know, that separates it from anything else that might go in the what people would call teacher-student space. But I think what I'm trying to get at is a sense of back at the time, at its inception, before this had evolved into something like love. Wasn't this just a physical relationship between a woman and a man, or I should say at that point, a little boy?
Well, you shouldn't say a little boy.
He was
because-
13.
I know, but you shouldn't say a little boy.
Well, a teenage boy.
So, well, you know, some people are incarcerated in this state at age 13, and they're treated as an adult, and they're not called little boys, and they get a life sentence. So when you put it in that perspective, so it's like, which angle do you want to come at?
Those are special circumstances, usually stemming from extreme examples of heinous crimes, and many people debate whether or not that is justified. She routinely does this where she thinks she's going to destroy people with one unrelated, irrelevant fact, and it never works. It just makes her look like a person who is trying to justify sexually assaulting a child, because that is exactly what she's doing. It's also notable that Billy never seems to back her up or agree with her line of thinking.
I want to come at it from the angle. No, I'll tell you.
No, do you want to know, are you hearing what I'm saying?
I'm hearing what you're saying, but I want to come at
there-
it from this angle. As a 34-year-old woman, did you have any philosophical problems, moral problems, with entertaining the idea of a relationship with a 13-year-old boy?
Well, I wasn't entertaining the idea, and that's my point.
But
So-
you clearly were.
Eventually, we both.
And did you have any pause at the time, thinking, Mary, stay away from him, this isn't right?
What I thought is, he doesn't understand that I have 4 children and I have responsibilities. That's the only thing. And you have to keep in mind that now it's 20 years ago, and sure, in the last 10 years, all across the world, the laws have changed and you'll even see, ever since Mary Letourneau, but see, that was 20 years ago. Now everybody has their eyes open and is aware, surely, I hope every teacher, and forget about even the teacher part, I would hope that every adult that's a female, regardless of being a teacher, would know, after my situation, pay attention. Because there are laws. You might think when you're in a world, we were close, and no, we weren't thinking about those things. No, I wasn't. There were no laws back there were no situations.
No, there were laws. There were laws, Mary.
Oh,
the law
no,
was
no, there weren't.
statutory rape.
Mary saying there were no laws at the time when she was arrested, charged, and went to prison is borderline comical. The police didn't make new laws for her. She wasn't a special new case that no one knew what to do with and had to go to a special court. There were laws, but like most standards and ethics, Mary didn't think they applied to her. Moreover, she thought that because she's a woman and Billy was a boy, that it wouldn't be considered assault. Her case did gain a considerable amount of media attention because the majority of people had never heard of a woman assaulting their male student, but there absolutely were laws to deal with the situation.
For males. And if you look historically, it was a male only. And then the laws changed when equality. Let's go, Matt, on this. You want to? Because I'm ready.
Sure.
Okay, so the Equal Rights Amendments from state to state here in the United States, and it even happened over in Australia, New Zealand, and what's called the Equal Rights Amendment. And what they did is they gender neutraled the laws. Prior to that, it was male only. It was a male only statutory rape. So when did somebody get on the news and say, hello world, or hello New Zealand, hello, or I don't know how you do your states over there, but if they're in states. Nobody did a press release here in the state of Washington or in California where I was from and said, we have now changed the laws. It is no longer gender specific, a male only. When I grew up, sure, as a teenager, I knew that, if that male, the males knew, because it was a well-known thing, because a lot of dads out there were saying, stay away from the daughters here in this house, because I'll get a shotgun out, because you're older, and I can go to the police, and it would be called statutory rape. I don't care if you love my daughter. You're 26, you're 30, whatever you are, and my daughter's only 16, 13, 15, whatever. It was a very well-known, statutory rape was. It was very well known. It didn't matter if there was love. It didn't matter if it was consensual. And that word is there. Statutory, meaning it doesn't matter if there's consent. Male only, and it's not until, and if you can look all across any kind of scholastic reading on this that goes historically, and my name will even be there, not until my situation in the law, the conflict in the law, did.
So are you saying there was confusion about the law at that time, or that you didn't understand
Nobody
the law?
knew it. Who knew it? Who knew it?
But you knew.
No.
Mary, come on. You knew that it was not right, even if it wasn't black and
Maybe
white.
morally.
If you didn't have the
maybe
statutory
morally,
papers there,
morally.
you knew.
Morally, is that's what you're saying? Morally.
No, I'm saying morally and legally.
Not the legally part, no.
But you are such a smart person.
One, I'd never even been in a courtroom. Yes, I am a smart person, but I'm like hyper-focused in my areas.
So you're saying, Matt, I'm a smart person, I'm revered as a teacher, but I just didn't know it wasn't right as a 34-year-old to be with a 13-year-old? Sorry, I just didn't know.
Not in a criminal sense, but I thought, first of all, you just said teacher again. And
well, you were his teacher in second
once
grade.
upon a time. Yeah, okay, you keep going back to that.
Not at the same. I'm not saying it
Yeah.
happened then. I'm saying
Yeah.
at one point you were his teacher. Look, I'm not trying to get into semantics over that. I'm just trying to accept. In the end, you stood up in court and pleaded guilty to 2 counts of child rape.
To some elements.
2 counts of child rape.
Well, the only thing that title is a deterrent, and I'm glad it's there as a deterrent. Now I understand the laws in general.
Yeah, but I don't
the
want to talk about
title-
the logistics of the law, Mary. I mean, you stood up and said, yes, I did it. I did something wrong.
No, I fit the elements that equal guilty to the elements, and we don't have to. If you really want to go into like the. Let's see, where do we want to go on this?
I just want to see. I'm trying to get a sense of whether you think you did anything wrong
At the time,
at the time and now.
Okay, I want you to also respect one thing. We're married. This is
I appreciate
my
that.
husband. Okay, so when you and we're not like between us, we know what happened at the time, and it's entirely not appropriate to talk about because we're not. We know.
We move on to
We
the next
know.
question.
No, I'll just.
But isn't it
This portion is extremely illuminating, as Mary almost uses the fact that her and Billy are married as the ultimate excuse. I was going to say, get out of jail free card, but that doesn't work in this case. She's trying to insist that because the two are married, that any question of how they started their relationship is off the table and disrespectful. She's saying, sure, it's wrong to sexually pursue a child, but that child is a special case because he became her husband. This is something that many predators have done, and it's why many victims end up in long-term relationships with the person who exploited them. When you're being groomed like this, the adult will usually emphasize just how special the child is, how they feel so emotionally, spiritually, and romantically connected to them in a way they never have before. The child is cool, interesting, and not at all like anyone else, which of course is the only reason why they would ever even consider breaking the law to be with them. The adoration and attention that the predator will shower on the child is profoundly affirming, and they will buy into the manipulation, wanting to believe that this person who is making them feel good isn't a creep, but a person who sees them as they are. As time goes on, the predator can't just discard their victim, because that might result in their grooming being found out. So the relationship will persist, and as the relationship persists, the person who was preyed upon will justify the odd, problematic start of their relationship because it resulted in a long-term relationship or a marriage. But to be clear, any adult seeking a relationship with a child is a predator. Mary is a predator.
Isn't it a fair question? I'll ask you too, Billy, because I don't want to disrespect
Okay,
you guys.
I will say.
Is it a fair question to ask is it a fair question to ask you both whether you think at the time, Mary, you were doing anything wrong?
If you knew the personal situation with us, and on that side, I wanted everything to go away. I am like a big peacemaker, and I thought, you know what? We're not going to have this go into a trial because that's drama. That brings in my father. It brings in his family, and no matter what personally happened between us, that as far as those moments that changed everything, in those moments, oh, we know. And the fact that I decided that I, as the adult, was going to make this go away, and we would all get on with our lives, and that I would get back, and not even get back, resume. Like, I've got some responsibilities to some children, and a marriage to resolve, and for the best of everybody, I said, I'm going to do this. I'm going to stand up, and this is going to just, the least amount of drama, the least amount of harm.
Mary, I can't accept that. This goes to the heart of the whole story for me. When you say the best for everybody, what I'm trying to ask is whether it was the best for Billy at the time. I mean, he was a 13-year-old boy. He had a big decision to make. Was it the best for everybody, Billy?
To continue it?
You're saying you made a big adult choice, Mary. And I'm not trying to turn this into an adversarial interview. I'm trying to say, when you say you made a big adult choice and made the decision that was best for everyone, was it best for Billy?
Oh, you mean,
To
should I
pursue
have?
this.
Okay, so should I have?
If you would
if
appreciate it, I just
had
want to let
said-
Billy speak. Can you
But
answer
if
that question, Billy?
Let's clarify the question, though.
You...
Should I have said not guilty and brought him to trial?
No. Should you have pursued the relationship at all? Should you have walked away?
You're presuming that I
Both of you. It's a question to both of you. You were the adult, Mary.
Okay. But that doesn't mean the personality makes it
Okay.
so.
Here's a succinct way of saying it, and I appreciate this is a difficult discussion.
Well, I think it's kind of disrespectful that we're married and you're going there.
No, because it's the inception. I just want to get that. I just want to deal with what happened at the time. I appreciate that you're married and this is an enduring relationship. I understand that. I'm not saying it was wrong. I'm asking you to answer the critics, okay, at the time. Billy, you're 13 years old. You're transported back. you can make the decision all over again to pursue this relationship. Do you do it?
Would I do it after knowing my kids now? I think there would be a lot of things that I probably would have changed. I mean, I've looked at it. I spent a lot of time thinking about it. Like, if I was to pursue it, what would have happened? What ifs? And I really don't know. I can't. There was a lot of complicity of emotions going on with the both of us, her and her personal life and my personal life. And I think a lot of those elements kind of brought us together to be where we are today. Was it right? Was it wrong? I don't know. All I know is that it happened, and everything that did happen, that we do speak of, that we felt within our hearts for each other, was real. But in the legal system and for the average normal it is obviously wrong for many reasons. And I respect the law and the reasons for those laws. And from personal experience and from seeing other people go through it, it is what it is.
Would you say this?
Philly is unpacking a lot from this question, but before we move forward, I think it's very key to point out that while he never says that he does regret it or doesn't, he makes a point to state that not being with Mary would mean not knowing his two daughters, which is likely something that Mary had used against him in their time together, just based on how she acted in this interview. Should Billy say he regrets parts of their relationship, or that she took advantage of him when he was a child, Mary had convinced him that what he was actually saying was that he doesn't love their children and wishes they were never born. Again, her main argument showing that she did nothing wrong is that they are married, they have kids. Things ended wonderfully for them. Therefore, she can't say that she shouldn't have sexually abused Billy. This is just one of the effects long-term psychological abuse can have on a person, because Billy has basically been programmed to never question or examine what happened to him in any significant way. Most people have regrets, especially in their first relationship, but Billy is not free to express those regrets, unless he wants his children dangled in front of him.
This story, your story, is almost an exception to the law because you fell in love. That makes it all okay.
I wouldn't say it's okay, but I think a lot of it could have been handled a different way. Could have been less stressful on the both of us. When they found out about it, I mean, I'm pretty sure this type of stuff isn't new, and it's gone back ages. But our story was the first one to be publicized, and
I can't imagine how tough it was to live through that for the both of you. The media storm, the court case. What was it like back then in the eye of the storm?
The media, the court. At that time, all I was thinking about through that entire time was how she was doing and was she okay? And would she be able to get back to her family, her kids? I never really thought about myself. I was more worried about what she was going to be doing, or how she was doing. And I kind of felt like maybe they should have gave us a chance to talk things out, or at least work things out. They kind of just cut the contact, between us. And I just think that wasn't right. I think they should have at least maybe supervised visits or something to at least talk things out, or figure out what's going to go. I mean, considering that she had given birth to my child, and it was it was a real struggle. I mean, there was a lot of things I didn't understand at that age. I didn't know anything about the law. I didn't know anything about raising a family. I didn't know anything about. All I knew was that I loved her. That was it. I didn't know anything. Like I said before, it's basically like anybody who's figuring out love for the first time. Their first taste of it, you know, and that was me. And you know, and then I just think I think a lot of cases just kind of get put into categories, and you know, they see the highlight of it, but they don't really look at the individuals a little more deeply. I think what happened with us was that, you know, this is huge. You know, she's a beautiful sixth grade teacher. Her background, you know, where she comes from, where I come from, they figured, oh, this is a really great story, and they just ran with it. Was anybody caring for her feelings or my feelings? No, nobody really cared about that. And I think, and I'm not trying to play the victim here about any of it. I just think that it should have. There's a lot of things that could have happened, but they didn't. There's a lot of help that we both could have gotten that didn't happen.
Have you at any point really felt like a victim? People like to call you a victim.
Well, growing up, I've always had people telling me that's not really how I feel. You know, that, oh, she made you feel that way. So I was always getting that. So now that I'm older, and I've grown up and I've been through so many experiences, I know my feelings. I know who I am. I know who I am as a person. I know, and I love every little thing about me. And I wouldn't change who I am and all my experiences that I've come through in life that brought me here. I mean, it's been a ride for sure. And and I think there is always going to be critics, you know, out there. A lot of people that just wouldn't understand. I mean, I for one can't, you know, being 35 and looking back, like switching the roles. I mean, I for one couldn't do that. When I look at it, I mean, after even raising my own kids and looking back at it, I was like, I for sure couldn't do it.
What do you mean by couldn't do that?
I mean, just from knowing everything that I know now, I mean, I couldn't, I mean, even without knowing, and seeing a 13-year-old, you know, now, you know, me being 35, I couldn't like look at a girl that young romantically.
Is that hard to hear, Mary?
Oh, I don't relate that to our situation.
But it's the exact same situation in reverse.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is.
That's, no.
But
Things
it is.
things that are not actually the same should not be treated as if they are. But that's from the United States Supreme Court, by the way.
I mean, it doesn't even cross my mind, you know, I mean.
Guess what? It doesn't cross my mind, and it never did. So I would never.
What do you mean it never did? I mean, it did.
When I didn't pursue it, but stop, Matt, please. Please.
I mean, in her defense,
Stop.
I mean, the entire time when the relationship.
I never pursued it. I never thought about it, and it's never crossed my mind in any. Of course, it's like, I'm not saying the reason there's a deterrent title like that is because maybe there are people that a male that might even consider
I
it.
would say there are people out there.
There might be, and
there are definitely. I mean, for us,
good reason the law is
I
there.
mean, there could
I'm
even
right
be
with
a
it.
guy that's my age that finds a 13-year-old attractive, and that I don't know. Just for me, I couldn't do it.
I don't, and he doesn't. We're saying neither of us think that way, but we're both happy that there's such a law that's
But Mary,
there.
you see what I'm saying? And I'm not
Mary saying that she had never considered grooming and sexually abusing a child is like if you were to blow up a target, plead guilty to blowing up that target, go to prison, serve some time, get out, blow up that same target when it's rebuilt, plead guilty again, get released, then do an interview all about how you would never blow up targets because you now own a target. She doesn't seem to comprehend that she did exactly what she's being accused of doing. She was caught doing it, she admitted to doing it, she did it. But saying it is too far. It's also not disrespectful to ask questions like that, especially when she is doing this interview to promote the documentary that she made about the relationship in which she admits to grooming and abusing her husband. You can't be confused that people want to talk about this when you came here to talk about this.
I'm not trying to cause an argument here. When you were 34, you did think that way and you did do exactly that.
I was pursued and I didn't think about it. I did not think about it. Didn't.
But that's not an excuse for any crime, is it? And I'm not saying
No,
this
it's
is.
not.
You can't just go, I didn't think about it, see you later, sorry.
No. Morally, I thought about, you know what? I'm not even technically single yet. And he's calling me his girlfriend. And I thought that was, it's like, this is not right. He needs to let me get on with my life and I'll see you later. I'm not saying it in a cold way. It was breaking my heart to know there were two things. I wanted him to move on in his life and experience everything he needed to, all of his dying pledges of love. And I'm like, you gotta go, you gotta finish school, you gotta do this. He was accepted into an one of the big art academies here already back then. And I wanted him to go experience life and I wanted to raise my children. I didn't expect to get pregnant. Where we were at the time, whatever, I am entirely in support of the laws that are there.
So you're saying it's night and day, for example, between what you did and the laws that would surround pedophilia.
I'm actually was entirely evaluated probably 3-4 times, and there's nothing, not a single trait of anything inside of me that's pretty loud and clear in any document.
That's like
That's a child.
that's
and
like a
he
mental
wasn't- yeah.
imbalance where somebody has like this, like their attraction, what
To
they're attracted to, it kind of stops.
To prepubescent.
No,
So again, it's the child's fault, according to Mary at least.
a child under.
No, prepubescent.
Well, a
It's
child, a 13-year-old would qualify.
He wasn't prepubescent.
Does that
He was
make a difference?
Okay, first, let's go back. How many 13-year-olds are having sex with 13-year-olds? Plenty across the world, millions and billions.
Not a lot of them are having sex with 34-year-olds.
No, but are they having sex?
It's not relevant.
It is absolutely relevant. Are they having sex?
I don't see it as
Are
being
they having
relevant.
sex? Are they having sex?
I'm certain that they are, but how does
Okay.
that relevant to this case?
They're not children. They're developed. They're not children having sex with children. They're teenagers. They're doing actually really, and scholastically and across the board with even in legislation, they recognize that 13-year-olds are going to have sex.
So should we rip up the laws and say it's a free-for-all, 13-year-olds with whoever they like?
No, because there are cases, and it's called strict liability. There are cases where there could be abuse. There could be. So you have to have a law that acts as a deterrent, because there are people who might pursue and abuse a situation. But when 13-year-olds are with 15-year-olds, with 17-year-olds, with those really, when they're with, it's happening. We all know, everybody knows across the world it's happening. Teenagers, it's natural. There's no laws that are saying teenagers can't do that. They're going to. So there, you don't say, that pedophilia with pedophilia, that doesn't even make sense. It doesn't make sense. There are people that have disorders. The laws have to be there. They absolutely have to be there.
Do you agree, Billy?
Yeah. There are people out there. I mean, I've watched a documentary on pedophilia, or just because I was curious, being in my situation, I was really curious about it.
As in whether you might have been a victim of pedophilia?
Yeah. So I was like curious to watch it and just listen to what some of these actual people that do have it, what they were talking about, and then these scientists were talking about like their brain, on how their attraction is almost like somebody with I don't know how you call them. You wouldn't call them retards or mentally challenged. I don't know, what do you call them? But they're not fully grown. Like that part of their brain doesn't fully grow, but everything else is growing, just not that part that they're attracted to. Like they could be your best friend, and in their mind, they're probably trying to figure out, why am I attracted to younger age range than my own? Some of them are just kind of, it's like a disability, is what you would say.
I can see you bristling at any mention of pedophilia in this discussion, Mary. I understand that. Are you saying, what you're saying is that this is a unique case, you've never been attracted to anyone else underage?
Okay, I want this to be useful to your audience, and I don't think it should be confused and overglossing that term is specific, like as Billy was talking. It has nothing to do with me. One, because he wasn't prepubescent, he wasn't a child, and we have to respect the intelligence of your audience.
No, but I've got to jump in on their behalf, because when you say he wasn't a child, he was 13.
Stop. Okay, shall we go back to 13-year-olds who are having sex with 13-year-olds?
No. When you say he wasn't a child, that's the only part I'm grappling with.
Okay, if the two 13-year-old teenagers are having sex, do you want to say there's two children having sex? Is that what you would say?
Sure, but then I'd say it's infinitely worse if that 13-year-old has sex with an adult woman.
It is true, but we're not, let's not like stray away from, I want to entirely respect the intelligence of your audience. I am offended by the whole line of questioning, because I think on an intellectual level, I don't think you're giving, even to ask the question, I think you're misleading the audience to even, and all y'all, just look up the definition and then say, did he even ask the right question?
So why did you spend 7...
I looked up the definition, and he did. Turns out the reporter is smarter than Mary Kay. I didn't see that one coming.
years in prison? Why did you spend? Why were you sent to prison?
We could talk for 4 hours, and I would be happy to start. And any attorney out there, any legal authority will be right with me on this. It's called a strict liability law. If sexual intercourse happened, no matter if he was the aggressor, no matter if he initiated it, and being the younger, I am the adult, sexual intercourse happened. In our state, there are 3 elements. Sexual intercourse happened, the age difference, and third element, we were not married. What does that say right there? And we were not married. That means if we had been, in theory, if we had been married, no crime. I'm just saying.
But there's a reason that 13-year-olds don't marry 34-year-olds. It's just not right.
Oh, well, it happened in Virginia,
Well,
legally.
So should it be a free-for-all across the states?
No, but it's not entirely, I'm just saying it's a strict liability, but you keep going back to that part, and I went now, strict liability law means if it happened. It means if, same thing as when an oil company accident, for whatever reason, spills oil into a river, strict liability. It doesn't matter if it was negligence. It doesn't matter how it happened. It happened.
What I'm confused
So
about,
it just happened.
what I'm confused about,
Yes, because details do not matter. To be clear, even if Billy pursued Mary, even if he told her he loved her and was the most romantic child in the world, he was a child. She was the adult. She should not have slept with a child. The details don't change the situation. All they do is illuminate why the crime occurred, and given that the majority of the details we've been given directly by Mary have been false, we likely will never know the truth.
areas whether or not you, in your mind, you think you did anything wrong, because you're throwing laws at me and consent and age
But
and
you're
marriage.
giving your audience, you're throwing in these bandwagon terms, and I think it's confusing them.
Okay, can I
Or
put
they
all can I
might
put
even-
all those terms to one side? Did you do anything wrong?
I've always said, it was, should I have run from him? I did at one point say, you have to go. I did. I cried harder than, and I didn't know I was pregnant. But I did say, you have to go. Do you understand? You have to go. It was
I think-
very hard.
I think legally it was wrong.
Well, we know legally it was wrong.
Okay.
We
And then
now know that.
Emotionally,
We
and,
now know that.
Emotionally, the connection that we felt for each other. Your answer would be yes or no.
I'm going to be the same as you. I would not take back anything. I'm going to say the same as you. And if I could do something different. One, I don't live a day like that. I do my best every single day. And I can look back and say, Mary, did you do your best every single day? And I'll say yes.
When you send
Every day.
When you send your children off now in the mornings, you say, "I love you. Do the
Now
right
go
thing."
and do the right thing.
Did you do the right thing?
You know what? I'm not going to continue with you trying to have me answer that question. I told you I did my best every single day, and I lived my life that way, and I did. And in that situation, it doesn't even matter. I did my best. And even that I feel, even at the moment, do I wish I had a different attorney? That's the only thing I can tell you at this point. Should I have had a different attorney? And I say, yes. But at the time, did I make the best choice? He was my neighbor. Was he the best choice for an attorney in this situation? Heck no.
Do you think you were wrongly?
I don't know why she hates her attorney. Her lawyers did the best they could with the case, and to be completely transparent, there's no version of her trial going any other way than her being found guilty. Again, she was pregnant with Billy's child when they were brought to police attention. There was no version of events where she wouldn't be found guilty. Her lawyer was able to get her off originally with less than a year in prison, when her initial charges called for nearly a decade. He did his job. She didn't listen to him and ignored multiple court orders. That's on her.
Wrongly imprisoned.
Absolutely.
Why?
Because you don't know our story, but we do. We do.
You should never have gone to jail.
If you knew us, and if you knew the intimacies, which guess what, are nobody's business now. They don't belong. I wouldn't do that to our marriage. I wouldn't go back to that time and put it in a book. I wouldn't have a movie that tried to, the movie out there that is not true. The book out there is not true. Nothing that's ever, it's like, but
I've never heard you say that before. That
Which part?
You shouldn't have gone to prison.
I did the best that I felt at the time, the decision that I made. And I tried to take the guilty plea back when I realized I was tricked and coerced into it. I tried to take it back, and it was a few weeks after. And I have said that before, and I think
She was not coerced. In this interview, literally just a few moments before, she claimed she took the plea deal originally because she wanted to make sure Billy was okay and she did it to protect him. She never mentions coercion or feeling as if she was forced. Moreover, what would a not guilty plea do? Did she intend on arguing that she didn't sleep with a 12-year-old as she was pregnant with his kid? And if so, did she think she was going to win that case? I'll leave the rest of the interview in the description box down below, as the commentary we would have to add to it isn't relevant to the case. The interview and the documentary did little to change the public's perception of the relationship, and many felt strongly that Billy was still being abused. Shortly thereafter, Billy would file for divorce once again, and the two would legally separate. Multiple sources would come forward and state that Billy did realize that the relationship was not the love story that he had believed it to be, and that he could see it had never been healthy in the first place. However, mere months after the separation, Mary would be diagnosed with cancer and pass away at the age of 58. This case is one of the most remarkable, as to this day there are still people justifying what happened here. A young boy was groomed, assaulted, and had the majority of his childhood stripped away from him. He was tormented and made to believe that what occurred was his own doing, and that he, in essence, brought it upon himself, and that simply isn't right. Stories like Billy's should be treated with respect, and should be treated the same as when the victim is female, and I hope we were able to showcase that with our reporting. Pamela Voyes was born August 16, 1967, to parents John and Linda Voyes, and from the start of her life, she was the type of person who got what she wanted. She was outgoing and passionate, often getting into subjects and hobbies with a fervor that impressed others. When she liked something, it became her entire life. She was outgoing and energetic, making friends wherever she went, and always went after what she wanted. For the majority of her life, this trait was viewed as remarkable and enviable by those around her. Her networking prowess and her ability to endear herself to others was second to none, and her friends would watch in awe as she would effortlessly wrap others around her fingers. According to those nearest to her, she presented herself in an incredibly stereotypical way throughout high school. She enjoyed sports, cheerleading, was fairly popular, and got along well with the majority of her peers. Pamela was the type of person who everyone knew, and everyone seemed to have a story about. It wasn't until college that her more niche interests began to move to the forefront. According to Florida State University records, when Pam entered college, she became enamored with their radio program. She had never been so close to a production like that, and wanted to be a part of it. She came up with an alter ego, the Maiden of Metal, and pitched herself to the producers. According to her most fervent listeners, she was dynamic on air, and was really able to showcase her improvisation skills. One listener would state that she had the makings of a real radio personality, and that had she pursued a career as a shock jock, they would have gladly kept listening. But things would not go that way for Pam. While Pam was visiting New Hampshire over Christmas break in 1986, she would meet a young man while at a friend's house party. He was also into metal, and the two talked all night about their shared interests. Those present at the party would say that it was clear that there were sparks between the pair, as they hardly spent a moment apart. When they did separate, they seemed to be magnetic, slowly maneuvering through the party until they were reunited. That man was Greg Smart. Their relationship quickly grew from there, with Greg making the decision to move to Florida to be with Pam. Friends and family would state that both were head over heels in love with each other, with them both quickly talking about marriage and their future together. When Greg's friends and family urged him to think about his own future, to not move his entire life for a woman he had just begun dating, he rebuffed their advice, stating that he knew that she was the one for him, and he would do anything to be with her. The pair were inseparable when she was in college, with him actively supporting her career as the Maiden of Metal. And 2 years after meeting, they would get married in front of their family and friends in a quaint ceremony. But things quickly fell apart. The majority of their relationship had been fairly easygoing. They were both young, barely in their 20s. She was finishing her schooling, and they could talk for hours about their love of metal and their want to see every live show that they could. But that couldn't support them financially. Greg soon realized that if he wanted to take care of Pam, if he wanted to be the husband he felt that she deserved, and the father he hoped to be for their future children, he would have to start taking his life and responsibilities more seriously. With that in mind, he began to approach getting a more serious adult job, which meant changing aspects of his, quote, metal appearance. He made the decision to cut his hair, he began to wear button-up shirts, and procured a position as an insurance sales representative through a family friend. To Pam, this change was unbelievable. She was furious with Greg, as she felt she had fallen in love with a young, edgy guy who would mock and ridicule the kind of person he was becoming. When they had fallen in love, she would have laughed in his face if he told her he wanted to sell insurance, but now they were married, and that's exactly what he was doing. She was upset with Greg, and told most of the people in their lives about her feelings. While some tried to comfort her, they also pointed out that he was right. He couldn't support their future family by drinking all day and listening to metal. He had made the change for her, but she didn't care. She couldn't wrap her head around what Greg had done, and within a few months of their wedding, she was already beginning to think about divorce. Pam didn't want a straight-laced, suburban love, like her friends and family had. She didn't want a white picket fence and financial stability. She wanted to recapture her youth, to feel wild and free, and to break away from tradition, and so she would go on to do so in horrific fashion. Welcome back to another episode of Dreading, or if this is your first time here, welcome. Today, we will be covering the case of Greg Smart, and how his life was taken for something as small as his wife withholding sex. This case, like the vast majority on this channel, came from a viewer recommendation shortly after we covered Mary Kay Letourneau, as there are plenty of parallels between the two. With that in mind, if you are sensitive to cases that involve minors and adults preying on said minors, I would recommend that you pause the video now and don't watch any further. These warnings are placed early on in the video, so you, the viewer, can make an educated choice, but they are only as effective as you allow them to be. Please put yourself first in this instance if you believe that this video could negatively affect you. If there is a case you would like to see covered or a story you would like more attention brought to, let me know by emailing me at dreading.official@gmail.com. I'm constantly shifting through new emails and suggestions, adding more cases to the list, with the ultimate goal of covering all of your suggestions. Please be sure to either leave a word suggestion in the email or in the subject line, as that will automatically flag the email for our attention. With all of that said, let us begin. After graduating from college, marrying Greg, and moving back to New Hampshire, the Maiden of Pain would hang up her headphones and get a job working as a media coordinator at Winnicott High School. Though her job was unmetal, so to speak, as Greg's, she felt as if she were given a pass, because she never changed her appearance like he had. When she was the Maiden of Pain, she hadn't dyed her hair an unnatural color, or really done anything to make herself fit the metal image, so she contended she hadn't lied about herself like he did. She also felt that she could continue to listen to metal without looking like a poser, which had turned into a huge point of contention between the two. Pam would state that by the time she had started working at the high school, she had already begun to fall out of love with Greg. So when she met William Flynn, a sophomore student at Project Self-Esteem, the school anti-drug program, she apparently didn't see the harm in flirting with the minor. It seemed that Billy, a child with no responsibilities, could be properly molded into the person she wanted Greg to be. He didn't have to worry about money or taking care of their future family, so he could grow his hair as long as he wanted, and he could wear band t-shirts and ripped up jeans without issue. And, with a little coaxing from her, she could turn him into exactly who she wanted him to be. Of course, he didn't have to worry about those things because he was a child, but that didn't matter to Pam. All that mattered was that Billy could be what Greg couldn't. Or at least, he could try to be what she wanted. He would have to ask his mother if he could grow his hair out or wear ripped-up clothing, but he could still do it. Thankfully, his mother was more than okay with Billy's more grungy aesthetic. She even allowed the teen to pierce his ear, which Pam loved. Pam was incredibly popular at her new job, with both students and faculty. She was described as being funny and non-judgmental by students, and always had time to talk to them if they needed something. She was described by many as being their favorite member of the faculty, with many students making it a point to visit her throughout the day. The faculty felt similarly, but noted that Pamela was a bit socially immature. Those who worked alongside Pamela would recall that she seemed much more at ease among the teens in the halls. But there were two students in particular who took a shine to Pamela, that being Billy Flynn and Cecilia Pierce. Cecilia had also met Pam at Project Self-Esteem, and the teen immediately felt a kinship with her much older teacher. She had a difficult home life and was struggling with her classes, but Pam didn't treat her like the other teachers. She didn't make her feel as if her struggles in school were some moral failing on her part. Rather, Pam treated her like an adult who simply needed a bit more help. This kindness meant the world to Cecilia, and she became Smart's Media Center intern, helping her produce videos for the school and create programs like Project Self-Esteem. But their friendship wasn't just one-sided. Pam became close to the minor and confided in the young woman often. She told Cecilia about Greg's change, how she had begun to feel distant from her husband, and went further to tell her that Greg had cheated on her. Pam and Greg's marriage had fallen apart almost immediately after the two were married. Pam became distant from her husband, and as the distance grew, Greg found himself spending more and more time at work. He often worked nights, meeting with clients over dinner, and on one occasion slept with one of his potential prospects. Greg confessed to Pamela that he had engaged in a one-night stand, breaking his vows to her. According to some reports, he immediately came clean to his wife, believing that cheating on her was his rock bottom and that they needed to stop avoiding their issues, but Pamela felt differently. Though Greg had seemingly confessed in order to try and mend the relationship with his wife, it only amplified their issues. Pam no longer trusted her husband and began to lean more heavily on her relationship with Cecilia and Billy. In her mind, they were the only two people she could really trust, and she began to put an unhealthy amount of pressure on the two teenagers. Wanting to spend more time with the pair, Pam looked for more excuses for them to hang out. She wanted to make her relationship with the two students appear less strange, as she was well aware of how her peers saw her interactions with the two. Many of her colleagues had noted how close Cecilia and Billy were to the adult, and had made innocuous comments about it. They teased Pam, stating that Billy likely had an innocent crush on her, but no one had expected that she would act on those feelings. After a bit of searching, Pam would find the perfect excuse to spend more time with her teenage friends, in the form of an orange juice contest submission. Pam was made aware of the annual nutrition music video contest that had been running for 5 years at that point. The contest terms changed every year, but in 1990, the objective was for high school students to make a music video to promote orange juice and why it's a great part of a balanced diet. Hundreds of schools would submit videos, and 2 lucky schools would be given trips to Disney World. When Pam heard about the contest, she decided that Winnicott High School would submit their own music video. She would be the brains behind the endeavor, as the media coordinator, and Billy would be behind the camera to create the music video for the feature, and Cecilia would help as well.
B.
Since the beginning of time, man has enjoyed the taste of pure and natural Florida orange juice. In primitive times, getting fresh squeezed orange juice involved everything from growing orange trees to gathering ripened oranges to making orange juice. Along with the evolution of man, so came the evolution of making orange juice.
Although times have changed, man still longs for the taste of refreshing Florida orange juice. Today, thanks to modern technology, the process of making freshly squeezed orange juice has become much simpler. Even though time has progressed, orange juice has maintained its nutritional value.
We start each day with work to do. We get our energy from orange juice. We all need nutrition and there's no excuse, 'cause you can get plenty from orange juice. OJ gives us energy for work and play. OJ is the best way every day. Since time began this day, though times have given us an easier way. In the past, work is long to do. Now machines can do the job for you. We still need energy and vitamin C to keep in shape and stay healthy. When the daily work is done, we need more energy to have more fun. Time to play, we again get energy from drinking OJ. Though years have passed, play stays the same. We drink an OJ after the game. We still need energy and vitamin C to keep in shape and stay healthy. My friends and I start out the day the Florida orange juice nutritional way. Orange juice has the vitamin C that gives us daily energy. We all need nutrition and there's no excuse, 'cause you can get plenty from orange juice. OJ gives us energy for work and play. OJ is the best way every day. The people have changed, the places have too, but one thing's still the same, that's orange juice. We still need energy and vitamin C to keep in shape and stay healthy. Get ready, get set, okay. Enjoy Florida orange juice every day.
The contest was just a cover for Pam to spend even more time with the 15-year-old Billy, and the pair soon would grow uncomfortably close. When Greg was at work, Pam would spend her time with the teens, and even allowed them to both stay over at her home on a number of occasions. Pierce would state that Pam's home was a sort of vacation for her, where she could hang out without having to take care of her younger sister or deal with parental pressure. She stayed with Pam as long as the teacher would allow, and on a couple of occasions, stayed with the Smarts for about a week. Billy would also join Cecilia, and the trio would spend their time watching movies, or at least Cecilia would watch a movie while Billy and Pam would go upstairs to have sex. Pam would go on to state that she, the adult in the situation, was the one who was vulnerable in the relationship. She would allege that she had been head over heels in love with Greg, and that their marriage had been perfect prior to his cheating. That alone would send her into a tailspin, where she allowed herself to be swept up in Billy's pining for her. It didn't matter that she was the adult authority figure in his life, she claimed, because her self-esteem had been so thoroughly rocked. Billy, the 16-year-old, saw her vulnerability and pounced on it, or at least that's what she would go on to state. Cecilia and other teens who knew about the relationship felt differently. Cecilia would state that in February of 1990, Pam would admit to having feelings for Billy, who was only 15 at the time. The young girl thought the notion of the pairing was ridiculous at first, and actively believed that the teacher was joking, until she caught them having sex. But this wasn't any teacher, this was Pamela Smart, her friend, the person who had graciously opened her home to her and given her a space for her to vent. She couldn't just turn around and return her kindness by destroying her life. Cecilia was emotionally indebted to the teacher, and stayed silent about the affair. Billy and Pam began to sleep together in April of 1990, with both parties declaring that they were in love with each other. Pam would state in an interview with the Washington Post that they would have sex every day, whenever they could during this time, and she was fully swept up in the fantasy of being with Billy. Pamela was only a month away from her first wedding anniversary with Greg, but then tragedy would strike. May 1st, 1990. Pamela had had a long day. It was a Tuesday, and her day had been full of helping her students, and she had been kept at work far longer than usual. She stated that she had multiple projects to work on, and a school board meeting that night. So when she came back home to their condo at around 10 p.m., she expected Greg to meet her at the door. However, when she pulled into the driveway, the residence was dark. Greg's car was there, so she knew he was home, but from the outside, the home appeared vacant. Pam thought little of it until she entered the home. Laying face down in the entryway of their home was her husband, murdered, just 6 days before their first anniversary. Pamela was hysterical when she found Greg's body and ran to her neighbors for help. She was unable to properly communicate what was wrong, leading to her neighbors believing that Greg had simply passed out at first. But by the time the emergency services arrived at the home, it was already too late. Greg had died. Pamela would state that following the discovery of Greg's body, she was in a state of mania. She refused to go back into the condo, believing that whoever had attacked Greg could still be inside. She repeated that from the brief glance that she got into the residence, it looked like a burglary gone wrong, and whoever was responsible was likely nearby. But when the police arrived at the scene, they sensed that something was off. Despite Pam's assertion that the home had been ransacked by robbers, nothing of value was taken. Things had been strewn around the home, pillows were cut open, and Pam's prized CD collection had been flung onto the floor, but otherwise the home was untouched. Greg was still wearing his wedding ring. High-value items were left alone, out in the open, and it appeared clear that whoever was behind the murder wanted it to appear like a robbery gone wrong, even though Greg had clearly been the target. He had been shot in the back of the head, executed the moment he arrived home, and a towel had been placed over his head, which is often attributed as a sign of remorse. They also noted that there were no signs of forced entry into the home, meaning the murderer had either been let in willingly, entered the home with Greg when he came home from work, had their own set of keys, or had found the residence unlocked, and simply waited for his target to arrive. The police began to comb through Greg's life to find the motive for the murder. They quickly uncovered two potential leads. The first was a small amount of marijuana found in Greg's car. The police quickly theorized that Greg might have had a drug problem, or was dealing the substance on the side, and had gotten on the wrong side of someone in the drug trade. That theory quickly fell apart, as those closest to Greg cited that he simply liked a toke every now and then. After that lead failed to pan out, they found their next best theory. Through phone records, the police found that Greg had made multiple phone calls to a gambling service in Atlantic City, and found that the couple often spent their weekends there. Maybe Greg had lost a considerable amount of money and lost his life when he couldn't pay it back. But that notion failed to pan out as well. It wasn't until 6 days after the murder, when Pamela would sit down for her first television interview, that their next lead would present itself. Pamela would reach out to a local station who had been covering the case. Originally, she would claim that she spoke to reporters because she wanted to keep the public's attention on what happened to Greg, in the hopes of finding the culprit. She was quoted as stating that she wanted people to know the kind of person her husband was, so they would help catch the murderer. However, later on she alleged that the reporter hounded her for the interview, calling her multiple times a day following Greg's death, demanding that she speak to him as soon as possible. In the interview, Pam would state that she took comfort in the fact that, from the crime scene evidence, it appeared that Greg didn't know what was happening prior to being killed. She claimed that he had been surprised by the attack and didn't have time to recognize what was occurring before ultimately dying, which was a small mercy. She also repeated that she believed that the attack had been a robbery gone wrong, despite the fact that she knew nothing of value had been taken. She also stated that, quote, "If you think about it, there was no better time for Greg to be murdered, because if they had been married any longer, she would have loved him more than she already did." The police felt strangely about the interview. She seemed to know more about the crime scene than they had told her, and the details she was giving out to the public didn't match what they knew had occurred. She was also incredibly stoic throughout the interview in a manner that many people found to be off-putting. Her husband had been dead for more than a week, yet she was perfectly put together. But the real break in the case would come 6 weeks later. A man would walk into a police station 40 miles away from Derry with a gun, claiming that he believed the weapon had been used to kill Greg Smart. The man identified himself as being Vance Latimer Sr., and he believed his son had killed the insurance salesman with his friends. Vance was the sole owner of the gun and stored it under specific conditions in his home. He was the only person authorized to use it, but other members of the Latimer family knew how to access the weapon in an emergency. Recently, when he had examined the gun, he noted that it appeared to have been cleaned, which alarmed him. He questioned his son about the gun, but he said he had no idea what had happened. Vance then took his son's friends aside, and one of them, Ralph Welch, stated that he thought the weapon could have been used to kill Smart. After Vance turned in the weapon, a ballistics report was run on the gun, and found that it was indeed the murder weapon. While the test was being run, however, they brought in Welch and questioned him, hoping that he would repeat the story that he had told Vance, and he did. The teen immediately told the investigators everything he knew about what had occurred. According to Ralph's testimony, 3 of his classmates went over to the Smart home to kill Greg, that being Billy Flynn, Vance Latimer Jr., and Patrick Randall. The trio had told Welch about the hit and how they had set the scene up to try and make it look like a robbery gone wrong. He was able to provide police with details that hadn't been released to the public, and when questioned as to why the trio killed Greg, Ralph had an answer. It was for Pamela. According to the teen's testimony, she wanted to leave Greg, but was certain that her life would be hindered by the divorce. Greg could potentially take the home and their dog, and she needed to make sure that that didn't come to pass. Any divorce settlement could end with her losing something, and the only thing she wanted to lose was her husband. Pam had allegedly promised the boys that she would give them $500 each, portions of the life insurance payout that she would get if they successfully killed Greg. Billy and his 4 friends would promptly be arrested, but when Pamela was informed, she was distraught. Once more, the press and the police found her reaction to be strange. She had repeatedly stated that she wanted the case to be solved, that she wanted the men who hurt her husband to be found and brought to justice. But upon learning that that had occurred, she seemed devastated. Despite Welch's testimony that Billy, Vance, and Patrick had committed the murder at the behest of Pamela, she hadn't been arrested. All 3 boys were tight-lipped about what had happened. The boys closed ranks, refusing to tell the police what happened, or even give themselves a defense. They had convinced themselves that if they were all to keep their heads down and keep quiet about what had occurred, they would be sent to juvie and released when they turned 18. Regardless, the case would once again be broken, this time by an anonymous tip given to the police, telling them that they needed to speak to Cecilia Pierce. According to an interview done with Pierce for New Hampshire Magazine in 2016, Pierce had overheard Smart and Flynn discussing their plans to kill Greg. She had been hiding their relationship for a while, not wanting to lose 2 of her only friends by telling another authority about their affair. But, believing that her teacher was going to have her classmate kill her husband, she approached a school administrative assistant and told them exactly what she had heard, only for the adult to tell her that they were probably just joking, and that she was taking things way too seriously. This assistant was reportedly close to Pam, and like most of those in her life, didn't believe the well-to-do woman would ever genuinely consider hurting anyone. When the boys had been arrested for the murder, and Pam wasn't, the person came forward and told the police that Cecilia knew more, and the police immediately acted upon this information. Cecilia was brought into the police for an interview and told them everything she knew. She detailed how she had become close to the teacher, how she viewed her as a surrogate big sister, and had even stayed over at the Smart home prior to the murders. Cecilia then told the police how Smart and Flynn's relationship began, and how she walked in on them having sex. The teen detailed overhearing their plans to kill Greg, and how she had been turned away from reporting the matter to the police, only a week before the murders took place. Though the investigators were now convinced of Pamela's guilt, they knew that they had an uphill battle. Court cases had been won previously on witness testimony alone, but if they wanted to make sure that Pamela was brought to justice for her role in Greg's demise, they needed to get something more concrete. After talking to the teenage girl for a while, they asked her if she would be willing to help the investigation by wearing a wire. Cecilia agreed, and would walk into Smart's office at school with a recording device hidden under her clothes. However, from the moment that the young girl walked into the media coordinator office, Smart was on edge. Pamela would allege that her lawyer had told her to stay away from Pierce, citing that she had been questioned by police and would likely be monitored by them. She was recorded on tape telling Pierce that she was scared to talk to her, because Pam knew that the police were trying to pin the blame for the murders on her. But even still, they talked, and Pam didn't deny asking Billy to kill Greg. She would also threaten the young girl, telling her that if she were to tell the truth, the police would send her to prison as an accessory to murder, because she didn't stop them. Pam told the teenager that if she is called to take the stand or spoke to the police again, she needed to be adamant that she, Pam Smart, had no part in the murder, and that no one who said otherwise is wrong. Pamela was cashing in the months of goodwill she had built up with a struggling teen. She implored Cecilia to think about how she would feel if her words resulted in Pamela spending the rest of her life in prison. Could she live with that, after all the teacher had done for her? By the end of the recording, the police had everything they needed to move in and arrest Pam, and so they did. Following Pamela's arrest, the police turned their sights back on the boys. The case against Pam was weak. Sure, they could show evidence that the teacher had an affair with Billy, and they had Pamela on tape, nearly confessing to orchestrating the murder, but any good defense team could make the jury think the case was a witch hunt. They needed more, and began to put pressure on the boys. They informed the teens that they were going to be tried as adults for their part in the murder, and would be sent not to juvie but to adult prison. Upon learning that they would be facing life in prison rather than a 2-year stint in juvie, the boys began to open up to police and told them exactly what had happened. All the boys had roughly the same story. Pam had confided in Bill about the state of her marriage, claiming that Greg often struck her and their relationship was abusive. She went further to showcase the marital dysfunction, bringing the boys into her office to hear her argue with Greg over the phone. She told the boys that if she were to get a divorce, she would lose her dog, her home, and her furniture, and the only way she could leave safely was if they killed Greg for her. To further motivate Billy to kill her husband, Pam went as far as to withhold sex from the minor, telling him that until he proved his love for her by killing Greg, she couldn't be with him. Their stories matched exactly what Cecilia had said, and they shared common nuances that informed the prosecution that they were telling the truth. Most devastatingly, all the boys relayed that prior to killing Greg, he refused to hand over his wedding ring, even when there was a gun pointed to his head, and begged the boys not to hurt his dog. The boys each took a plea deal in order to get lighter sentences, and each agreed to testify against their former teacher. In response, Smart's lawyers argued that the boys had killed Greg not because she wanted them to, but because Billy had become obsessed and possessive over her, and couldn't stand the idea of her being with her husband. They tried to characterize the teacher as being the ultimate victim in the situation, that she was a good woman, whose only fault was allowing herself to be swept away by a younger man. They put forward that the young men were all ne'er-do-wells from the wrong side of town, and that Billy became obsessed with her after she innocently tried to help him, and in order to properly sell this narrative, she took the stand in her own defense. The following footage was sourced from the Court TV channel here on YouTube. I will leave a link to the full commentary-free version of the footage down below, should you prefer to watch it uninterrupted. As we have said in our previous coverage of cases like this one, it's obviously never in the defendant's best interest to take the stand. From the moment a court case starts, the jury is honed in on one thing only, that being the guilt of the person on trial. While they will listen to hours of conflicting testimony and evidence, their job is to parse through the two arguments they are being shown and decide which one is more believable. And because everything revolves around the defendant, special attention is paid to their behavior. Things like how a defendant is dressed for court becomes a huge point of contention, and we've seen examples where something as inconsequential as a defendant's shoes become a huge tipping point. A good defense team will tell their client to sit in court, wear neutral colors, and look repentant. They would tell their client to react appropriately to the information they are listening to sit up straight, and appear contrite throughout the hours of testimony. That way, no matter what the jury heard during the case, they would be less likely to think that the accused would be capable of wrongdoing. How could the prosecution argue that the defendant was a loose cannon who couldn't control their temper when they appeared so mellow the whole time? And so on. That said, many people who feel as if they can outsmart the judicial system also feel as if they possess the ability to manipulate others in their lives. They aren't content to simply let their lawyers argue at their behest, and so they decide to take the stand in their own defense. And Pamela is one of those people. She believed that she could manipulate Billy and the boys to kill Greg. She also believed that she could convince each party to keep their mouth shut if they were arrested. And she also believed that she could emotionally manipulate Cecilia into silence for the rest of her life. And when she was eventually brought to trial, she again believed she would be walking away from the whole ordeal a free woman. Let's see if she was successful.
Raise your right hand, please. You swear the testimony you're about to give today will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Let's have a seat. State your full name, please.
Pamela Ann Smart.
You were born with the name Smart.
No, I was not.
How did you get the name Smart?
I was married in May of 1989 to Greg Smart
Why did you marry Greg Smart?
because I loved him. I wanted to spend the rest of my life with him.
Could you keep your voice up? I didn't hear the last part of that.
I said because I loved him and I wanted to spend the rest of my life with him.
Pamela's direct examination is off to an alright start. Her outfit is fitting for the situation. She has been styled respectfully. But what we can immediately notice is how formal and unemotional she is from the get-go. Immediately, she is asked about her name, Smart, which she has not changed to this day. When talking about how she got her last name, i.e. marrying Greg, her voice is direct and unwavering. There is no sense of sorrow or sadness when she talks about Greg, which could be interpreted by the jury as being uncaring. When she repeats her statement about loving Greg and wanting to spend her life with him, she comes across as annoyed and slightly aggressive, which is the opposite of what her legal team would want. This is one of the reasons why taking the stand in one's own defense is so precarious, because while I could easily state that this kind of lack of emotion is normal, and that everyone grieves differently, this doesn't account for how each member of the jury would interpret this. If even one person in that jury box feels like she is too void of emotion when recalling her late husband who was murdered by her child victim, that destroys the entire case.
What was it about him that you loved?
He was really kind and gentle, and he was fun to be around.
Was your marriage happy?
Yes.
When asked what it was that Pamela loved about Greg, she gave a couple of rather generic answers, which do very little to give the public a sense of their relationship. If you're trying to portray a grieving widow who could not have possibly orchestrated her husband's demise, it is preferable to be specific. Talk about a time when you first realized that you had feelings for him. Talk about how he proposed. Give an example about how he was caring and kind. While it's good to be direct on the stand, you also want to get the jury on your side. If she were to go on a small tangent about something specific that she loved about her husband, and the prosecution were to object to her response, she would look like the aggrieved party. The jury would likely be on her side in that instance, and the defense could play that up. But that doesn't happen. Instead, Pam despondently states that she loved Greg, and that they were happy, which the jury would already feel is untrue, as she had an affair with a child. But continuing on.
Why didn't you tell us where you worked, where Greg worked, where you lived after you got married?
I worked at School Administrative Unit 21 as Director of Media Services, and Greg worked at Metropolitan Life Insurance as an account representative.
Right after your wedding, where did you live?
In Derry, New Hampshire,
Where?
4E Misty Morning Drive.
Did you have any problems in your marriage?
At what point?
In the summer after your marriage?
No.
Pausing for just a moment, while most lawyers work with their witnesses prior to taking the stand, they never want it to feel that way. They want the back and forth between themselves and the witness to seem natural, as that's paramount to getting the jury on their side. but the defense fails to do that in this instance. It's clear that when they practiced the questioning, they asked Pam if her marriage was happy during certain seasons. For example, were you and Greg happy during the summer? How about the fall? And so on. They had to ask the question in this manner, because asking if her marriage was happy when she alleged Greg cheated on her and she went on to sexually abuse a child, in what she would state was a mutual relationship, would probably lead to her saying no. How could she be happy in a marriage while cheating? But if you drip feed the jury that the relationship was happy up until Greg's affair, and it was only after she had been hurt that she decided to sleep with a child, then it would more or less be understandable. She is the aggrieved party. She was cheated on. She was so hurt by it that she suffered a huge lapse in judgment and pursued a child. Then that child went on to kill her husband. Not because she wanted him to, but because he loved her. Completely understandable. That is what they are trying to put forward. But that narrative falls somewhat flat when her lawyer accidentally asks if the relationship was happy in a more general sense. Pam then asks him to clarify what time period he's talking about, clearly showing that this was a line of questioning they had planned. Again, that is normal, and not damning by any means, but the narrative that the prosecution is putting forward about Pamela is that she is a manipulative, controlling person. She wanted Greg dead and seduced Billy to make that happen. Her coming across as put together on the stand only validates those claims, and her guiding her own lawyer's questions doesn't help.
Did you have any problems in the fall after your marriage?
No.
In the winter after your marriage, did you have any problems with your marriage?
Yes.
Did you tell the people in the jury about that?
Well, basically it started in December of 1989.
So what we are about to witness is the emotional crutch of the defense's case. They need Pamela to sell the story about Greg's cheating and how emotionally distraught that event made her. Remember, this is what made her seek the romantic approval of a child. We, acting as the jury, have to believe that this one event caused her so much emotional distress that her sleeping with a 16-year-old seemed reasonable to her. Let's see if she was successful.
What happened?
There was a time when I believe it was before Christmas, I don't know the exact date, when Greg didn't come home one night. And he came home the next morning.
Was that something he did often?
Never. Without me knowing where he was.
What did you do on the evening when he didn't come home?
I didn't even know he wasn't home till the next morning because I had gone to bed at about 10 o'clock, and he sometimes didn't come home till 11 or 12, or it mattered when he had appointments. I mean, most of the time he was home by at least 10:30, but I had fallen asleep at about 10 o'clock at night.
Did you remember when you woke up the next morning and what happened?
What time?
Yeah.
Well, I went to work that day, so I would assume it was probably around 6:10.
Was Greg there when you got in?
No, he was not.
When was the next time you saw Greg that day?
That morning, shortly thereafter, about 5 minutes after I woke up.
Did you tell the jury what occurred then?
He had come in the door, and I asked him, obviously, where he had been. And he had said that he had gone out after work with a friend, Bruce, from work, and he had gotten drunk and slept over his friend Bruce's house. And I obviously asked him why he didn't call me and why he didn't tell me where he was, and he said because he knew that I would have been asleep, and he just came home the next day.
Did you accept that explanation?
No, I didn't believe that. And I told him that I really didn't believe him, and he said that he was telling the truth and that he was tired and that he didn't want to talk about it and that he would talk about it later. But I was mad.
Did the subject ever come up later on?
Yes, it did. He called me at work that day. I went to work, and he called me at work, and I asked him where he had been, and again, he gave me the same story.
Did you believe him the second time?
No, I did not.
How did you react when he told you again?
I told him I would talk about it when I got home, that I didn't want to talk about it on the phone at work, because when I talk on the phone at work, there's other people around, they can hear.
Did you talk about it at home?
Yes, I did.
Could you tell us about that?
At first, when I got home, he told me the same thing that he had told me beforehand, and I told him that I just wanted to know the truth, and that no matter what it was, I just wanted to hear it. and he said that I wouldn't like the truth. So then I knew that he was lying. But he didn't come right out and tell me. It took him a long time to tell me exactly where he had been.
At some point after that, did you have further discussions about this?
Yes, I did. And this is at the same time when I got home from work that night. And I don't know, it was around 4:30, and it was before he went to work that night. And yes, he told me that he had been with someone else.
Let me know in the comments down below if you now empathize with Pamela over Greg. Do you believe that this event not only happened, but that his cheating deeply affected her?
How did you react to that?
Mad.
Get over it real quick?
No.
Tell me why.
I argued with him about it. I told him that I couldn't believe that he would have done something like that, and he had said that he was drinking, that he didn't even remember. And I said that that was a poor excuse.
How? Did you get over the whole thing quickly?
No. I was devastated. I was very hurt. And he tried to talk to me about it, but I told him that I didn't want to hear it. I didn't talk to him for about a day.
Did those events have any effect on your relationship with your husband?
Of course they did.
Tell us about it.
They had an effect on how I felt about myself. I don't know how to describe it. I didn't feel it as important anymore. And it obviously affected my trust in him. I don't want to say that I never trusted him at all, but I was a little more hesitant after that.
Pamela does virtually nothing to make her story seem like it affected her at all. She is completely stoic and straightforward when talking about what directly caused her husband, the man she is trying to claim to still love today in 2024, to perish. Imagine that your partner cheated on you and how that would hurt you. Now imagine that you have to recall that experience in front of a group of strangers who all believe you are responsible for his murder. Do you think you could sit straight-faced and recite the events as clearly and concisely as Pam just did? Probably not. Again, this isn't to say that her reaction is wrong or bad. People process their emotions in different ways, but her straightforward demeanor would naturally stand out, especially when placed next to Billy Flynn, who had cried on the stand while recalling how he killed her husband.
When, roughly, we use Christmas as a host here, can you tell us when this was, these events?
I would say they were probably within a week before Christmas. I know they were at least 3 days before Christmas, because something happened 3 days before Christmas that I remember.
What's that?
We had gone, well, first of all, we talked about it again, and I asked Greg if he loved me, and he said yes. And I told him that I still loved him, and that even though I was mad about what happened, I still loved him. It didn't make me stop loving him. And so we had decided that we would resolve things. And I think it was 2 or 3 days before Christmas, we went to a party at Greg's uncle's house in Nashua.
Okay, did anything unusual occur at that party?
Well, it's an annual Christmas party that his family has every year, and usually there's a lot of drinking that goes on there, it's a party. And Greg had been drinking excessively at that party. And I mean, it wasn't like he drank excessively every single day or anything like that, but it was just at that party. And his parents drove us there, and they drove us home. And when we got home, we got into an argument.
Can you tell us about it?
Well, Greg wasn't making any sense at all, and everyone at the party thought it was funny because he had been drinking so much, and he was joking around, and everyone was laughing, and they thought it was funny. And I didn't think it was funny because I hadn't been drinking. And
That's we have to check to the narration and what everybody at the party thought.
okay,
In answer to her correct.
I still don't hear him, I'm sorry.
She may answer the question.
Go ahead.
Where do you want me to start?
I think you were saying that you didn't drink much.
No, I didn't. And I didn't think it was funny because then I knew the next day that he wouldn't be feeling too good and that everybody wouldn't be around laughing right then when he wasn't feeling good the next day.
In other cases we've covered, how a defendant responds to an objection always gets a certain amount of focus, as we get to see how the person handles a small interjection. Objections are rude, they are cutoffs, and most people respond poorly to getting cut off in the middle of a sentence. And in the case of the Tott family murders, Tony responded by getting visibly upset with the prosecution, looking at them as if they were stupid. But Pamela is almost unaffected.
I think you told us that Greg's parents drove you two home.
Yes, they did. They did. They had driven us there also.
Okay. Can you tell us about the ride home? Do you recall anything about it and what, if anything, further?
Greg's mom and dad were in the front of the car. Greg's father was driving. Greg and I were in the back seat. And basically, there was just laughter in the car at what Greg was saying. I believe, from what I remember, he was talking about some car that he had seen before, and he just wasn't making any sense, and his mother was laughing.
What happened when you got home?
When we got back to the house, I started getting ready for bed, and I had put on a pair of sweatpants and a sweatshirt, and Greg was getting changed, and then I don't even really remember what the argument was about because he wasn't making any sense at all, but we had gotten into an argument, and I had said that I was leaving the house, and he had told me that he didn't want me to leave the house, and he went to grab me, and I turned around at the same time, and the side of his hand hit me like right on the side of my face, and I was really shocked, and so was he, because he did not mean to hit me, but he had hit me, and I left the house.
Let me just stop you for a second. Did Greg Smart beat you during the course?
No, absolutely not. He did not beat me. Greg would never have beat me.
Did he ever cause any bruises on your arm or any other part of your body?
No, absolutely not. Greg was not like that at all.
Did you ever show Billy Flynn a bruise on your arm or any other part of your body?
No, I did not.
Did you ever tell Billy Flynn that cousin beat you?
No, absolutely not.
So, just to be clear, Pamela is trying to allege that Greg did hit her, but also that he would have never done that intentionally, and that he was a good person. This story is borderline nonsense, because what is the point that she is trying to put forward? Her defense lined this question up for her, so they must have a reason. The reason is simple. She had told Billy and his friends that Greg was abusive, and that's why she needed to kill him. Simply saying she didn't want a divorce wasn't a good enough reason, so she told the teens he hit her. She could, of course, deny that Greg ever hit her, and then claim that the boys are lying to get lighter sentences. But with them all citing the same story, that would be a bit harder to do. Instead, she says that Greg had hit her once, on accident, but would have never done so intentionally. Then, Billy and his friends found out about it, and believed Greg to be abusive. Again, it's nonsense, but it's the only argument they have.
What did you do after that point in time that you just told me about?
Well, I left the house, and when I left, I shut the door behind me, and I locked the door locked because it had been locked. And not him. I realized that I didn't have the keys to get back in, and I just left. I walked to his parents' house, actually.
Did you ever get back in the house that night?
Well, it's kind of a strange story what happened, but I went over to his parents' house, and I rang the doorbell, and they let me in, and I told them what had happened. I was crying because I was upset, and they had known Greg was drinking because, like I said, they were with us. And his father went over to the house to talk to Greg, and he was ringing the doorbell, and he couldn't get in the house because, like I said, it was locked. And his father, I guess Greg had passed out, and he didn't hear the doorbell. So his father came back to the house and called our home, and Greg didn't answer because he didn't hear the phone. And the answering machine clicked.
Okay.
Well, no, I was right
You
there.
can strike the part about why you didn't answer.
Disregard it.
Did you get back?
Okay, well, there was no answer, and the answering machine picked up on the fourth ring, and his father left a message on the machine. And when you're in our house, you can hear the machine at the message as it's being left. And he was saying, "Greg, pick up the phone. Greg, pick it up." And Greg didn't.
you ever get into the house?
Yes. His mother and father asked me if I wanted to stay with them that night, but I had decided that I wanted to go home. And I went back to the house, and Greg's father tried his key in the door, and his key opened our door. And I went into the house. And I slept on the couch.
Other than that, did Greg Smart ever hit you accidentally or on purpose at all?
No, he did not, and he was very upset when he had found out what he had done.
Now, what kind of work were you doing in the fall that year?
Director of Media Services.
What is it? What do you do?
I handle all media purchases for our school administrative unit, which includes 11 schools from the Seacoast area, and I handle public relations for the schools also, which includes doing newsletters, writing, editing, photography, and workshops sometimes for students on media equipment.
Who would you work with? Who were the people that you worked with?
My secretary? I had a secretary named Patty Weiser, and I also had a media aide, Cindy Durant, and I had a student intern, Cecilia Pierce. But I don't believe Cecilia Pierce was my intern in the fall yet at that point.
How did you come to have Cecilia Pierce become your intern?
Well, the previous year, I had covered a story for the newsletter on a project at the high school called Project Self-Esteem, which is a 3-day drug and alcohol awareness program for incoming freshmen. And I covered the story, and at the time I covered the story, I was asked if I would be interested in participating as a facilitator the following year. Well, what it is a lot of different workshops on drug and alcohol awareness, and after the big general meeting, students break down into small groups, and each group has an adult facilitator and a student facilitator, and they go over what was just said in the large group discussion, and they do projects about it.
Okay, you were telling us that you were in that group, and did that have something to do with me, Cecilia?
Well, eventually, the next year I came back and I was in that group. I was asked if I would be interested in helping Mrs. Kinsman, the guidance counselor at Winnicott, with the student facilitators for the following year. And in that group of people, that's when I met Cecilia Pierce.
Did you like her, dislike her? What were your feelings towards her?
Well, my feelings when I first met her were just as feelings for any student in the group.
This is a patently bad thing to say if you are in a pedophilic relationship with a person in the same class as Cecilia. One of the fortunate byproducts of covering cases where an adult attempts to validate their relationship with a child is that inevitably, there will be a moment like this one, where Pamela tries to state that when she had met Cecilia, she thought of her the same way she thinks of all of her students. But the issue is that she clearly does not hold the same beliefs about minors that most people do, especially most people who decide to be teachers. She doesn't have the same common sense boundaries that, say, you and I have as adults, where we have obvious boundaries with children and teenagers. We don't think having intense relationships with them is appropriate, and don't invite said teenagers over to simply hang out and sleep over. We understand that is strange, but Pamela does not do these things. So when she tries to state that she felt the same way about Cecilia that she felt about all of her students, the way all adults feel, it's hard to believe her, because she clearly does not have the same feelings that the public does.
I was just interested in helping.
Did those feelings change over time?
Well, the first day, Cecilia came up to me, and she was very friendly. She started talking to me with a friend of hers, Rachel Iman, and she kind of just ended up hanging around and staying close to me throughout the Project Self-Esteem group, and we became friends.
How did it happen that you became your intern?
At some point, she indicated an interest in journalism for herself. She had said that she was interested in going to college for journalism, and when I would describe my job to her, she had said that she wouldn't mind having a job like mine. It sounded like fun, and I had said that maybe she would like to come over sometime because she might possibly be able to work with me on some projects and see what it was like.
Did that happen?
Yes, I found out that Winnicott had an intern experience-based education program where they had place student interns in work environments through one of the teachers over there, Janice Petro, and I talked to Miss Petro about it, and she had said that that would be a good idea if Cecilia wanted to work over there. And she did become my intern.
You know a fellow named Vance Latamy Jr., also known as JR?
Yes, I do. I met Vance Latamy at the same point where I met Cecilia Pierce, which he was a student facilitator in Project Self-Esteem.
Close friends with Vance Latamy Jr.?
No.
You know a fellow named Pete Randall? I mean, you saw him testify here, but did you know him back there at this point we're talking about?
I knew who Pete Randall was, but I, in my life, had, I think, 2 conversations with him. Before that, I just knew that he was a friend of some of the students.
What was the subject of, or the nature of the conversation you had with Pete Randall in your life?
One conversation, well, actually, I don't know if I've ever spoken directly to Pete Randall. He was part of a conversation that I was in. One was about motorcycles. I don't really remember.
You know, was Bill Flynn in this group?
Yes, he was.
What was the nature of your relationship with Bill Flynn in the fall of that year?
Same as everyone else's, just acquaintances.
Did you like him?
Yes, I thought he was a good kid.
What did you like from him?
He was easy to talk to. Friendly.
Do you have any shared interests?
Yeah, he liked some of the same music that I do, and he played the guitar.
Did you ever get involved in any special projects with any of the kids at school?
Yes, I did. There came a time when I received a flyer in the mail about an orange juice commercial for the Florida Department of Citrus was putting on, and I had it in my office at one point when Cecilia Pierce was in there working with me, and she saw it on my desk and asked me what it was, and I explained it to her, and she said that she thought it was neat, and I asked her if she'd be interested in doing it and if she knew any students who would want to do it also.
Okay, and who eventually got involved in putting this commercial together?
At the beginning, it was Cecilia Pierce, Rachel Emond, Kevin Mort, Bill Flynn, and I believe another student, his name was Jeremy Thompson.
What did you do?
But it didn't end up with all those people in it.
Okay, who did it end up with? What did you do?
It ended up with myself, Tracy Collins, who is a friend of mine, Cecilia Pierce, Rachel Emond, and Bill Flynn.
Did you ask Bill Flynn to be in it, or did he ask you if he could be in it?
Cecilia asked him.
What did he do in the orange juice commercial? What was his role?
Well, all the kids worked on the planning of the project. It was a very involved project, everything from audio and video. We had lyrics, we wrote our own song, and all the kids worked on the brainstorming and the planning of it. And eventually, Bill did the camera work. He was the cameraman because I was just supposed to be guiding them through it. I wasn't supposed to actually be filming or doing the work. I was allowed to be in it, but I wasn't allowed to do the actual filming, so Bill did that.
Where would you do the filming? What places?
Excuse me?
Where would you do the filming for this commercial?
A variety of different places, including some scenes were done at Bill Flynn's house, some were done at the beach, Seabrook Beach, some were done behind Cecilia Pierce's grandmother's house, some were done in a street, all over. One was done at the Seabrook Recreation Department.
Did you ever go to your own home for this scene?
Well, originally we had planned to use a four-wheeler that Greg had owned for a scene, and Greg was going to drive the four-wheeler in the scene. And we went over to my house to do it once, but Greg had appointments and he couldn't come home like he thought he could. So we never ended up doing that scene.
And who was with you the time you went to your house to do the scene?
It was Cecilia Pierce and Bill Flynn.
This is how her defense is justifying her inappropriate relationship with both Cecilia and Bill. If you were to look at the facts of the case and feel uncomfortable with the fact that the teacher had invited both parties over to her home, that would be normal. Most adults wouldn't do that, but through clever questioning, her legal team is attempting to frame the odd behavior as being slightly overblown. She was just working on a school project with them. and invited them over for completely normal reasons. It just so happened that her relationships with both of the teens turned into something radically inappropriate and detrimental to their developments. But it wasn't her fault. It's incredibly clever. The only issue is that by simply reciting her answers back without any sort of emotion in her voice or face, she comes across as being that manipulative, conniving person that the prosecution said she was.
What time of year was this?
It was during February vacation.
How long did you work on this orange juice commercial for?
I believe we started in January, and it was due into the Florida Department of Citrus on April 1st, so it would have been January, February, and March.
Did your relationship with Bill Flynn ever change?
Yes, it did.
Why? How?
Why? I don't know, but how? When we were working on the video, I was told from the beginning that from Cecilia that Bill had a crush on me, and I didn't like him at first, but yes, I did. I did start to like him during the filming of the Orange Juice video.
Did you ever tell him that you liked him?
Yes, I did.
Did you tell the people in the jury how that came about?
Cecilia had said that Bill was talking about me and that she thought that I should talk to him, and I believe he came over to my office, and I had told him that I had known he had liked me and that I thought he was really nice and that I liked him too, but that I was married and that I was not interested in having a relationship with him.
What was his reaction to that?
He was surprised that I had liked him, but he didn't really say anything. He just kind of sat there.
This is one of the most unbelievable things that Pamela would say, because, to be clear, there is no way as an adult you would tell a child who you know has feelings for you that you reciprocate those feelings and expect nothing to occur. Telling someone that you have romantic feelings for them is not something that you do if you expect them to do nothing, especially if the person you are saying that to is so emotionally immature, like a teenage boy would be. To put this into perspective, say there was a person in your life that you had a crush on, but they were married. They are in their own relationship. They have committed themselves to another person, and they are happy in said relationship. You realize this, but still harbor some form of feelings for them. If they told you that they had feelings for you too, what would that motivate you to do? Would it cause you to take a step back, realize nothing could ever happen between the two of you, and move on? No. You would likely pursue a relationship with that person because they just gave you the green light, so to speak. Now make that person an emotionally immature teenage boy, and how do you think he would respond to that information? He would probably be over the moon because his previously unattainable crush just told him that they feel the same way for him. For her to try and claim that she told Billy she had romantic feelings for him, but only to try and dissuade him from being attracted to her is nonsense, because any reasonable person would know that that wouldn't be the outcome. She is attempting to push the onus of responsibility for the affair away from herself, the same way Mary Kay Letourneau did, and paint Billy as being the aggressor. He wanted the relationship, he had the crush on her, he pursued her, and even though she was an adult authority figure in his life, she was somehow powerless to stop him. It's illogical and doesn't stand up under basic reasoning, but every time this kind of narrative is put forward, it's pretty fucking disgusting.
I'm not sure if you said this, but when was this, if you recall?
February 5th.
Did you kiss him on February 5th?
No. I told him I didn't like him.
Did there ever come a point in time when you did kiss Bill Flynn?
Excuse me?
Did there ever come a point in time when you did kiss Bill Flynn?
Yes, I did.
What happened between this February 5th when you told him that you couldn't have an affair at that point in time? What changed?
My feelings.
Describe it. What's going on?
Well, I didn't set out to have an affair with him, but I did. And in February, I believe it was February 27th or something, it was during February vacation also. While I was over his house, we were working on the video, we were in his room, and he kissed me.
Fight him off?
Excuse me?
Did you fight him off?
No.
Tell us what happened. He kissed you.
He kissed me and then I went home.
Did you talk about the kiss after the kiss?
I don't remember. I don't think so.
Did you ever, after that day, what was the nature of your relationship? How did things go afterwards?
Well, I really didn't want to have an affair, and I was trying to fight my feelings.
Again, if you really don't want to have an affair, it's frankly very simple to not have an affair. You just don't do it. You put your penis down, you put your titties back in your sweater, and you go home. But they're trying to paint her sexual abuse of Billy as being something cosmic, something that she couldn't say no to, even though she was the adult. If she felt that Billy's feelings, or even her own, were inappropriate, she could have stopped working on the project. She could have stopped spending time alone with Billy and told him that he wasn't welcome at her home or office anymore. But she didn't. She did the opposite, because she wanted to sleep with the minor.
Successful?
Up until March 24th.
What happened on March 24th?
Bill came over my house, my condo in Derry.
Was anyone with him? What was going on? Why that day?
Because Greg was gone in Atlantic City.
Okay, I didn't hear you. Where was he gone?
Atlantic City?
Bill just happened to come over there, or was it planned?
No, it was planned.
Okay, tell us about it.
The planning of it?
Yeah. How did it happen to come over?
I said I was going to be by myself. Cecilia wanted to sleep over, and Bill asked if he could come.
When Bill Flynn asked if he could come over to your house and your husband's gone, do you think it's the same as Cecilia asking to come over and sleep over?
No.
Okay, what's going through your mind?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Okay, so your husband's gone, and Cecilia's going to come over to sleep over to keep you company. And then Bill Flynn asks if he can come over, okay? Can I come over? I'm Bill Flynn. Can I come over? What's your reaction? What's going on?
Yes, I wanted him to come over.
Did you expect that when he was over, you would have sex with him?
Yes.
Did you have sex with him when he came over?
Yes.
Did you watch that movie 9.5 Weeks?
Yes.
Did you make love to him?
Yes.
Did you do the thing with the ice cubes?
No. I think he's having a problem remembering where reality began and the movie stopped.
To be clear, when Billy had testified, he went into explicit detail about what they did when they slept together. The three of them, Billy, Cecilia, and Pam, had watched the movie 9.5 Weeks, which includes a particularly raunchy scene. Billy would state that when Pam took him up to her bedroom, leaving Cecilia downstairs to watch the movie by herself, they recreated that scene. She is now stating that that didn't occur, and that her minor victim has confused watching the movie with what they actually did, which is not a great defense. If you're trying to state that the minor you abused was too stupid to differentiate reality from a movie, you're basically admitting that he was too incompetent to orchestrate the entire affair, and probably too incompetent to murder your husband in cold blood as well.
Motion is struck the witness.
Granted, the jury will disregard that statement.
You saw some pictures that were entered into evidence earlier. You recall them? Pictures of you?
Photographs of myself, yes.
Okay. What were those all about? How they happened?
I believe they were taken in March or April. They were taken for something in April, so I know they were taken before the end of April.
The photographs they're talking about are these ones. There are two narratives around these photographs. The first is that she and a female friend wanted to submit their own raunchy photos to a model search, so they spent the afternoon dressing up and posing. It was just a fun time waster, but nothing came of it. She would claim that instead of getting the pictures developed herself, she gave the film roll to Bill to get developed. Again, the same person she's stating she didn't want to be in a relationship with, who she wasn't pursuing, who she tried to stay away from because she knew their relationship would be inappropriate. So then she gave him the photos. The other narrative is the prosecution's. They alleged that she took these photos for Billy. They believe this because the photos were given to Billy. Let me know which story you believe.
Photos were of myself. I really didn't want to develop them at the usual place where I dropped off my film for school because I knew all the people in there and I really didn't want them seeing photos of me. So I had Bill take the roll to Kenny.
Okay, and did you get the photos back?
Yes. I believe the package, when it was given to Kenny, was also given with another roll of film that was either Bill Flynn's mother's or Bill's. And apparently Kenny had written Elaine Flynn's name on the package because Tracy still has the package. And the film was dropped back off. Kenny, when it was done, Kenny gave it to Elaine Flynn, who opened it, apparently because it said her name on it.
Just tell us what you saw.
Oh, okay, well, Bill brought the pictures back in and gave them to me at school.
Did you give Bill any of those pictures?
No, I did not. I was embarrassed of them.
When did this happen in relation to, say, the first time that you told him you had feelings for him, the first time you kissed him, things like that? Can you put the pictures in that context?
If I had to give an honest answer, no, I couldn't, because I can't 100% tell you.
Did you ever come to write any letters and notes to Bill Flynn?
Yes,
Were they love letters?
yes, somewhere.
Were some of them sexually explicit?
I guess, apparently.
There's a note here, I'm not sure if I can dig it out. There's one note that's...
I know what you're talking about.
Pardon?
I know what you're talking
It's multicolored.
Yes,
Is
that's
that-
not a note.
Okay, well, what is that?
That's just lyrics to a song.
It should go without saying that if you're on trial and you take the stand in your own defense, that you should not interrupt the person asking you questions, especially if you are interjecting that you already know what they're going to say.
Did you give that to Bill Flynn at any point in time?
No, I didn't. It was inside a tape in my car.
Did you ever buy Bill Flynn booze or alcohol?
No.
Did you ever see him drunk?
Yes.
Can
Yes,
you tell us about that?
on one occasion. I had picked him up on one occasion with Cecilia Pierce, and he had been drinking Southern Comfort. Well, that's what he told me. I didn't see him drinking it.
Okay. Where was he? You picked him up and where did you go to?
I picked him up at his house, and we went to Vance Latamy's. I don't really remember the night very clearly, but I remember there was a stop at Vance Latamy Jr.'s house. I believe we went to Salisbury Beach.
After you became sexually intimate with Bill Flynn, the night you told us about, 9.5 weeks, how often did you see him?
I usually saw him at school every day.
How often would you see him outside of a normal context? Is what I meant.
Well, usually on Saturdays, we would work on the orange juice video, so I would see him then. And sometimes after school, but not always, because we did the video with Cecilia also, and she was working at the time, so she wasn't able to do it every single day.
What were your feelings about having him here?
I had mixed emotions about it. I was, I don't feel too good about myself.
You said mixed.
Well, I liked Bill, but I also loved Greg.
Pamela states that she had mixed emotions about her relationship with Bill, not because he was a minor student that she was actively manipulating and abusing, but because she liked him, but also loved her husband. There seems to be no thought given to the fact that her relationship with Bill would be detrimental to his development, that she was abusing the trust that he had placed in her as a teacher, or that what she was doing was illegal. In her recollection of what happened, the main moral complexity in the case comes from the fact that she was married and didn't know whether to choose the adult man with the adult haircut or the teenage boy who looked more metal. It's as if she expects the public, or more accurately the jury, to already be on her side in regards to the whole sleeping with a minor thing.
How strong was your life for Bill Flynn at its peak?
I loved him at one point.
Did you ever stop loving Greg during this affair?
No, never.
How did that make you feel to love two people?
Confused.
What did you think about yourself?
Not very highly.
Did you ever tell your husband about this?
Yes, I did.
When did that occur?
The Friday before he was murdered.
Tell us about it.
Well, there had been quite a few occasions when I had wanted to tell Greg, but I had chickened out. And then on a Friday after before he was murdered, the week before, he was at a conference in Rhode Island, and he was coming home that Friday, and I left work early on Friday so that I could come home and talk to him. He had come home and started telling me about what had happened during his conference, just general talk. And during that conversation, he had told me that one of the other men from, I don't know if it was someone from Metropolitan or someone that he had just met, had brought a hooker back to their room or something, not Greg's room, but to this other guy's room. And he had started telling me about that, and obviously I was wondering why they would do something like that, and I asked him if he had been with this hooker, and he said no. And I brought up the past time that he had been with someone, and he started asking me if I was going to throw that in his face all the time, and if I was just going to bring that up for the rest of our life. And I said something to the effect of that it wasn't easy to forget, and that how would he have felt if I had done something like that. And he answered and said that he wouldn't be too happy about it either, but that he wouldn't throw it in my face for the rest of my life. So then I told him. And he wasn't happy.
So whether or not this even took place is questionable, because run the scenario out in your mind. Greg, the man who refused to take off his wedding ring when a gun was pointed at his head, is in an argument with his wife, an argument he started by talking about how his friends got a hooker while they were away. Which, why any man would do that, then immediately tell his wife about it, I don't know. That's its own kind of stupidity that I don't think I'm equipped to discuss. So they're in an argument, and after telling his wife that he would be upset if she cheated on him, but wouldn't throw it in her face every time they argued, she revealed that she had a months-long affair with a child she is teaching, and her only addition is that he wasn't happy. Does that seem believable to you? Because it doesn't to me.
Did you talk about it that night?
Well, we talked about it for about 3 hours that day. And he said that he couldn't believe that I would do that. And I told him that I was sorry, and he asked me if I loved him. I said I did. I did love him.
Again, she doesn't describe the conversation they had. She doesn't state that he was devastated, that he was crying, or that he was furious and throwing things. She's very detached with her description of events, like it was something she witnessed, but didn't directly experience. Being cheated on is a huge betrayal of trust. Any person would reasonably be upset by that alone. But she cheated on him with a minor, a student whose supervision she was trusted with. Most people wouldn't believe their spouse would be capable of doing something as awful as that. But in Pam's emotionally detached retelling of events, her admission led to a 3-hour conversation where Greg was vaguely upset, but otherwise the confession was a non-issue.
And I told him that it was over with me and this person. I never told him who the person was.
Was it true that it was over?
Yes, it was.
Let's go back a little bit, Dave. You told us about the night you were in with the 9.5 weeks, Dave. They loved Billy Flynn. What happens between that point in time, I think you said March 24th and May 1st, sometime like March, May 1st.
Well, there was still a relationship going on then, and I just realized that obviously I couldn't have 2 relationships at once, and that it was going to have to be one or the other, and I wanted to be with Greg.
Did you ever make any attempts to break off with Billy?
With Bill?
Bill.
Yes, numerous attempts.
Anyone?
Even before March 24th.
Okay. Well, tell us about the months before March 24th.
Well, I told you that beforehand. I didn't want you to even have a relationship with him. And then when I did, I told him that I didn't think it was right and that it was wrong and that I wanted to be with Greg, and he kept saying, why didn't I just get a divorce? And I said, because I love Greg. And he would ask me how I could love 2 people at once.
According to Pam's story, everything just happens to and around her. She is a non-entity in the story. She has no direct agency, and she's not in control of any circumstances around her. Billy wanted to be in a relationship, so she was just automatically in a relationship with him. She said she didn't want to be in a relationship and wanted to end whatever it was they were doing, but she was powerless against the minor. She was the adult working alongside him. If she didn't want to sleep with him, that was as easy as never going to his house or never inviting him over to hers, and never allowing herself to be left alone with him. And to be clear, not being left alone with a 16-year-old is a very simple thing to accomplish. Most people do it every day and never notice. She had all the power in this situation. The relationship happened because she actively pursued it, and it would have never occurred had that not been the case.
Let me ask you a question. Why didn't you just get a divorce?
Because I didn't want a divorce.
What would you get a divorce and very smart for everything you own in the whole world? What would you be losing?
Everything he owned?
Everything the two of you together own. What would you be losing? Did you own a house?
No, we rented a condo. The things that we owned were owned jointly. The furniture, and he owned his own car, and I owned my own car, because I had had my car before we were married, so my car was in my name. And our bank accounts were in both of our names.
How much money did you have saved up?
Probably between $4,000 and $6,000 in the savings and the check.
Whose dog was Haley? How'd you get Haley?
Who's Greg gave him to me when I was graduating from college as a gift. It was my dog, I guess.
Do you know whether or not Greg had insurance?
Insurance?
Yeah, life insurance on himself.
I knew he had some life insurance, but I had no idea how much.
What was Billy Flynn's reactions on the times when you tell him the things you told us earlier about being wrong and having to break it off?
He told me that he was going to kill himself.
Okay, so no, this is blatantly manipulative, in a multitude of directions. This is a sexual predator stating that they preyed on a minor, not because they were a pedophile, but because they were manipulated by the minor, and feared that if they didn't sleep with them, the minor would kill themselves. This is such a wild excuse that it wouldn't even be used on To Catch a Predator, and those guys are some of the dumbest fucking assholes we've ever had to cover. Billy likely didn't say this, but let's suppose he did. Let's take everything she is saying at face value, and say that when she tried to break up with the child that she was in a relationship with, he threatened to hurt himself. Instead of looking at that as a clear sign that the child's mental health that she is in a relationship with is deteriorating probably because her involvement, she simply continued to sleep with him. She just had no idea how to not prey on the child that she was sleeping with after he said he would kill himself, which is ridiculous and entirely manipulative. This is just a terribly thought out smokescreen for Pamela to try and hide behind, because the reality is that she held the power in the relationship. She was the one who could drive, who could control Billy's grades, and who sought him out. She was the one who could have removed him from her class, stopped working on the orange juice project with him, and could have gotten him help if he was really struggling with his mental health. But she never did that because she didn't want to. She tries to give weight to the notion that she had no control in anything that happened, but she did. If you say you don't want something to happen, then actively work towards that thing, then people can logically conclude that you're probably lying. It's like if I said that I didn't want to gain subscribers, then continued to urge you to all subscribe and I continue to make content. So it's nonsense.
What tone of voice? That's what I mean by reactions.
He would usually cry.
Did you cry easily?
Did he cry easily?
Well, did he cry often? I guess?
Often? No, not often. Probably, I've seen him cry probably 4 times.
Can you tell us about one of them?
There was one time when we were in my car, and I had told him that I didn't want to have a relationship with him anymore, and he started crying, and he said that he couldn't live without me.
Where was that?
In my car,
No, where was your car?
Seabrook.
Any place you?
Yeah, right near the beach.
When was it?
The end of March, probably.
How did that make you feel when Billy Flynn
felt bad. I didn't want to hurt his feelings. I mean, I still wanted to be friends with him, and he was still a nice person. I didn't want to hurt anybody's feelings. So I felt bad when he cried.
What happened?
See, everybody, she's just a nice lady. She didn't want to hurt the feelings of the minor she preyed on, because that's just the type of woman she is. Don't convict her of manipulating that minor to kill her husband. She would never do that.
You indicated earlier that at some point in time you actually did break off with him. Can you tell us about that?
There was more than one time. What time?
The last time.
The last time? Yeah, I told him that there was absolutely no way that I could live like this any longer, and that I was going to tell Greg about it, and he didn't think that was a good idea. He told me that he didn't think that I should tell Greg.
Why didn't he think you should tell Greg?
He didn't say why, he just... I think maybe because he realized that that would be pretty final. I don't know, I can't speculate on what he thought.
When was this conversation?
Probably like April 28th, around there.
Last week of April somewhere?
Yes, it was either the Wednesday or the Thursday in the last week of April.
Could you describe Billy's behavior, his emotions as you had this conversation at this time?
He was crying. And then he stopped crying. He seemed mad at first, but then all of a sudden he just didn't seem mad anymore. He just asked if we could be friends, and I said yeah, but I thought that it was a good idea if he didn't come over to the media center, because I felt like if we kept seeing each other, that it would make it harder. But he said he couldn't just not see me anymore at all, that he wanted to still be my friend and to come over, so I said okay.
Where were the places that you were alone with Billy Flynn over these couple of months?
There were times when I was alone. I think there was 2 times I was alone in his house with him. There were numerous times I was alone in my car with him. And at my house. Or sometimes in my office. Well, he would come over periods 3 and 6, I believe, and Cecilia would come over periods 5 and 8.
Were they usually together when they were at your office?
No, they can't. They have the same, different study periods. There would be an occasion every once in a while where either Cecilia or Bill would have one of the other's study period, class canceled during one of the other person's study periods so that they would be over at the same time, but usually they weren't, because you can't just skip class over at school. You have to get a pass during a study period.
I'm going to skip past a considerable portion of the questioning, as her lawyer asks her about the time she let Bill and his friends take her car. A link will be left in the description box to watch the interrogation in full.
How many times was Bill Flynn at your house, ever?
In Derry?
Derry.
3,
Okay. The first was when?
when he came to film the orange juice commercial.
Second was?
March 24th.
Okay, is that 9.5 weeks?
Yeah.
When's the third time?
I don't remember the exact date. The last Tuesday in April.
Okay, what was that week? Was there anything special about that week?
Yes, I had said already that Greg was at a career school in Rhode Island.
How long was Billy there? What happened?
1 day, 1 night.
You spent the night?
Yep.
What did you do that night?
That night,
Eating, right?
ate dinner, watched movies.
Who cooked?
Who cooked?
Yep.
I did.
Who did the dishes?
He did.
Who cleaned up afterwards?
He did.
Did you do any other chores around the house?
Did he?
Yeah.
He took out the trash.
There's something pretty disturbing about the exact chores she gave Billy to do around the home. Those same tasks would be normal and innocuous if she said Greg or any person her age did them. Clearing the dinner setting, washing the dishes, and taking out the trash is a normal thing to do nightly. But the fact that a 16-year-old boy was tasked with them adds an almost maternal factor to the abuse. She cooked him dinner, then tasked him with cleaning the dishes and taking out the garbage. I'm again going to skip ahead, as we don't really have any commentary for the next portion of the footage. To summarize, her defense team is outlining her alibi for the night of the murder. If you recall, the plan was to kill Greg while Pamela was in a school board meeting, where she would be seen by multiple other parties. That was paramount, because in their minds, it put her above reproach. How could she have killed her husband if she was working? So going over her day is pointless. We know she didn't pull the trigger, and that she was not accused of doing so. The allegations are that she orchestrated the event herself.
After the meeting, what, if anything, did you do with him?
I believe Patty Weiser's husband, Cal Weiser, who's on the Winnicott School Board, walked me out to my car because it was dark, and usually someone would walk me out.
And where did you go?
Home.
Tell us what happened when you got home on May 1st, 1990.
I drove up to the house, and I went into the garage, and I went up to the house, and I noticed that the outside lights weren't on. And I remember thinking that that was odd because Greg usually left them on when he knew that I was going to be late. But, you know, I didn't think it was anything major. I just remember thinking it was odd. And I walked up the steps and I put the key in the door, and when I pushed the door open, I turned on the light and I saw Greg.
What did you do?
Well, it all happened in a matter of, like, not even a second, I don't think. And I remember seeing things near him, like a candlestick and a pillow, and I remember the first thing I thought was to go get help. And I said Greg's name, and he didn't answer, and I ran out. It all happened really fast. It's hard for me to remember exactly what order.
Did you know Greg was dead then?
No. I didn't know what was going on. I thought that someone was in the house still, though. I remember thinking that to run somewhere else and call the police.
What did you do?
I ran next door, and I started banging on the door, and no one would help me. It seemed like it was taking forever, and I was ringing the doorbell, and I was screaming, somebody call the police, someone help me. And they didn't come fast enough. I mean, they might have, but it just seemed like forever. And so I ran to the next door and started banging on it, and they didn't come. And I ran to the next one, and by that time, the girl was already coming down the stairs, because I guess she had heard me screaming. They let me in the house. They opened the door and asked me what was wrong. And I said, there's something wrong with my husband. Someone call the police.
There's something incredibly robotic and unnatural to how Pamela relays information. Focus not on the words she's saying, but the tone in which she says them. Does she sound like she's detailing how she found her dead husband's body less than a week away from their first wedding anniversary? Does she sound like she's relaying what had to have been the most shocking and horrific night of her life? No. She sounds like she's timidly placing an order at a restaurant. She doesn't sound at all affected by the words that she's saying, which is odd. Add to the fact that her emotions, or lack thereof, play perfectly into the narrative that the prosecution is putting forward. If she seemed shaken, began crying, or appeared like she was hurt by the findings of her husband's dead body, that would help the jury empathize with her. They could better grasp what she's talking about, and while her story would still rely on people blaming a 16-year-old for the sexual abuse that she put them through, it would be slightly more believable, but her tone never changes. She never emotes.
How long was it before the police got there?
Like a second. I mean, apparently someone had already called 911 before this man did.
What did you do when the police got there? Do you remember?
Excuse me?
Do you remember what you did when the police got there?
I remember I went back outside the house, and there was all kinds of cars and people had come outside, and I remember everyone was asking me what was wrong. Everyone was saying, "What's wrong with him? Is there something? Did he have a heart attack? And well, is he having any health problems?" And I kept saying that no, I don't know. I was crying, and someone asked me if there was anyone that I wanted to call, and I said call Greg's parents, and I gave them the phone number, because they live right around the corner.
While this was going on, what were the police doing? If you know, what did you see them doing where you were?
I don't know. I was on the knees I was on my knees on the ground. I don't remember. I mean, I'm sure they were going inside the house, but
How long was it before the police came up and gave you any information?
before I got any information, the Smarts had arrived. Greg's brother, his mother, his father, in Greg's brother's car, and they got out of the car, and they were all still in their pajamas, and they were like jumping out of the car, and they were asking me, "What's the matter? Where's Greg?" And I was screaming that I didn't know what was wrong. And Greg's mother tried to go inside the house, but the police, they wouldn't let her inside the house because they were all outside blocking the stairs. And she was screaming that she wanted to get in, and everyone was screaming at me what was wrong, and I didn't know, and I was crying. And then the EMTs or whatever, ambulance came, and 2 men went inside the house, and they came back outside of the house, and Greg's brother said, how come no one's helping him? And everyone was screaming, how come no one's doing anything? And a policeman came down the stairs. He said, because he's dead.
You know what you did after that night?
No, I have no idea what happened, except for I remember being at the Smarts house. That was the next thing, and I have no idea how I got there.
Finally, a small display of emotion. Whether this is genuine or not doesn't matter, because we finally got something out of Pamela.
How long did you stay at the Smart house?
I think till like 2 o'clock in the morning. Then I went to the police station.
Did anybody come over to Smart house?
Yeah, yes, a lot of people. The Smart family, aunts and uncles and friends of mine, my mom and my sister, my friend Tracy, Brian. I think Grammy and Grampy Smart came over too.
Where were you?
In the house, all over the place, usually in the upper living room or the downstairs.
Where did you stay the next few days?
Excuse me, where did I stay?
Right.
At my mother's. Well, I didn't sleep anywhere. I didn't sleep the whole night, but I went to the police station. I filled out a report, and then I went back to my mother's house at about 4 o'clock in the morning or something.
Did you know that evening how Greg had been murdered?
Well, Greg's brother, I believe, was the one who had told me, or somebody told me that the EMT had said that Greg died of a head wound that apparently had been hit over the head with a candlestick. That's how I thought he died.
Did you ever find out otherwise?
Yeah, I did.
How did you find out?
One day I was driving down the road and I heard it on the radio. That's how I found out.
This is such a patently stupid moment to take a break. I truly cannot emphasize how bad it was that her lawyers decided to ask for a break right at this moment. Because imagine you were the jury. After watching hours of the examination so far, this is actually really frustrating to see. It's like watching a professional baseball player strike out while playing t-ball. It was right fucking there and all you had to do was swing, and you fucking failed. You finally begin to see emotion in the defendant. After over an hour of unemotional reaction, she finally begins to show some sorrow about her husband's death. You're finally able to empathize with her just a little bit, and then they ask for a brief break. Their entire argument relies solely on viewing Pamela as a fragile, weak, and somewhat stupid individual. She tripped and fell into the arms of a child, who then killed her husband out of jealousy. She didn't know what she was doing. She just made a simple mistake. And the moment that becomes somewhat believable, they decide to pause the direct examination.
Emily, you remain under oath.
Yes.
I want to talk to you, or have you talk to us about the month of May, the month after your husband's death. think you told us earlier that you'd gone to stay with your folks for a while.
Yes.
How did you keep yourself busy during that month? What did you do?
I went back to work, and I continued my dance classes.
Just to point out once again how fucking stupid this was to take a break while Pamela was breaking down, imagine how she would answer this question if she had not been put on ice. She would likely have some kind of emotion. Maybe she would even shed a tear or two. There would be something present in her voice beyond the standard almost bored tone she has. She's being asked what she did the month after her husband died. If she said she moved back with her parents, continued to work, and took dance classes, but simply sounded like she was fighting back tears and struggling to get the words out, you would empathize with her. Maybe you would even feel bad that she had orchestrated her husband's death. But there's no emotion. It's just a straightforward recollection of what she did, which could be interpreted as her being callous and unfeeling following Greg's murder.
Do you have contact with your friends during that month?
Yes, almost daily.
Okay, who were the people you would be with during the month?
Sonia, Simon, Tracy Collins, Brian Washburn, Terry Schnell.
Did you see Bill a lot during that month?
Just at work.
Did Cecilia start to avoid you after May 1st?
No.
Did you
She
go any-
continued working in the media center, so I would see her, like I said, period 5 and 8.
Did you ever do any things with her after school at all? If you recall.
I went to the beach with her once with my sister, Sonia, and Cecilia. I believe that was in June,
In June?
the beginning. I think it was June 4th.
Now, at some point, did you get a place of your own to live?
Yes, I did.
Why didn't you go back to Misty Morning Drive?
Why didn't I?
Yeah.
Because my husband was murdered there and I didn't want to live in the same building.
This is an obvious answer, but again, Pamela and her legal team have given us nothing to empathize with. She's been straightforward and monotone throughout the questioning, and here it's no different. She doesn't appear upset, and doesn't say that going back home was traumatic for her. She just states the fact. She didn't want to live there because he died there.
Before we went on the jury view at the beginning of this case, when was the last time you've been there?
When we moved all the stuff out of the house, which would have been, the police wouldn't let anybody back in the house for at least, I think, 3 or 4 days after the murder. And eventually there came a time when I had to move the things out of the house. And so I went over there with my friends and my family.
Did you have much contact with the police during this period of time?
Yes,
Well, why don't you tell us a little bit about that? Who would initiate it? How often? Things like that.
I would usually talk to the police every day. And I would either call them or they would call me, or I would go down to the police station. There were times when they had specific questions about either friends of ours or like Detective Pelletier testified to who was in, questions like who was in the house before the murder and things like that.
Was Detective Pelletier correct that you brought up Cecilia Pierce's name to him in the first instance?
Yes,
Was he correct when he testified that you told him about the Project Self-Esteem program?
yes.
Did you go on television sometime, or were you interviewed by Channel 9 at some point?
Immediately after the murder, I was contacted by numerous media sources, Bill Spencer in particular, quite a few times, and he was leaving messages at the home of my parents where I was staying, and he wanted me to go on camera and talk about the murder.
As we mentioned previously, 6 days after Greg's death, Pamela would do her first TV interview at her own request. She contacted the reporter, she set up the interview, and she did so because she said she wanted to appeal to the public in order to find out who had killed her husband. She wanted the world to know what kind of person he was, and thought that she was the only person who could do so. The interview would end up backfiring on her, as she came across as cold and unfeeling towards her deceased husband. She never shed a tear, she spoke incredibly casually about the entire ordeal, and even stated that it was a good thing that he died when he did, just a year into their marriage, because had he been murdered years later, she would have loved him that much more. Which is nonsense to anyone who has ever lost a loved one. It doesn't matter how long the relationship was, the space of that person's absence in your life is immeasurable. The police would also note that there were things that she said in the interview that she could not have known, and things that she put forth as being fact that had not been confirmed to her. An example of this is when she talked about finding her husband's dead body, and how when she entered the shared residence, she immediately took note of the fact that one of their stereo speakers had fallen over, instead of her husband's dead body. She wanted to push the narrative that her husband's murder had been a robbery gone wrong, that whoever had killed Greg had done so because they really wanted to rob the place, a motive that had already been debunked by police at the time. Because the interview had gone so poorly in the eyes of the public, and because aspects of what she said in the interview had been called into question, Pam began to state that she had only taken the interview because a reporter harassed her relentlessly. She later claimed that he had threatened her, telling her that he was going to run multiple reports claiming that Greg had been killed over an old gambling debt, essentially defaming her dead husband, so she nobly took the interview to clear his name. That is obviously a lie.
What was your reaction to that?
Initially, I didn't go on camera. I told him that I didn't want to be on camera, but that he had said, and other news sources had asked me whether or not Greg had any drug involvement, and there was rumors that he was in the mafia, everything, and Greg did not do anything like that, and before he was buried, I wanted him to be laid to rest with some dignity and pride that he deserved.
In the period, well, in the whole month of May, did you ever connect Billy Quinn with the death of your husband in your mind?
Not initially. Well, first of all, I was told that it was a bungled burglary and that Greg had been, like I said, hit over the head with a candlestick. So initially, we didn't think that he was murdered, premeditated, I guess.
At any point in time, did you start to think about Billy Quinn?
Well, after I found out Greg was shot, there was all kinds of rumors going around that somebody had wanted this done and that it wasn't a bungled burglary. And the police changed their line of questioning towards me and started asking me if Greg had enemies, if I had enemies, and things like that. So, of course, when I was thinking about the questions, yes, that crossed my mind, whether anybody I know could have done this, but I eliminated that in my own mind. Then there came a time, I believe it was about a week after the murder, when I went back to work with my mother just to stop into the office. And I had occasion to go over to Winnicott High School to talk to the guidance counselor, Mrs. Kinsman. And when I was over there, I saw Bill Flynn.
Before we go any further, something she said in this portion stood out to us as being impossible, and that is the fact that when she was initially questioned by police, they didn't immediately ask if she knew anyone who would want to hurt Greg. To be clear, that is one of the first questions an officer would typically ask when discussing a murder. Even if it looked like a robbery gone wrong, even if they didn't think the person was murdered by someone who they knew, the police would still probe the friends and family of a victim, looking for potential leads. She would have been asked immediately if she knew anyone who had the motive to kill Greg, if there was anyone in their lives who would benefit from him being out of the picture, and that would have provided her the perfect opportunity to confess that she was dating a boy who wasn't legally able to drive yet, but she didn't.
Did you ask? Well, tell us what Bill Flynn, how he acted when he saw you. What occurred?
Well, like I said, I wasn't going over there to see him, and when he first saw me, he was surprised to see me. Well, I had seen him once before that at the wake, but that wasn't the first time that I saw him after the murder. But when I saw him in the hall, he was surprised to see me, and he stopped and talked to me, asked me how I was doing.
Was any mention made of your husband's death in that conversation?
Yes, that's why he asked me how I was doing. He wanted to know if I was okay, and just the same question. He asked me the same questions every single person that I saw was asking me how I was doing, if there was anything they could do for me, things like that. And then he started asking me questions about the police and if they had any leads, and had they found any like evidence or things like that. And he kept going on about that, and that was the first time it ever came across my mind. Could he have done this?
Did you say anything along those lines to him?
Yes, I did. I said, Bill, you didn't have anything to do with this, did you?
What did he say?
He said, no, I was crazy. That he thought I must be losing my mind, that he couldn't believe that I would even ask him that, and that I should go to a psychiatrist. That's what he said.
If you're following along at home, now she is claiming that the teenage boy that she groomed and sexually abused gaslit her, again trying to make the person she took advantage of into being the bad guy. She is just a nice teacher who was taken advantage of by a high school student.
You mentioned
He was mad. He was mad. He was mad.
Did you accept his denial at this point in time?
Yes, I did. I felt bad afterwards that I had accused him of that.
You mentioned a moment ago that you saw him at the wake. Do you recall, I believe it was Cecilia Pierce, testified that she went to the wake, and that when they came up to see you at the wake, I believe she testified that you said something to the effect that you were glad to see them, but they made you uncomfortable and they should leave. Do you recall her saying that?
I recall her saying that in this courtroom,
Right.
but I don't recall her saying that at the wake, but I remember saying that they made me uncomfortable.
Why did they make you uncomfortable?
They all didn't make me uncomfortable, but Bill did.
Why? Does he
Because of No, I didn't know at the time that he had done it.
Why did you
But
make
he
you
made me
uncomfortable?
uncomfortable because of the relationship that I had with him.
Okay, now I'm not sure if it's me or you, but we're doing what Mr. Halverson's called Dublin. We're talking over each other. So let me finish the question.
Okay.
How often between the death of your husband and the boy's arrest did you see Bill Flynn? After you've gone back to work.
I usually saw him at the media center, probably every day, well, Monday through Friday at the media center. He would, at the time, I was working on a newsletter, and he was helping me mail it out, and so was Cecilia. So they would come over during their study periods and help me affix the labels onto them.
Did you see him outside of work at any point in time between those two periods, those 2 days?
Yes, I saw him on May 31st,
Okay, how do you know it was May 31st?
because it was Memorial Day and I had the day off.
Okay, can you tell the people on the jury where you saw her and what occurred?
I had mentioned previously that I had to get the stereo taken out of Greg's truck because I was selling the truck, well, at the time I didn't know what I was doing, but I had to do something. And so he had said that he could take the stereo out for me because I was going to go to a stereo place to get it out, and it would have cost me, like, I don't know how much, but I think it's something like $60, and he said he would do it for free. So,
Did you bring the truck somewhere for him to do that?
yes, I brought it to Vance Latamy's house.
And was there any discussion about anyone buying the speakers at that point in time?
Vance had indicated an interest in the speakers and asked me what I was doing with them, but I didn't say I would sell them to him or anything like that at that time.
Later on, did anything happen with the speakers?
Bill had asked me quite a few times after that what I was planning on doing with both the stereo and the speakers, because he said he knew people who would buy both of them from me if I was interested in selling them. And eventually he had said that Vance was specifically interested in the truck speakers.
Now, did anything else occur on May 31st? with the kids?
Yes, it did. When we were over there, there was a girl by the name of Michelle Nichols also over there who was JR's girlfriend, and Ralph Welch was there and his girlfriend Michelle. Then there was some other guy, I don't know. There was a lot of people there, and people kept coming over to the truck and talking, and Vance was talking to one of the other kids about a Trans Am that was at Dreher Holloway where his mother worked, and it was some sports car or something, and they were talking about that, and it came up in conversation that they wanted to go over there to the dealership to see it. And because they had taken out the car stereo for me for free, I said that I would give them a ride up there.
Pamela has done her best to make this event sound fairly innocuous. She didn't hang out with her high school-age ex-lover shortly after her husband died. She just went over to the house to have them take out her car's stereo, and it wasn't anything romantic or strange. But yes, her 16-year-old ex-friends brought their appropriately aged girlfriends to hang out as well. But it wasn't some kind of double date scenario. It just happened to work out that way, and she was being kind when she offered them rides. She wasn't trying to reward them for killing her husband or anything. The issue with Pamela's version of events is that there are always two ways to interpret what happened. The obvious way, which makes her look terrible, or the complex way, which involves 5 minutes of storytelling to make sense. There's always some small detail that only she knows that justifies her actions. She didn't start having sex with a teenage boy because she's a pedophile. She was vulnerable after being cheated on, and the minor manipulated his way into her life. She didn't stay in that relationship because she wanted him to kill her husband and used sex as a bargaining chip to get him to do it. She stayed with him because he threatened to kill himself should she ever leave. And she didn't go over to spend time with him outside of school because she liked him. She just needed a favor that only him and his 16-year-old friends could help with. In her retelling, she is always the victim. Everything happened to her, and she was helpless the whole way through.
Were you interested in getting a new car at this point in time?
Not that, maybe, I don't know. I didn't make any specific plans, like I never test drove and done financing on a specific car or anything like that. But yes, the thought had crossed my mind.
Before Greg's death, had he and you thought about getting a car, or had you gone to look at cars?
Well, we've gone to look at cars quite a few times, but nothing serious. I mean, one day we went out driving BMWs, but obviously we weren't going to buy one because they were too expensive. But Greg just liked to do things like that.
Hey, after you go to this car dealership, what happens? Where do you go with?
Well, it was myself, Bill Flynn, Michelle Nichols, Vance, and Pete. And we went into the car dealership and saw that it wasn't like a car that was for sale, I don't think. It was some big souped up like race car thing. I don't know. I think it was really expensive or some, I don't even know that it wasn't something I was looking at to purchase at all. But I met Mrs. Latimer there and talked to her, just met her and went home after. It was nothing big.
When were there other times, again, between the arrest of the boys and your husband's death, that you saw Bill Flynn outside of work?
I don't remember any other specific occasion except for the day before they were arrested.
Okay, tell us about it.
Terry Schnell, a friend of mine, was over my house. I believe it was Saturday, and we were sitting around the house. We were going to go down to the beach just for a drive, and Bill Flynn called the house and asked me what I was doing, and I told him just what I just said. And he said that if I went down to the beach to stop by and say hi. So I went down to the beach. We drove, Terry and I drove, I think we went out to get something to eat. Then we went to Bill's house, and he and Vance were over there.
Okay. How long did you stay there?
About 5 minutes. It was someone's birthday, and there was ice cream cake, and I had a piece, and then we left.
Okay. Who left and where'd you go?
Well, Terry and I had rented some movies, I think, or there were movies in the house already, I'm not sure. And we said we were going to watch them, and Bill asked if he could come over and watch them too with Vance. So I said, sure, I guess. And they got in the car, and we all went back to my house.
How long did Terry stay there?
at my house.
Yeah.
Originally, she was supposed to sleep over that night, but for some reason, either she got a phone call or she called her boyfriend, and she decided to go back up to Derry to be with him.
And how long did Bill and Dan stay over?
Probably like 4 hours or so. And then Pete Randall came over and on a motorcycle and took Vance with him to go to Melissa or Michelle's house, I'm not sure which one, which are both of their girlfriends. And Bill didn't want to go with them because, first of all, you can only fit 2 people on the motorcycle. And second of all, because he didn't want to go over with both of their girlfriends and them.
Was there any use of the phone, either outgoing or incoming, while those young men were at your house?
Not that I remember. Not on that day.
Did there come a time when you found out that the boys were arrested?
Yes.
Okay. Now,
That was, I think, the night of June 10th. Or June
I
11th.
think we were just talking about the night before. Maybe I got lost there. Were we just
Okay.
talking about the night before?
Yeah.
Okay. Between the point in time when they're over watching the movies and when you find out,
Well, we never watched the movies.
okay.
Yeah.
Point in time they're over there, what occurs? How does the evening end? And
Oh, okay. Well, like I said, Vance and Pete left for a little while. Pete never came in the house or anything. And so Bill and I were just over at the house watching TV, and we ate dinner, and then he asked me what I was doing that night, and I said nothing, and he asked me if I wanted to go to a movie or something, and I said I didn't think so, and then Pete and JR came back and said, what are we doing? And we said nothing, and then, I don't know whose idea it was, but we all decided to go to the movies.
did you go to a movie?
Yes, we did. We went to see Total Recall, but it was sold out, and we saw, I think it was called Firebirds or something.
I couldn't hear you.
Firebirds, I think it was, I don't know. In Portsmouth.
What happened after the movie?
We came back to my house, and we were just sitting there, and then I don't know. The reason they were staying over around was because since Greg's death, I hadn't been by myself at all on any night. I was either with a friend or my family, and this would have been the first night that I would have stayed by myself. And I remember saying that I was apprehensive about being alone in the house by myself. And that's why originally, like I had said, my friend Terry was supposed to sleep over. And like I said, at the last minute, she went back home. So I had mentioned that. And then at some point in the night, Pete or JR called one of their girlfriends and decided to go back over their girlfriend's house. And Bill and I watched 2 movies.
Okay, and what time are we at now?
By the time the movies are over? Well, one of the movies was The Abyss, and I remember it was really long. And I remember it wasn't over till like 3 o'clock in the morning, because like I said, we had gone to a movie. I think we went to like a 7 o'clock, which would bring us home at 9:30 and watch 2 movies. So it's about 3 o'clock in the morning. I fell asleep during the movie anyways.
You know, it's 3 o'clock in the morning. Bill Flynn's still at your house. Have you rekindled your affair with him?
No, not at all. He was just watching a movie.
Her reaction to this question is somewhat funny given the question, but it just validates the point we made earlier. She is discussing how Billy came to her apartment after murdering her husband, and how the two basically went on a date with his friends, then stayed over until early next morning. Logically, one would assume that if 2 people who used to be intimate spent the night together, they would either be still romantically involved or would have rekindled their physical relationship during that time. But she reacts as if thinking that she would have slept with Billy is ridiculous. Of course he didn't come over to have sex with her. He just came over to watch a movie. It's not like they had ever had sex when he spent the night at her house before, or when they had watched movies there. Her argument is essentially nonsense, because it insists that she wouldn't do things that we know conclusively that she did. You can't act scandalized about being asked if you would do something that you've already admitted to doing in the past. Or, I mean, you can, but most people will obviously not believe you.
What's going on that night? Is he staying over?
Well, actually, yes, he did end up staying over that night, because it was 3 o'clock in the morning. And he just said he would stay over. He was going to put a deadbolt on my door the next day.
Where did he sleep and where did you sleep?
He slept on the couch and I slept upstairs in my bedroom.
What was the thing about a deadbolt? Why did you want a deadbolt?
Why did I want one? Because I don't know, I was afraid to stay by myself, and I just wanted a deadbolt on the door. And I had purchased one at Ames, and I didn't know how to put it on, and he was going to put it on for me.
Now, what occurred the next day when you get up in the morning?
Well, I got up in the morning, and I was in the shower, and the doorbell rang. And obviously I couldn't get it because I was soaking wet. And Bill went and got it, and it was Pete and JR.
Okay. How long were Pete and JR at the house, do you recall?
They came into the house, and I was still in the shower, and I finished taking a shower, and I put on sweatpants and a sweatshirt, and I came downstairs, like my hair was still in a towel and everything. And I was walking down the stairs, and right when I came down the stairs, everybody stopped talking. So I just kind of stared at everyone. And then Bill looked at me and said, "Can I just talk to them for a few minutes? Can you go back upstairs?" And I said, "Why? This is my house." And he said, "It's just something stupid I'll tell you about later." So I went, all right, and I went back upstairs and got ready. And I came back down about 45 minutes later.
Now, how long in all are they at your house? How long from when you go up to take a shower to when anybody leaves is it?
3 hours. Well, I mean, I came back downstairs in between then.
Right.
Okay, right, and I asked Bill what was wrong, and he said that Pete had gotten in a fight with Ralph. And I said, "Why?" And he said, "Because Ralph was saying things that weren't true about Pete." And when he said a fight, I thought he meant an argument. But later on, I had found out that it was not just an argument, it was physical.
Was there any phone usage during this period of time?
Yes.
Can you tell us about it, please?
They used the phone a couple times. I remember Bill asking me if they could use the phone, and I said yes, and I don't know who they called. I remember one call that I was downstairs for was Vance called his mother, and his mother said there was a family emergency and to come home. So Vance asked me if I could give him a ride home.
Did you in fact give him a ride home?
Yes, I did.
How are these three behaving at this point in time?
Well, like I said, I really don't know Pete at all, so, I mean, I don't know anything to compare his behavior to. And JR's was just normal. He's usually just pretty regular. I don't know. And Bill just seemed a little nervous. I mean, I wasn't taking notes or anything because I didn't know what was going on.
When you gave him a ride home, who did you give a ride and where did you give him a ride?
All three of them. They said they couldn't take the motorcycle because it was JR's cousins and his mother would get mad if she saw that he had it. So they asked me to drive with them to JR's, and I dropped JR off, I believe, at the front of his driveway, and he had told the other two kids that he wanted to go in the house by himself because his mother had said it was some family emergency. So I believe I dropped the other two off at some store near a laundromat, and then I went shopping.
When was the next time you saw Bill Flynn?
Well, I had gone to Ames to get some athletic tape, and I don't know what else I bought, but I was there probably for about 15 minutes or so. And as I was driving back down the road, I passed the point where I dropped them off, and I saw them walking down the road, so I pulled over. And I asked them when they were going to come get the motorcycle because it was in my garage, and they said they were going to get in the car and get it right then. So I picked them back up and drove them to my house. And Pete and JR took the motorcycle.
Can you go with them at this point in time?
Yeah, but like I said, they can't all fit on the motorcycle at once. So Pete and JR took the motorcycle, and Bill said he was going to go, I think he said either to Winnicott or to Tuxfield or something like that. And he left, he just walked.
How far was it to Tuxfield from your place? Walking in time.
5 minutes, I guess.
When was the next time you saw Bill Flynn?
When he took the stand in this courtroom.
Did there come a time when you found out that Bill, Pete, and JR had been arrested?
Yes.
How did you find that out?
That it was specifically them or that someone had been arrested?
Someone had been arrested.
Once again, I found out on the news, on the 11 o'clock news. I was in with Terry Schnell.
What happened after you hear, well, tell us what you hear on the news first, and then tell us what happened.
Well, I watch the news every night, and it was 11 o'clock, and we were upstairs in my room, and I believe it was a Monday night, and the news came on, and they said 3 male juveniles have been arrested in connection with the May 1st killing of Gregory Smart of Derry.
Did they identify them?
No, by name?
Right.
No, just 3 male juveniles.
What was your reaction to that news?
I was upset
What?
for a number of reasons. Well, first of all, I was upset that someone was arrested and that I didn't know anything about it. And number 2, I was upset because once again I had to find out about something in connection with the death of my husband from the news. And number 3, I was upset because they had said Seabrook, and I didn't know if it was somebody that I had known or someone that was around me or someone who was going to come after me. Someone from their family. I just was upset.
Did you do anything that evening to find out who was arrested?
That evening, I believe I called Patty Weiser, my secretary, to ask her if her husband, like I said, he was on the Winnicott School Board, if he could call the principal of the school and see if she knew who it was.
And what was her response to that? Did you get
Patty had no idea. She didn't know anything. I think I called the Derry police too, but I was told that no one from the detective division was in, because like I said, it was like 11 o'clock at night.
What did you do for the rest of the evening, for the night?
Sat in bed all night.
Did you sleep?
No,
Where was Terry?
right there with me.
Did you do anything in the morning to try to find out who it was that was arrested for killing your husband?
Yeah, well, because they had said Seabrook, I had figured that I would call either Bill or Cecilia and see if they knew anything about it, because it's a pretty small town, and I figured with the arrest of someone for a murder that people would know who it was. So I decided that I would call either Bill or Cecilia, and it was, I think, about 5:30 or 6 o'clock in the morning. And so I just dialed Bill's phone number, and his mother answered.
Tell us about the conversation.
Well, when she answered, I said, "This is Pam Smart," and she had known me because I had met her on a number of occasions. I said, "This is Pam Smart, and I'm trying to find out what's going on. Is Bill there?" And she said, "Billy's been arrested."
Did she tell you what Bill was arrested for?
Yes. That was my next question. I said, "For what?" And she said, "For first-degree murder, and Pete and JR are accomplices."
What was your reaction to that?
My reaction? Total shock and disbelief. That I could not believe that Bill could even be arrested for this. And I thought my first initial reaction was, oh my God, they found out about the affair and they've arrested the wrong person.
The wrong person?
Yeah, because I didn't think Bill could murder someone. And I said that to Mrs. Flynn. I said, what do you mean he's been arrested and why and what happened? And she said, "I don't know, Pam. They told me that they have evidence." And I said, "What evidence?" And she said, "I don't know." And and then she said, I said how or why or I don't know. I was asking all kinds of questions. And she said to me, "I think you better get a lawyer." And I said, "What do I need a lawyer for?" She said, "You just better get one."
What was your reaction to that?
Exactly what I just said. Wondering why in the world I would need a lawyer.
What did you...
Pausing for a moment, in the cases we have covered where a woman grooms and sexually abuses a minor, which is what has occurred here, there's always the sense of disbelief when they are eventually brought to light. Mary Kay Letourneau did the same thing, responding with shock when the affair that they've been having with a child is discussed as being illegal and inappropriate. In their minds, what they did cannot possibly be the same as if a male teacher had sex with a female student, even though it absolutely is. They have harmed their victims the same way adult men can, but they decide that it's altogether different. They will allege that the minor pursued them, that they were the instigator in the relationship, and they, the adult in the situation, were simply powerless to do anything. But that is obviously not true. Even if the minor had a crush on the adult, even if they thought they were attractive and made their feelings known, it was the adult's responsibility to protect the child from themselves, to tell them that the relationship would be inappropriate, and to do what they could to shut down any further advances, even if it meant removing the child from their class. Instead, Pamela manipulated the boy into thinking that they were in a loving, long-term relationship, where she was fucking acting like his mommy, and the only thing that stood in the way of them being together and having all the sex he wanted was her stupid fucking husband, and that if he killed him, they could finally do all the things that he wanted. This kind of response is obviously bullshit, but more importantly, it's the defense mechanism because to say you sexually pursued a minor is reprehensible. You can't come back from that in most people's eyes. And you know that Pamela, Mary Kay, and every other predator doesn't believe that what they did is normal, because the sheer amount of effort they put into hiding the affair from others.
Did you take any other actions that day to find out what was going on? Or did you just let the thing drop?
No, I called everybody that I could think of. I called the dairy police, I called my parents, I called first of all my friends were calling me all morning, asking me if I knew who it was. I called the school again. I went over to my mother's house in Windham, and I called Dan Pelletier from the dairy police once again.
Did the dairy police give you any information about what was going on and why Billy Flynn had been arrested?
No, they told me the same thing they've told me throughout this entire investigation, which is, I'm sorry, we can't tell you anything. And then now, because it was juveniles, they said we can't tell you anything because they're juveniles.
What effect over the next few weeks did the arrest of Billy Flynn have on your life?
Well, like I said, I was having a very hard time believing that Bill could have committed this crime. I didn't want to believe this. And I was searching for someone to tell me why, how, if this was true. Just everything. Nobody would give me any information.
Was this something that you thought about once a day or in passing, or was it?
No, I thought about this every waking moment of my life.
Could we, if you want to ask the cameras, just take a break every once in a while?
No more pictures, gentlemen, no more pictures.
Did you do anything to find out what was going on and why the police thought that your former lover killed your husband?
Well, there was rumors flying around all over the place, and I just, basically, of course, every person that knows me was calling me up, asking me, do you know these kids? Have they ever met Greg? Why would they have done this? Everyone was asking me for the answers, and I was asking everyone else, and it was like chaos. It really was. And I called the dairy police at least twice, 3 times a day, seeking information, to which I got none. And I called the Attorney General's office. I called the Victim Witness Program.
Who'd you talk to up there?
I talked to Gabe Putnam from the Victim Witness Program on a few occasions, and I spoke with another woman at one point, but I can't remember what her name was.
Let's say that Pamela's story is true. Her husband was murdered 6 days before their first wedding anniversary, and the child she was sleeping with was arrested for the murder, alongside 2 of his best friends. If you were in her position, wouldn't your first thought be, oh no, he killed my husband to be with me because we were having an affair? Because that's what most people would think. Again, it's the obvious conclusion. Even if you don't believe that is the case, that would be the obvious motive. And she even claimed to have thought that is why Billy was initially arrested. But according to Pam, that just didn't occur to her after that. She needed to have the reasoning spelled out for her in no uncertain terms, and even then, she was still confused.
Did any of the people you called give you any information to let you know whether or not Billy Flynn really did this, or why the police suspected him?
No.
How did that leave you feeling?
I felt like I was nothing. I felt like I felt like I was a reporter, that like I was seeking information for no reason other than to report it to the rest of the world. And I did not feel like the victim's wife.
Throughout the testimony, whenever Pamela has displayed any sort of emotion, it's always centered around the notion of not feeling respected as the victim's wife. When she almost cried earlier, it was after she stated she found out her husband had been shot over the radio. Her voice wavered again when she claimed that she found out about Billy's arrest the same way, and here she sounds agitated and upset about not feeling like she was being treated the way a victim's family should be, which is crazy because she is on trial for taking part in the plot to murder her husband. This would be like if Chandler Houderson took the stand in his defense and stated he was partially upset that the police didn't directly say that he was the suspect, and gave him all their evidence. Well, fucking obviously you weren't being treated like an innocent victim's wife. You were being investigated for your part in the murder. All of the evidence pointed at you. Of course the police weren't going to be as open with you about what was going on. This point is so outlandish that it's questionable why the attorney would try and go down this route with her. Did they really expect the jury to empathize with her about this? Did they think that the men and women in the jury box are going to view her as a poor widow, who only cheated on her husband with a minor, but otherwise did nothing else wrong? Maybe we should take a temperature check right now in the video. If you feel like this is a good avenue for the attorney to go in, and if this point changes your feelings about the case, let me know down in the comments below. I would be interested to know why.
Did you see Cecilia Pierce after the boys were arrested?
Yes.
And tell us about interactions you had with Cecilia in this period of time. You asked to try to get information from her.
Yes, my only source of information was Cecilia Pierce and the news. I mean, I would pick up the newspaper and turn on the news every night to find out what was going on in my own life. That's how bad it was.
Okay, how about Cecilia?
Through Cecilia, basically, I had heard rumors that were going around town, and originally that's what she was telling me, but that changed in time.
Was there a point in time when you and Cecilia were both doing a driving education sort of thing? You were teaching her how to drive, or she was driving the car in Hampton, New Hampshire, for around this period of time?
Yes. The night before the kids got arrested, I think it was, wait. Let me just think. All right, I don't know what day it was.
Just tell us what happened. What's going on?
I was sitting at my house by myself. It was about 8 o'clock at night, and the doorbell rang, and it was Cecilia Pierce and Michael Welch. They had said they had just gone to a concert at the Club Casino in Hampton, and that it was canceled prematurely or something like that. And they came into the house and started talking to me. It was the day before the kids got arrested. And then Cecilia asked me what I was doing, and I said nothing, and she asked me if she could sleep over. And I said yes. So Michael went home, and Cecilia and I went in my car to her house to get clothes so that she could have something to wear to school the next day. And
what occurred?
on the way down to her house, I'm not sure who was driving, but I had let her drive my car all the time with me in it because she was approaching getting her license, and as long as I was over 21, which I was, she was allowed to be driving the car. So she would always ask me to drive, and we were driving back from her house, and we were down near the beach on the way to my house, almost at my house, when the car got pulled over by everyone. There was mounted police in paddy wagons, cruisers, motorcycles. The car was completely surrounded and told to pull over immediately.
Did these police officers act like officer friendly when they pulled you over?
No, not at all.
If you didn't hear the lawyer's question, he asked if the police officers acted like officer friendly when they pulled her over, and she said not at all, which, I'm sorry, of course they didn't. They had pulled over her car with the belief that one of the boys who she was convinced killed her husband was in the vehicle, so they believed they were going to be arresting a murder suspect. Of course they weren't going to be overtly accommodating.
like I said, Cecilia was driving, and they surrounded the car, and they put these big spotlights on us, and they told us not to move a muscle. And the dog was in the car, and he jumped up, and I reached down to get the dog, and the officer started screaming at me and told me to lift my hands up and not to move or reach down for anything again. So I was terrified.
How long did you stay stopped by those police officers surrounded?
The whole thing was probably about 10 minutes. And when the woman came over to the car, she was asking Cecilia for her license and registration, which obviously she didn't have because it wasn't her car and she doesn't have a license. And so I was trying to explain that she was driving my car and all this, but the woman was so mean. She was screaming, and I was really nervous, and so was Cecilia. It was very, very intimidating. And then I heard it come across her radio.
Objection, Your Honor.
Stand.
Your Honor, if I could approach it and make an offer of proof on this. The court rules indicate that you're offer of proof we have to approach. I think you were about to tell us what you heard over the radio.
Yes, I heard a voice come across the officer's radio, and they said, "Just tell her we pulled over the wrong car." And the woman was turning it down as the person was saying it. And then the woman said, "We pulled over the wrong car."
Did you believe her?
No.
What did you think was going on?
Judge, objection.
I'll withdraw.
You withdraw, you say?
I'll withdraw, Judge.
All right.
So they let us leave. They told us we could go, and so we went back to my house.
Now this happens the night before Bill Flynn gets arrested, is that correct?
Yes. It was the night of, like, they had left and taken the motorcycle and gone and everything, and then that night Cecilia came over. I believe it was June 10th. It was a Sunday. Yep, Sunday.
Tell me about your interactions with Cecilia Pierce after the arrest of the boys. How often do you see her? What's going on?
Well, what happened was the next day, I went to work and she went to school, and I saw her during that day, which would have been Monday. Then I went home after school, and Cecilia's mother called me and asked me if Cecilia was over my house. And I said no, because she wasn't. And Mrs. Eaton told me that Cecilia, the Derry police were in Seabrook, and that they were looking for Cecilia and they wanted to question her. And Mrs. Eaton indicated to me that she was looking for Cecilia, first of all, and second of all, that she was getting mad that Cecilia was being questioned so much. And I asked, what were the Derry police doing in Seabrook? And I said that if she found Cecilia and took her down there to let me know, because I wanted to go down there and talk to them, because I was seeking information.
Did you at some point go down there, or did you see Cecilia at some point?
Mrs. Eaton called me back and told me she found Cecilia at her friend Heather's house, I believe, and that they were on their way to the Seabrook police. And so I went in my car and went down there too. And when I got there, I went in the front door with Mrs. Eaton and Cecilia, and the Detective Pelletier and Captain Jackson were there. And they came out and they both looked surprised to see me. And I asked them if they could tell me, I said, what's going on? Because the Derry police were in Seabrook, so obviously something was going on. And I had said to them that I was concerned about my car being pulled over. And Detective Pelletier said he couldn't talk to me right then. And he took Cecilia in another room and interviewed her.
Did you talk to Cecilia after this interview?
She came out and I said, what's going on? And she said, nothing. They just asked me the same questions they always ask me. So I went back to my house that night and I called Captain Jackson at the Seabrook Police, and I told him that I was seeking information once again and that my car had been pulled over, and I was wondering what was going on. Would someone please tell me what is going on? And
You get an answer then?
no, once again, he told me, we can't tell you anything. And then he told me that my car was mistaken for another car. And I said, I'm not that stupid.
When's the next time you see Cecilia?
School the next day.
Rather than going through each
And well,
and
that night the boys were arrested.
You heard those tapes in there. They look like here,
Right.
right? What's that all about? What's going on?
Well, and the first two are the last or all of them? Or what?
I can't.
The first two tapes are the...
Talk about any of them
Okay.
you want.
Well, what happened was that after the murder...
Objections, narration. You can have some proper questions.
Narration is proper on direct examination, opposed to leading.
I disagree, Judge. Just telling her to say whatever she feels like about the tapes. I'd like some questions here. Which one we're talking about? What's the proper question?
I'll start at the beginning.
All right.
Tell us about what leads to the conversations on the first tape. What's going on? How do you happen to get together with
Okay.
Cecilia?
After the murder, after the arrest of the kids, Cecilia was calling me on the phone, and she was very nervous, very excited, and worried, and saying that she couldn't believe the kids were arrested. So I was wondering what she was so worried about, and she seemed to indicate to me that she knew more than she was saying. So, obviously she knew about the affair, but I didn't mean just the affair, I meant more about the murder. And so she kept calling me, and she would see me at the office, and she was all excited about everything going on. So I thought that she had more information. And once again, like I said, my only source of information was Cecilia Pierce or the news, and I was totally obsessed with finding out who murdered my husband, why, what had happened in that house, and just why no one was telling me anything.
So what did you do?
Well, I figured that if she knew more about the murder, then she would tell me if I acted like I knew more about it. And I told her, well, she had said to me that she had asked me, did I know about the murder beforehand? And initially I had said no. And then she made a statement to me that if I knew more about it, as long as I told her that she wouldn't tell anyone, and that we had to stick together. So, in my mind, I thought that I would play a game with her, and I would say that I knew more about the murder.
This is Pam trying to retroactively justify why she alluded to her part of the plot to kill her husband on the calls with Cecilia. She was trying to emotionally manipulate the teenager by telling her that they needed to stick together, and repeatedly reminding her how she let her stay in her home as a form of emotional blackmail. She was simply playing 5D chess, trying to convince the young woman that she knew more about the murders, so she would tell her more about the murders. And like every other explanation that she's given, it makes no sense.
No, you should play a game. What's the game? What's going on? What's the point of this?
To get information.
Do you ever, during that period of time, say between the arrest of the boys and your own arrest, say August 1st, 2nd, whatever, do you ever get enough information to decide whether or not Bill Flynn's guilty?
Well, all the information that I was getting seemed to indicate that. But in my heart, I didn't want to believe it.
Why not?
Because I didn't want to believe that someone I knew had done this.
When you were talking to Cecilia on any of those tapes, did you know what had happened to your husband in that house?
No. All I knew was rumors of what I had heard, which ranged from everything. I had heard totally outrageous things to plausible things.
What were some of the things you heard?
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay. Doesn't come in for, how's it state of mind, Your Honor?
Still object, Your Honor.
Does it stand?
How were you feeling during the summer?
How was I feeling during the summer?
Yeah.
I was feeling totally obsessed with wondering what had happened in there. I used to sit in bed every single night and wonder what happened to Greg. I didn't care about anything else.
No further questions.
So that was the entirety of Pam's direct examination, as made public by Court TV. Now I'll turn the question over to you. Do you think she's innocent? Do you think that she successfully countered all the evidence against her? Why or why not? In our next video, we will go over her cross-examination and where Pamela is now, alongside the campaign that has sprung up surrounding the case. If you have made it to this portion in the video, thank you for watching. I understand these videos are incredibly long, and to know that even one person hung in there all the way through is exceptionally validating. So, thank you. As always, if there's another video you would like to see on the channel, or a case you would like more attention brought to, email my brother and I at dreading.official@gmail.com. We are constantly combing through your suggestions, and would love to hear from you. With that said, have a great day, and remember to stay safe. Welcome back to another episode of Dreading, or if this is your first time here, welcome. Today we are going to be examining the cross-examination of Pamela Smart. This video is part 2 of our coverage into the Pamela Smart case. If you happen to stumble upon the video before watching the previous, I urge you to pause the video now, go to the description box, and click the first link there. That will get you all caught up on the coverage, and you will have all the available information about the subject. This case, like so many others, was sent in to us by viewers like you, and if there's a case you would like more attention brought to, email me at dreading.official@gmail.com. We're consistently going through your suggestions and adding your recommendations to our list. This channel wouldn't be possible without your support, so this is just our way of thanking all of you. But with all of that said, let us begin. For those of you who have opted to not watch the previous coverage, or who simply need a reminder, Pamela Smart was a Florida-born woman who loved metal and dreamed of being a broadcaster. When in college in the late 80s, she would become a radio DJ, with her moniker being the Maiden of Pain. During that time, she met and married Greg Smart, a young man who also had an affinity for metal music. However, less than a year into the marriage, Pamela would become dissatisfied with her relationship, as Greg had toned down his more metal appearance in order to help provide for his new life with her. Specifically, he had cut his long curly hair and gotten a job as an insurance salesman, which Pamela thought was somewhat disgusting. She would also allege that Greg had cheated on her during the first months of their marriage, although family and friends said this was untrue and completely out of Greg's character. Pamela would claim to be devastated by this betrayal and stated that she was so negatively affected that she would begin having an affair of her own with one of her 16-year-old students. Pamela had taken a job as the media coordinator at Winnicott High School in Hampton, New Hampshire, and had taken a liking to a male student there, Billy Flynn. Billy represented everything that Gregory wasn't: cool, young, and most importantly, metal. He had long hair, an earring, and even wore baggy jeans to school. She began to spend more time with the young man, using his clear crush on her as a sort of self-esteem boost, and Billy believed, truly, that they were in love. Eventually realizing that she no longer wanted to be married, Pamela came up with a plan of sorts. She didn't want to divorce Greg because, as Billy would later testify, she was scared that she would lose custody of their dog and the furniture that she had picked out. She wanted to keep everything they had purchased as a couple, but lose Greg. So she asked Billy and 3 of his friends to murder her husband. At first, the boys felt nervous about killing her husband, but Pam began to apply pressure to them. She told the 16-year-olds that her husband was abusive, always talking down to her, yelling at her, and had hit her during their time together. On one occasion, she brought all 4 boys into her office, just so they could listen to her and Greg fight over the phone. She did this to prove that Greg really was an evil person, worthy of being killed. Eventually, all 4 boys agreed to take out Greg, and 6 days before their first wedding anniversary, Pamela would become a widow. On May 1st, 1990, Pamela left work after her husband and made sure to leave the front door of the residence unlocked. That way the boys could break in after school, ransack the home, and then lie in wait for Greg to return. They would then instruct him to give them all of the money he had in his wallet, as well as his wedding ring, before shooting the 24-year-old in the head. Pamela would be at work until 10 p.m. that night, as she had a school board meeting to attend, which she believed would immediately eliminate her as a suspect. But the group of 16-year-olds, unsurprisingly, were not able to kill their teacher's husband without a hitch. The boys were nervous about the hit and struggled to make the crime scene look believable. They left high-value items throughout the house and only managed to make the scene look staged. When they tried to intimidate Greg into removing his wedding ring and giving them his wallet, the young man fought back, saying he would rather die than give up the ring, and pleaded only for the life of his dog. The boys would end up shooting him in the back of the head before covering his face with a blue towel as a sign of remorse. Eventually, the police were able to piece together the plan, and the boys would be taken into custody for murder. Pamela would be brought in a few weeks later. And when the boys learned that they would be tried as adults for the crime, they turned on Pam, telling the police about the affair that she had with Billy, and how she had promised to pay them each $500 for their part in the crime. Their story aligned with the evidence, and they were able to provide physical proof of their claims. Meanwhile, after Pamela was arrested, she alleged that the only thing she had done wrong in the lead-up to the murder was sleep with the 16-year-old. She said that the young man had manipulated her vulnerability after being cheated on by her husband, and had exploited that in order to have sex with her. She went further to state that in the weeks leading up to the murder, she broke up with the child she was sexually abusing, and told Greg about the affair in order to repair the relationship. But Billy had taken the news poorly and killed her husband in a jealous rage. But unlike the boys, she provided no evidence to validate any of these claims. Again, for a more in-depth rundown of the case, please refer to our previous video. We covered her direct examination at the end of the video, and how she unenthusiastically tried to claim innocence during the trial. But now that that's out of the way, we will watch the prosecution's rebuttal to Pamela's statements, and determine if Pamela had created enough reasonable doubt to get away with murder.
You know what happened to your husband in the summer of 1990 was not all you cared about, was it?
It was my main concern.
Right out of the gate, the prosecution is attacking Pamela's statements. The last thing she stated, prior to the defense resting, is that she spent the rest of the summer after Greg's murder worrying about the case. She also went so far as to admonish the police for not, quote, treating her like a victim during the investigation, as they were appropriately tight-lipped with where the investigation was heading. She claimed that she called them multiple times a day, trying to suss out what they knew, who they were looking at, and what they believed happened in the case, which, while that behavior is relatively normal for a victim's family to do, it's also in line with a perpetrator attempting to insert themselves into an investigation. If Pamela had appropriately set herself up to look like a victim in the case, taken the stand, and gotten the men and women on the jury on her side, the prosecution coming at Pamela in this way would look aggressive. She could use his direct nature to make herself seem like she was being unfairly attacked, making herself physically smaller and feign innocence. However, as we have previously covered, her direct examination did the opposite. Pamela had done very little to make herself seem like she cared for any of the people she claimed to, whether that be her deceased husband or the child she sexually abused for months prior to the murder. She was unable to state anything she loved about her husband. She mocked Billy's assessment of their relationship, and was unable to cry or even properly emote while on the stand, which, at best, would leave the jury conflicted on how to feel about her, and at worst, she would leave them believing that she had orchestrated the murder of her husband.
Now, what was your other concern?
What do you mean, every concern I have had? Or?
No, I mean the concern about your affair. Wasn't it your concern in the summer of 1990 that the affair not become known?
Yes,
And you didn't tell anyone in the summer of 1990, right?
except for Cecilia Pierce.
Except for Cecilia Pierce.
This addition only works to make Pamela look bad, but she seems to be entirely unaware of that. Again, they are discussing her sexual abuse of Billy Flynn, which, she has repeated, was a consensual affair, which also cannot be true as Billy was not old enough to consent. Moreover, she states that the only person outside of Billy and his friends who knew was Cecilia Pierce, the other child that she was emotionally manipulating during that time. Prior to the trial, Pamela would state that Cecilia was a smart, well-meaning girl who she got along with, who she wanted to help uplift, as she had a difficult home life. However, since Cecilia worked with the police, Pamela would almost neg the girl, stating in interviews that she only talked to the police because, and I'm not kidding, Cecilia probably had a crush on Billy and was jealous of her, which is a ridiculous and cruel thing to say as an adult. Pamela saw Cecilia was vulnerable. She saw that this young woman could be exploited because she was the only adult in her life that she trusted, and she exploited that trust. When Cecilia walked in on Pamela having sex with Billy, she immediately manipulated the teenager into keeping the affair secret. reminding her of everything that she had done for her, and it worked. Cecilia didn't want anything bad to happen to Pam because she was her friend and let her stay over at her home, and she had helped her in so many other ways.
And so, a moment ago in direct examination, you said when you heard Bill Flynn was arrested, you say, oh my God, they heard about the affair, they arrested the wrong person. Of course, you went right to the police to straighten that out, didn't you?
No, because I thought if the police knew that I had an affair with Bill, then they would automatically conclude that I was involved in the murder.
This is a stupid response, so let's break it down. Police stated that when the boys were arrested, she thought the police had simply found out about the affair and had presumed that Billy killed her husband without evidence. They found out that she had been sexually abusing a minor, then blamed the minor for an unrelated murder. They saw a victim of sexual abuse and decided to unfairly pin the murder on him, which, unfortunately, is not out of the realm of possibilities, given that many people do not believe that young boys can be victims to predatory women. The prosecution then asks why she didn't just call the police and clear the misunderstanding up. If she knew that Billy was a good kid, as she said, and knew he couldn't have killed Greg, why didn't she stand up for him? She could have told the police about the affair right then and there, and told them that they had stopped seeing each other a week prior to the murder, and proclaimed her innocence as well as Billy's. But she didn't. Instead, when asked by interviewers what she thought about the arrests, she sobbed uncontrollably and stated that she was devastated. Mind you, she showed more grief at that time than she showed for her husband's murder, which made most of the public think that something was off about the case. Then Pamela responds by saying that she didn't do that because she assumed that they would then think that she had something to do with a murder because she slept with the teen. But if she really thought that, why did she think she wasn't arrested when the boys were? If there was something that she was actively worried about, why didn't she try to clear up the misunderstanding? Why didn't she try to prove her innocence? If she believed that they already thought she was behind the murder because of the affair, why didn't she get a lawyer when Cecilia told her to? Why was that a confusing notion to her? To be clear, she had just stated minutes prior that she didn't know why the police were looking into her after Billy's arrest. The jury was there, they heard her say that, but now she is claiming that she knew that the police were going to look into her when they found out about the affair, and that she would likely be blamed for the murder. Those two things cannot be true at the same time.
Rather than get what you thought was the wrong person off and get him out of trouble and go and tell the police about the affair, you thought it was more important to keep quiet and keep the affair quiet. Is that right?
Yes.
So this was a conscious decision on your part not to tell the police about the affair.
Right, and also the police never asked me.
Oh, they didn't ask you. Oh, if they would have asked you, you would have told them, right?
I can't speculate on that, I don't know.
Well, tell us. What do you think you would have done if they would have asked you, hey, do you know any motive why Bill Flynn might have committed this crime? What you would have said?
I don't know. If I was sitting in a room with police officers, I possibly might have told them.
First off, the prosecutor is hilarious. When watching this prior to notating, I burst out laughing at his responses when she said she wasn't directly asked about the affair. But, back to our job. This is possibly the worst thing that Pamela could say on the stand, because all she is doing is emphasizing the fact that she cannot be trusted. Her words hold no weight, and she doesn't even know why she would have lied to the police if they were to directly ask her about the affair. It's an honest answer, as she probably would have lied and done everything she could to hide the fact that she sexually abused a 16-year-old student, but it destroys any credibility that she might have built up during that direct examination. How are we, the jury, supposed to believe her answers when she just stated that she would have lied to an authority figure? How do we know she isn't lying now when there is more at stake? So we're just supposed to trust her now to not lie when it would benefit her the most. Sure.
Possibly might have told them.
Yes.
Okay, so you think if the police would have asked you whether or not Bill Flynn had a motive to commit this crime, you possibly would have told them?
Yes.
That's not true, is it, Mrs. Mark?
That's what I just said. It's the truth.
Okay. Do you remember talking to the police on June 20th, 1990?
Yes.
Okay. You remember talking to the police at that time about motive for Bill Flynn to commit this crime?
Possibly. I don't know.
So Pamela didn't remember that she had actually been asked about the exact same thing she claimed she was never asked. Wow. She could not be doing a worse job. Mind you, when we have discussed men and women taking the stand in their own defense, there's been somewhat of a pattern. They are all people who believe that they are the smartest person in the room, and that they can outmaneuver the police to create the perfect crime. But they also put a lot of time and planning into the murders. They are rarely, if ever, crimes of passion. Pamela believed that if she were to manipulate Billy through sex, she could get him to do anything for her, and even if the crime were found out, he would go down for it and not her. But at nearly every hurdle, they stumbled. The miners tried to make it look like hitmen had made clear and obvious mistakes. She made herself look guilty through her media interviews and her inability to feign emotion, and now she has shown she can't even remember things that she said mere months ago. All of these people clearly believe that they are smarter than they are, and it's almost funny to watch them try to make excuses for their own genius plans failing.
You didn't tell them about the affair at that time, did you?
No, they didn't specifically say, did you have an affair with Bill Flynn either?
Oh, no. I mean, they didn't hit the nail on the head, they didn't ring the bell, so you didn't confirm it, right?
No.
Is that what you're telling this jury?
Yes, I'm telling the jury the truth that I had reasons that I didn't want them to know about an affair.
Okay, so we just got a clear picture. Pamela originally stated the police never asked her about if Billy had any motive to kill her husband, and that's why she didn't tell them about the affair. And then when pressed on that fact, she admitted that she could not definitively say if they did ask her if she would tell the truth, which is bad. Then the prosecutor brings up how the police did ask her, and she didn't tell them about the affair, which just confirms that what she just said was somewhat accurate, that being that she would lie to the police, which is obviously bad, but it also confirms that she would lie on the stand, because she just inserted that she was never asked. Now when that is brought up, she tries to cover herself by saying that the police never asked her directly if she was having an affair with a minor. That's so pedantic it's actually laughable, and it also makes her look like a jackass. To properly emphasize how stupid it is, let me run through a scenario. Let's say you told your niece that she can't have any cookies from the cookie jar. Later that day, you see all the cookies are gone. You ask your niece if she had a cookie, and she says no. You then see her face is covered in melted chocolate chips, and determined she did eat some cookies. You ask her why she lied about the cookies, and she says you only asked if she ate a cookie, not all the cookies. So it's your fucking fault for not asking her the goddamn question so specifically, even though the fault is still on her for lying. And now we see how stupid that is. If you do, you are officially smarter than Pamela, because she thought that was a great answer, and would properly display to the jury what a good, trustworthy person she is. She truly cannot be doing a worse job.
I'm sorry, Your Honor.
I'm not denying the fact that I didn't want the police to know about the affair. I really didn't want anybody to know if they didn't have to.
But it was a conscious decision, right?
Yes, it was.
Now, were you asked this question by the police, and did you give this answer? June 20, remember talking to them?
Yes.
This is after Bill Flynn's been arrested?
Yes.
Okay, question. Danny Pelletier, remember him?
Yep.
That's one of the things we need, though. Why you? Why your house? You know, we want to certify these kids, and we have a crime, and we have all these kids. We have the motive. I mean, this is the motive of burglary? Is that what was he at your house looking around? This is your response. Huh. I can't answer that. I really can't. I don't know. I'd like to think not. I'd like to wonder if he was, why the hell would he wait all the way from February to May? I mean, that's a long time, you know? I would think it would have been, in fact, okay. So say I've already gone through, I'm sure you can imagine, I've gone through all these questions in my mind 5 million times.
Exactly.
And you did not tell them about the affair.
No, I did not.
Because they didn't ask?
For 2 reasons that I just said. 1, they didn't ask, and 2, because I really didn't want anyone to know.
Now,
Pamela is trying to put the onus of responsibility on anyone except for her, even when that's nonsense. She already admitted she would have lied to the police, and the prosecutor just showed that she did lie to the police when she was asked. But now she is trying to navigate away from that by saying sure, she didn't want to tell the police about the affair directly, but maybe if they did ask her in no uncertain terms, she would have been honest. But that's clearly not the case. If you're saying that you didn't tell them because they didn't ask, but then also because you didn't want them to know, then even mentioning that they did ask is redundant. You already said that you would lie if given the chance, so why continue to bring that up? This line of questioning wouldn't even be happening had she simply admitted to being ashamed of the affair. Had she said she didn't want people to find out because what she did was shameful and she felt responsible for Greg's murder because of her actions, the jury could maybe empathize with her a bit more. Sure, most people aren't going around trying to state they had a romantic relationship with a minor that they were sexually abusing, but people experience shame all the time, and that shame can lead to them saying and doing some outlandish things. But instead, she shirks any and all responsibility. It wasn't her, it was the police. It wasn't her, it was a teenage boy that she was sexually abusing, and so on.
you come before this jury, and essentially you admit the affair.
Yes.
But you have no involvement in the murder of Gregory Smart.
No.
Isn't that exactly what you told Cecilia Pierce on July 12, 1990 that you would do? That if you had to, you would admit the affair,
Right.
and under no circumstances would you admit you're involved.
That's right.
And that's what you said you would tell the jury if it came to that point, right?
I don't know if I specifically said the jury, but that's what I would say.
Now,
I was speaking about the police, I believe.
what was more important to you right after your husband's death? Finding the killer of your husband or keeping the affair of Bill Flynn quiet?
Finding the killer of my husband.
That's obviously not true, because had finding the killer of her husband been the priority, she would have admitted the affair to the police when initially questioned. She was asked if anyone had motive to kill Greg, and according to her own testimony that she just gave, Billy was incredibly jealous of her husband and wanted her to leave him so they could be together. She even claimed he went so far as to threaten suicide because that's how infatuated he was with his abuser. But she hid that fact from the investigation. She never told the police that she emotionally manipulated Cecilia Pierce, and even when Billy and his friends were arrested, she didn't come forward. So this is obviously a lie. As we stated in our last video, if your actions disagree with your statements, you're probably lying. If she continued to hinder the investigation, including giving interviews with the media where she put forward misinformation about Greg's murder, then it's clear that she didn't care more about finding the identity of her husband's killer.
And even if that was more important to you, you said that a week after the murder of your husband, you said to Bill Flynn, hey, did you have anything to do with this?
No, I said you didn't have anything to do with this, Bill, did you?
Did you tell any of the police at that time?
That I had said that to Bill Flynn?
No, that you had thoughts that Bill Flynn might have been involved.
No.
Okay. You never told anyone in your family, right?
What, that Bill Flynn could have
That you
been?
had an affair with Bill Flynn and maybe the police should look at Bill Flynn. Did you?
No.
Did you tell anybody in the Smarts family that, hey, maybe this kid did something to your son, and maybe the police should look at him? Did you tell anybody in Greg's family?
No, because at the beginning it wasn't thought,
Objection again, Your Honor.
Let her answer.
well, it wasn't thought to have, it did not look at the time like a premeditated killing. So I thought it was a botched burglary like everyone else did.
Quote, like everyone else did. That isn't true, no one else thought that. The police didn't think that, and the public didn't think that. Or at least, they didn't until you put that forward. Trying to say that everyone else also thought that it was a botched burglary is misconstruing events, because she went out of her way to repeat that story whenever she could. Even when the police told her that it clearly wasn't a robbery gone wrong, she continued to try and push that narrative because she didn't want anyone looking too closely at her or their relationship.
But you yourself said the thought entered your mind and you asked Bill if he had anything to do with it. Did you not?
Yes,
So you consciously thought about it for a minute and maybe Bill had something to do with it.
when he started asking me all kinds of questions about what the police were looking for.
And did you go to the police and say, hey, this might be crazy, this might be way out there, I'm not really sure, but you should look at this Bill Flynn guy because of our affair?
No, when he told me he wasn't involved, I believed him, because that's what I wanted to hear.
Now, but that's not what you were telling everybody else to do, was it?
Who? Are you speaking of a
I
specific
mean,
person?
weren't you asking anyone to come forward with any information, however insignificant it was? Please come forward and tell us what you had and let the police then decide whether or not it was relevant.
Yes.
Remember saying to Bill Spencer on Channel 9 on the TV, if I were on the other side of the coin, I'd be offering all I could, even if I thought it was insignificant, to let the police try and piece it together.
Yes.
You remember telling that to Bill Spencer?
Yes, now that you say it, yes.
Do you remember telling Bill Spencer, one thing, Bill, I was thinking about was this kid, Bill Flynn, who I had an affair with? Maybe that's something I should tell the police. Should you tell Bill Flynn, Bill Spencer anything about that?
No.
You remember telling Bill Spencer in the same interview, there will never be an answer. There's so many questions, so many loose ends. I feel like in my heart I can't ask myself any more questions about this. what I think must have happened, what my friends think must have happened, what families think must have happened. We tried to decide for ourselves. We've made all kinds of theories. Not any of them makes any sense. It's just a senseless thing.
Yes, and I still believe it is a senseless thing, and I still don't have any answers.
What the fuck is she even talking about? What do you mean you still don't have any answers? Everyone involved with the murders has admitted to what they've done except for you. Each one of the boys she convinced to kill her husband has sat in front of her during this entire trial and stated why they killed Greg. She knows why they did it, even if she still wants to assert that they are lying about her giving them the orders to do it. Even if they didn't, she knows why they did it because direct, concrete evidence was found in the case. The gun was matched to the crime. Cecilia spoke about the planning and so on, trying to say that this whole event is a big mystery to her is so outlandish, especially given the days of testimony she just sat through.
Do you remember telling anybody in your family, look, let's talk about every possible theory could have happened here was, hey, a week before Greg Smart was killed, I broke up with the kid, and maybe he did this murder. Did you mention to anybody in your family when you're talking about theories?
No.
Did you mention to any of your friends, Tracy, Brian, Sonia, about the affair with Bill Flynn?
At that time, no.
And how about anybody in the Smarts family? I mean, they were dying for answers too, weren't they?
Right, but I didn't think Bill Flynn was the answer.
Well, you thought it enough to ask Bill Flynn, didn't you?
Yeah, but I also thought every possible conceived theory that could even be imagined. That was not my only idea.
And that's the one you decided you wouldn't tell the police.
I didn't tell the police all my other theories either. The police didn't care about my theories.
Again, it's the police's fault for not taking her other theories seriously. She keeps harping on that, whether it's the police not treating her enough like a victim, or the police not giving her all the answers she wanted, or now the police not caring about her theories. That's because her theories didn't match the evidence, and they told her that. Whenever she gave the police information, it was never aligned with what they already knew to be true, so of course they didn't care. If you present the police with false or irrelevant information, even if you are a victim's family member, they aren't going to prioritize it because they already know it's not true.
You never called up the police and said, I think I should tell you something. Not only before Bill Flynn was arrested, but even after Bill Flynn was arrested, right?
No.
Okay. I mean, you testified earlier this morning that on May 1st, Bill Flynn calls you up, asks to use your car, right? This is after you broke up with him.
Right.
So on the day that he has to use your car is the day your husband's murdered, right?
Right.
Okay. And the day that he has to use your car, and the day that your husband's murdered, he's with J.R.P. Randall, right?
Right.
Okay. And you testified that you drove him down the Haverhill, and later on that night your husband's murdered, right? Then you learn 6 weeks later, however long it is, that J.R.'s arrested, Pete's arrested, Bill Flynn's arrested, all for committing the murder of your husband on May 1st, 1990, right?
Yes.
And at that time, you also know Bill Flynn has a motive. I broke up with Bill Flynn just a few days before, right?
Yes, but I did not think that was a motive to murder another human being.
What is she talking about? That's one of the most obvious motives for murder. Everyone knows that, but she delivers that notion with the same deadpan monotone that she's had the entire time that the absurdity of that statement goes unexamined.
So you consciously again decided you wouldn't tell that piece of information to the police, even though all three of them together on that day, all three of them arrested for the murder, and even though he has a motive.
I did not want anybody to know that I had an affair with Bill, if that's what you're asking.
The question was, even though you knew all those things, you consciously decided not to tell it to the police. Yes or no?
Yes.
And you never told the police up to August 1st that you drove Bill Flynn, Pete Randall, JR down to Haverhill for them to pick up a car on May 1st. Is that right?
Right.
I mean, didn't you think that the police might want to know that? I mean, didn't you think the police are trying to put this together, how they got there, how they could have driven from wherever they were to Derry, what were they all doing together? I mean, didn't it enter your mind that maybe you should just pass that information along to the police, that they had done this?
Did it enter my mind? Yes.
It did enter your mind,
yes,
right?
It did.
And you didn't tell them.
Right, because I didn't want to talk about Bill Flynn to the police.
Oh, you didn't want to talk about Bill Flynn at all to the police, regardless of...
No, well, I did tell the police early on the day after the murder that there was a phone call on my phone bill that was to Bill Flynn from me.
Right.
So, I mean, his name had been mentioned.
Because you weren't doing anything to cover up your relationship with Bill Flynn, were you?
What, from the police or in
Right.
general? No, yes, I was.
You're doing everything you could to cover up your relationship with Bill Flynn.
Yes,
right?
I was.
And not only if you told the police about Bill Flynn and your relationship, that would give Bill Flynn a connection and a reason for killing your husband, right?
Right.
And it would also give you a connection to the murder of your husband and to Bill Flynn if you told him about the affair, right?
Yes.
And that's the real reason you didn't want to talk to the police about Bill Flynn and the affair with you.
The real reason is the truth, which I just told you.
What the prosecutor did here is skillful. So let's talk about it. Pamela went from saying she didn't tell the police about her affair with the child she sexually abused because she wanted to keep it a secret and that she knew Bill wasn't behind the murder. Then she shifted her statement to say that she didn't tell the police because they never directly asked her in the exact words she would have responded to. Then she said she didn't tell them because it was entirely unrelated and now admits that she did think about telling the police about Bill, but didn't tell them because she didn't want to be connected to the murders. She, within just a few minutes, has changed her reasoning multiple times, even though most of what she says conflicts with the things she stated previously, but she doesn't seem to realize this. She also admits that she didn't want to tell the police about the affair with the teenager that she was abusing because it would give her motivation to kill her husband, which, just minutes earlier, she stated wasn't enough of a motive for murder. So which is it? Is having an affair motive or not? Pamela doesn't even know, because she has no idea what angle she wants to put forward.
The jury will determine what's the truth, won't they?
They certainly will, I
Are you
hope.
afraid that they're going to decide that for themselves?
I think the jury's going to believe what the truth is.
Okay.
I believe in the jury system.
And you're real big on telling the truth, aren't you?
What do you mean, I'm real big?
I mean, in the summer of 1990, you were telling everybody about your affair with Bill Flynn, weren't you?
No.
Objection, Your Honor. She's answered that question about 15 times.
Pamela has done such a poor job endearing herself to the jury that moments like this, where the prosecution is, pardon the expression, being bitchy, comes across as funny more than anything. Again, during her direct examination, if she came across as remorseful or at all affected by her husband's murder, him repeating himself in this way would be incredibly inappropriate. The jury would feel bad for her and feel negatively towards the state for putting this poor woman in this position. But the opposite is true.
Yes, answer.
Well, I mean, so you determine sometimes when you're going to tell the truth and when you're not going to tell the truth, right?
I think everyone does.
Okay. And back on June 20th, again, they're talking about a certification hearing, right?
Yes, and I believe there's a quote in there for me that says, I hope they get certified and tried as adults.
Yeah, but I didn't ask you that question yet, did I?
No?
Okay. Is there anything else you want to tell the jury and volunteer? And then I'll go on to my cross. Go right ahead.
No.
Approach committee, Your Honor. Counsel's referring to a transcript that we don't have. I'm wondering, perhaps before. Thank you. Career page number
35.
transcript I've been given as page 1 and the next page is page 10.
It's just out of here.
When we get between page 1 and page 9, I guess we'll worry about it, but as long as we're at page 35, I don't think it's a matter of concern at the moment.
May I continue, Your Honor?
May?
You remember talking to Daniel Pelletier, June 20th, the boys have already been arrested, right?
Yes.
And as you're talking to Daniel Pelletier at that time, talking about the certification hearings, right?
Yes.
And you remember saying this to Daniel Pelletier, bottom of page 35. As far as I'm concerned, I'm just going to tell the truth, no matter what, okay? Yeah. And the truth is that I don't think these kids did this. That is really my truth. That is my honest, my God's honest truth. And I think that they might have been involved in some way, I don't know what, because it's just so, the circumstances are just a little too scary for me. Now, your honest God's truth on June 20th, 1990, did not include the affair with Bill Flynn, did it?
No, and my honest to God truth was that they couldn't have done this at that point.
Okay, so
I had no information.
So your truth varies on the circumstances, is that it?
Right, I had called the police and asked them for information like, did they have evidence against these kids? Did they confess? Did they have a gun? And as far as I knew, all I knew was that they were arrested. So that just because you're arrested doesn't mean you committed a crime. So
And they also asked you, did they have a motive?
right.
And you didn't tell them about the affair.
No, all three of them didn't have a motive. Well, I don't understand the question. I mean,
The question is, you just said they didn't have a gun, you didn't know anything about a gun, you didn't know anything about anything else. But when they talked about a motive, your honest to God's truth didn't include providing the motive to the police at that time. Is that right?
and I simply said that I do not think that having an affair is a motive to murder someone.
And now she is back to saying that having an affair is no longer a motive to murder someone. Literally less than 5 minutes ago in the testimony, she said different and admitted that she didn't tell the police because she didn't want them to think that she had motive. She cannot keep her story straight. She says something that immediately forgets what she said because she is constantly trying to excuse herself to the prosecutor. If he says something and it sounds reasonable, she will agree with it, even if it goes against what she said minutes prior.
But you decided that instead of letting the police.
Right.
Now, I mean, this is a conscious decision that goes back to the very first night of the murder, right? Danny Pelletier comes to see you, and you say to Danny Pelletier, I'll help in any way I can, right?
Right.
And shortly after the murder, you start telling Bill Spencer on the TV what a happy marriage you have and how everything was perfect between you and Greg.
I did have a happy marriage.
Right, but you didn't tell them about the problems and the affairs.
I don't think it was Bill Spencer's business if I was having an affair.
Nor was it the police businesses in your mind, right?
Not right then.
Okay, you didn't tell the police on May 3rd, 1990, when they came back to you. And that's when, May 3rd, 1990, when they came back to you to get latent print elimination from people at your house. Who might have been in there?
Right.
You didn't tell them about Bill Flynn on that day, right?
Nope.
You didn't tell them 2 days later, on May 5th, 1990, when Bill Flynn came back to you, when Detective Pelletier came back to you, was asking you about background information on yourself and on your husband. Bill Flynn wasn't mentioned at that time either, right?
No.
Again, let's just so we're clear, that's not a mistake, that was a conscious decision.
Right, because I figured they would ask me what Bill Flynn was doing at the house, then the affair would come out, which I was trying to hide.
You're trying to hide that over letting your possible murder of your husband come out, right?
I didn't think Bill Flynn had anything to do with it at the time.
So now all of a sudden you do.
Right this second?
Well,
He's
it's
pleaded
wrong.
guilty to the crime.
Is that the first time you thought he had anything to do with this?
No.
Now, you also met with Detective Pelletier on May 9th, 1990.
Right.
Told him about Cecilia Pierce. Asked any other friends that you had that Greg didn't mention Bill Flynn.
Right.
May 22nd, again met with Detective Pelletier. 3 weeks after the murder. Police telling you leads were drying up. Again, don't mention Bill Flynn, right?
I never mentioned Bill Flynn,
And that's true.
except for the phone call that I told you about.
Why don't you tell us, Jerry, what attracted you to Bill Flynn?
I said earlier that he was easy to talk to. He was nice.
Something that we have notably tried to counteract with our coverage of this case is the repetition of the court and Pamela alleging that the relationship with Billy was an affair. We have stated repeatedly that she abused him and took advantage of his feelings towards her, and that every aspect of the relationship was inappropriate, even if she hadn't told him to kill her husband. In every aspect of this case, that should remain at the forefront of your mind. When she talks about what attracted her to a 16-year-old, always remember she is talking about someone she has almost total authority over. He was nice and easy to talk to, not because she was a peer or because he treated everyone that way, but because she was his teacher.
And you said that this affair started on February 5th?
No, I didn't say that. What do you mean, physically or?
When was the first time you told him about your affair?
Well, I said on February 5th, I told him that I had feelings for him, but I wouldn't say that, there was no contact or anything like that on February 5th.
When was the first contact?
I believe I stated it was February 27th.
February 27th at his house.
Right.
You knew something was going on between you and him, right?
There were feelings, yes.
I mean, he kissed you, you said.
Well, a kiss is kind of a thing that...
Mutual thing.
Yeah.
Okay, so it wasn't anything you were trying to avoid, right?
No.
And after February, I mean, tell us, where did this happen?
The kiss?
Yeah.
In his bedroom.
And who else was present?
In the room or in the house?
Either or.
He and I were in the bedroom, and Mrs. Flynn and his brothers, I think, were in the house in the other rooms.
And how did you have privacy?
He had the door shut. He always had the door shut in his room.
Locked?
I don't know. Probably.
Did you think that was a little inappropriate for you to be in a room with a 15-year-old boy?
No. I was always in there because that's where we worked on the video when we were over there.
And from there, where did it go?
Where did what go to?
The affair.
That day? Or
After that day.
my house?
When was that?
March 24th.
That's the first time you had sexual intercourse with him?
Yes.
How many times between then and April 20, when did you say you broke up?
Well, we broke up a number of times in between them. That
And
time.
when was the last time you broke up?
Either the Thursday, or the Wednesday, or the Thursday before the murder.
Okay. March 24th and the Tuesday before the murder, he was also at your house, right? So when you had the dinner, he did the dishes, threw out the trash?
The Tuesday, yes, he was.
Okay. So you had sex that night too?
Yes.
Between those 2 days, right? We're talking about maybe a little less than a month period.
Right.
How many times did you have sex?
I don't know, 2 or 3.
Well, you said 2 times you were at his house on direct examination. You said numerous times.
2 times I was at his house, not having sex at his house.
So where did these 2 or 3 times occur?
At his house.
Why the fuck did you correct the prosecution if you did in fact have sex at his house? That is so patently ridiculous that I feel a bit lost. Like, am I the crazy one? Am I stupid for thinking that it's stupid to correct the prosecution only to admit, literally seconds later, that he's right? I don't know anymore.
The only time you ever had sex was twice at your house and twice at his house?
Not twice at his house, once at his house.
Where was the other places?
That's all I remember.
Sorry?
That's all I remember.
So you remember twice at your house and once at his house. Nowhere else in between.
Not that I remember.
Okay, so tell us about the times you tried to break up with Bill Flynn. When was the first time after March 24th?
I don't know the exact date. Probably at the end of March sometime.
All right, so at the end of March you tried to break off with him. And what'd you tell him?
That I didn't want to have an affair.
And what did he say?
That he wanted to.
And that was it? So you continued?
No. He said that he wanted to be with me. And I said I couldn't have 2 relationships at once.
Okay, but you did continue to have 2 relationships with one, right?
A few days later, yes.
3 days later?
A few days later.
2 days later, boom, everything's back again, right?
I guess. I don't know exact dates.
So then the relationship started up again, so now we're towards the beginning of April, let's say?
Yes.
All right, so what was the next time what got the relationship back together again?
Our feelings, I guess.
Okay, so then, when was the next time after that you tried to break it off?
There was some time in April. I can't remember when. I believe it was beginning to middle of April.
How much time later?
How much time later what?
Was it that you tried to break it off after the first attempt?
I don't know, probably like 10 days.
So now it's the beginning of April, we're talking April 10th, April 12th. This is the second time you tried to break it off. How long does that last?
Couple days.
I mean, the only person who knew about your affair was who?
Myself, Bill, and Cecilia.
Now, during this time, you must have been telling Cecilia Pierce what a problem Bill Flynn was, that you're trying to get out of this relationship, he just won't let you go.
No, he wasn't a problem.
Well, you certainly wanted to end the relationship, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay, and you were having trouble ending the relationship.
Right, but it was personal. It was between Bill and I, not her.
But Cecilia knew about the relationship. In fact, Cecilia was at your house at least one time that you had sex with Bill.
Right.
Okay. I'm talking. Did you ever tell Cecilia Pierce that, I'm trying to break it off with Bill, but I can't?
No, I don't think so.
Did you ever talk to Cecilia Pierce and say, hey, Cecilia, you knew about that affair with Bill. Do you think maybe he did this?
When? Before he was arrested?
Anytime.
No, I did not think in my heart that Bill Flynn did this.
And that's all you had to do for you, right?
I didn't want to hear it, yeah.
So let's go back to the last time you tried to break it off with Bill Flynn.
The end of April?
Okay, but before that, he was at your house again, right?
Right,
I mean, Greg goes away for a whole week
right,
during a school night.
right.
How does he get to your house?
I drove him.
I mean, what were you thinking? Were you saying, well, I'm going to end this affair in a couple days, but I'll do it one more
No, I
time?
wasn't thinking that I was going to end it at the time.
Okay, so Tuesday night is a perfectly nice evening between you and Bill Flynn, right?
Yes,
Okay, and then you ended when?
Wednesday or Thursday.
What happens on Wednesday and Thursday all of a sudden that you're going to end this affair?
I thought about what I was doing.
And all of a sudden, the lights go off, and you say, I better end this affair.
I didn't think it was fair to either one of them.
And is this when you have the ride in the car? And he cries?
Yeah.
Okay, so
Well,
he's,
he had cried in the car on more than one occasion, but yeah, I guess.
and so he's riding in the car with you, and he's crying, and you tell him the affair's
I
over.
was crying too.
Before we go any further, let's pretend what she is saying is accurate. Let's ignore all of the obvious lies she has told to this point and say that right now, in this moment, she is recounting their time together. Imagine being Billy. You're 16. This is your first girlfriend, and you are in love with them. You believe that you are meant to be together, and she takes your virginity. She's also your teacher and is married, and every other month, she is breaking up with you because she wants to be with her husband. She tells you that it's not fair to you or her husband, and despite pursuing the relationship, as well as giving you photos of her in lingerie and finding reasons for you to come over to the home every other day, she no longer wants to be with you, only for her to start the relationship back up 2 days later. Had she been 16, going to his high school, that would have been a toxic teenage relationship. Two emotionally immature people who are unable to communicate because they have never been in a relationship and don't realize how detrimental their behavior actually is. But Pamela is an adult and she is his teacher. She knows right from wrong. She knows that being with a 16-year-old is bad, and she should know that these tactics would negatively affect the boy she's abusing. But she doesn't care. Even in her own version of events, she is acting with such apathy towards Billy that it's truly shocking.
And you tell him the affair's over, right?
Yes,
Okay, and at that time, he says,
he's killing himself.
he'll kill himself, and then you said direct, stop.
Yeah,
And then everything was going to be fine. He said, we'll just be friends. Is that okay?
yeah. I mean, there was more to the conversation than that.
Yeah. Are you telling this story that something went off in his head that you recognized by his reaction?
He stopped crying.
I mean, did you think that was strange?
I guess, I don't know. I've never been breaking up with someone I was having an affair with. I didn't have anything to compare it to.
What she means is that she has never had to break up with a high schooler as a teacher. Again, the repetition of the word affair and relationship presents that what she did to Billy as being morally okay, and the only issue was that she was married. But that isn't the case. He was a minor, he was 16, and this was his first relationship, and he was so enamored with her that when she asked him to kill her husband, he did.
So did that happen to you a lot?
What, that I would have an affair?
You know, break up with people?
No. Well, I've never had any other affair.
But my question is, did something go off in your head that you wanted to tell the jury about?
No. I'm not sure I understand the question. I don't, what, are you getting at something I don't understand?
Now you said in this OJ commercial that you had set up, right?
Right?
Okay. I think you said at direct examination that the city of Pierce saw the brochure on your desk, and that she got interested in it, right?
Right, we had a discussion about it.
But it was you really the leader on this OJ commercial, were you not?
As far as...
You sent it to the media director at Winnicott High School. He wasn't interested.
Right.
He wasn't going to do it, so you decided to do it.
Well, as director of media services, I sometimes get things that I have to send out to other schools, and this one in particular pertained only to high school students.
Right.
So I sent it to the Winnicott.
And he wasn't interested the year before last.
Right.
And he wasn't interested last year.
Right.
So you thought you would do something about
Right.
it,
I thought it would be a good learning experience, yes.
So, it's not like Cecilia just happened to see the brochure and she was the instigation for all this, was she?
I don't believe I've ever stated that.
No, I think you said on the direct she saw the brochure and started talking it up.
Right, we both started talking about it.
And then you got the other students involved.
She did. I didn't know the other students. at the
You didn't know
time.
Bill Flynn at that time?
I knew Bill Flynn, but I didn't know Kevin Mort or Jeremy Thompson at the time.
And they did it all, and you didn't have anything to do with that, right?
No, they all came over to my office and they said they were interested and we started working on it. And we tried to figure out study periods or times after school when we could do it. And then Kevin moved, so he couldn't do it anymore. And Jeremy had gymnastics practice after school, so he couldn't do it.
Now, you said on direct examination that this was not a note you gave Bill Flynn, right?
No?
It was lyrics that you wrote to a song.
Right.
Okay. These are song lyrics.
Yes.
And if I read correctly, it's you're running from the love that you had once before, your first love. Someone to hold you through the pain, to make you smile again, to protect you forever. Someone to take your fears away, to help you through each day, to carry you when you can't go on. There is no like the love of your first love. She waits alone, oh, every night. Tears are in her eyes. She has lost all the love she had. She lived her life for him each day. She's threw it all away. To live for herself, live her life her way. There's no love like the love of your first love. So it's true, it's for you as you are, tears in the night, filled with pain.
Yes, and if you want to know the truth, that's a song about God. How God is your first love.
So Pamela is purposely obtuse with no response. Yes, the song is technically about God. But let's look into the context for just a moment. The lyrics were found on a sheet of paper with Pamela's handwriting in Billy's possession. She was using lyrics to express her feelings towards him and use his feelings towards her to her own benefit. That much is clear. Unless she is attempting to say that she was trying to convert Billy, her response is nonsense, like most of her responses have been.
I see, so this is a religious thing.
Yes, it's by a religious band.
And you're saying that Bill Flynn stole it out of your car?
I didn't say he stole it. I never said Bill Flynn stole that out of my car.
But you never gave this to Bill. Just talk about first love as your love for God.
It's not my love for God, it's a song.
Well, why did you write down your note?
Because I liked the song.
And you just decided one day to write it down, stick it into your cassette, leave it into your car.
When I first heard the song, I was going to use it as a wedding song. But when I realized what the song was about,
Tell us how you think.
changed my mind.
Sorry. Tell us how it got into Bill Flynn's possession.
Could she finish the answer you interrupted him first?
The first answer would be that I don't even know what the question was. Forget it. I don't know.
Fine.
I don't know how Bill Flynn got it.
So that's not how a person responds if they actually don't know the answer. Put yourself in her position. The prosecution asks you a question that you don't have the answer to. Would you begin to start answering, repeating back some of what the lawyer said in order to buy yourself some time to think of an answer that would make you look good? Or would you simply say that you don't know? She begins to answer the question. She thinks that she can lie her way out of the tight spot that she's in. But after a short while, she says she doesn't remember the question, needs clarification, but then gives up entirely and says she simply doesn't know, and that she wants to move on from this point. It's no wonder her murder plot didn't work.
Let's talk about the pictures.
He could have taken it out of my car. He did borrow tapes from my car.
And now she thought of an answer. After already showcasing how she cannot be trusted in her own testimony, she doubles back because she just now thought of a reason that he could have had those romantic lyrics written in her handwriting without her giving them to him. Which, to be clear, is not the most egregious part of the affair. She has openly admitted to having feelings for the minor, sexually abusing him in her home and his, but she draws the line at writing him lyrics of a love song. That's a step too far, okay? She's not a goddamn pervert. This is everybody's song. Anybody can listen to it.
Let's talk about the pictures. You said that those pictures were March and April, that you gave them to Bill Flynn because you didn't want to have them developed at your normal place. Is
Right.
that correct?
Yes.
And the reason you didn't want to have them developed at your normal place was because you didn't want to be embarrassed by the school teacher seeing the pictures. Is that correct?
He wasn't a school teacher, but just the guy who worked at the photo store. I went there almost on a daily basis to get my film developed, and I just didn't want them all sitting around talking about it.
Describe the poses to the jury that you engaged in those photographs.
I'm just in a bathing suit, standing around, posing,
Standing around?
I guess. I don't know, I haven't seen him in a while. There's like 5 different roles, and that's just one of them.
Are Anything you want, Paul?
That's what I just said.
Standing around? How about kneeling on the bed, sometimes posing, agree with me, somewhat provocatively?
I suppose some of them, I suppose, yeah.
Okay. I mean, did it ever occur to you that though you might be embarrassed by giving them to your local photomet guy, that you instead chose to give them to a 15-year-old boy or 16-year-old boy?
Yeah, the undeveloped role.
Right. And it never occurred to you that maybe this boy would see the pictures as they were put back in the envelope and given to you?
He would have to be working at the photo store in order to see that.
Why? Who's going to pick up the photos?
He was going to pick them up, but
Okay, so
I mean, I didn't think he'd open up the package and read them.
That's
look
what
at
you're
them.
telling this jury today that you.
Excuse me. Please.
So you didn't think he would open up the package.
No, I didn't.
So you thought it was okay to give this boy photographs of you in a bathing suit on a bed.
Right.
And you didn't think it would be any harm if this 15-year-old boy would see these photographs.
He was 16 at the time, and not that it makes a difference, and he had developed pictures for Tracy, my friend, before, and he had opened up her pictures.
Yes, because he wasn't being sexually exploited and manipulated by Tracy. Also, why are so many adults asking for favors from a child?
So you thought it was okay then?
For someone to bring a roll of film for me? Yes.
These kind of poses.
Yes.
And you didn't want them, but you never gave Bill Flynn your testimony.
Yes.
So when Bill Flynn came in here and testified as to how he's got them, that's all wrong, right?
Right.
And, you sat through this entire trial, right?
Right.
You've heard Bill Flynn testify, heard everything he said.
Right.
Heard Pete Randall testify, heard everything he said.
Yes.
And you heard JR testify, heard everything he said.
Yes.
Mrs. Flynn,
Yes.
Karen Knight,
Yes.
Cecilia Pierce,
Yes.
Sarah Thomas,
Yes.
all the time. And every time they're up here testifying, you were sitting here taking notes, correct?
You are to leave approach the bench.
Right.
Have a motion back.
And you heard all those witnesses testify, right?
Right. I don't believe every one of them testified about these photos. Are you talking specifically about?
No, I'm just talking about in
okay.
general.
Okay.
Correct? You
Right.
heard them all. You heard them all testify about Southern Comfort incident, those who testified about that, right?
Right.
And you agreed that you were with Bill Flynn one night, he was drinking Southern Comfort, right?
Right.
You never bought Bill Flynn Southern Comfort because it would be inappropriate. You would have bought a minor alcohol, is that it?
Yes, but I'm not saying I didn't have any inappropriate behavior in this incident at all.
I don't think I said that either. I guess I just asked the question as to why you would never have bought Bill Flynn
Right.
alcohol. I mean, are you trying to wonder why I'm asking questions? Would you like me to explain them to you before I ask them?
No,
Okay.
but I am wondering
All right.
sometimes.
So you tell this jury you never had any reason to buy, you never bought Bill Flynn any alcohol.
Not that I remember.
You never let Bill Flynn drive your car.
Yeah. Yes, I let Bill Flynn drive my car, but with me in it.
Right, but never when you were not in it.
No, he took it, but other people were driving.
But that kind of inappropriate behavior that he might engage in never stopped you from starting an affair with him, right?
No.
I believe that the prosecutor going over and listing every person who has testified in this case is incredibly impactful, because you have to remember that for everything Pamela Smart is saying to be true, every single person he listed has to be lying, and lying so well that they are telling the same story, from their point of view, as if they lived it themselves. That means the details vary, but by so little, the gist of the story is still the same. For Pamela to be innocent, everyone else has to be setting her up for no particular reason. Moreover, him pointing out that she thought buying her 16-year-old victim was a bridge too far, but sexually abusing him wasn't, showcasing her lack of ethics. She didn't want to get him drunk, because there is no way a drunk teenager could benefit her. That was bad, but everything else she did, which was way worse, that's okay in her head.
Sorry?
I'm not sure I understood that.
I mean, you're concerned about engaging, or Bill Flynn engaging in inappropriate behavior and never stopped you from having an affair, right?
No.
I mean, where do you draw the line? It's improper to buy alcohol, it's improper for him to borrow your car, but it's okay to have sex after 9.5 weeks. I mean, what's your line?
I don't know that I've ever thought about having a line.
I mean, you showed 9.5 weeks. I mean, was your idea to get the movie or was it Bill's?
I don't remember. I remember somebody just got it in the video store. I don't specifically remember me suggesting it.
Tell me what 9.5 weeks is about.
I don't even really remember. I know it has Kim Basinger and Mickey Rourke. It's about something like she likes him, and then I don't know.
It's a boy-girl love story?
No, I mean, I'm not saying that. There's sex in it.
Lots of sex in it, right?
I guess. I don't remember the whole movie. I've seen a lot of movies.
And is this the first time you had sex with Bill Flynn?
Yes.
And you don't remember the movie?
I remember parts of it.
And the ice that Bill Flynn got that night, that never happened, right?
No, that happened in the movie. Now, when he said it, I remembered it being in the movie.
And what about the negligee and the dance? That's something Bill made up, or did that happen?
No, part of that is true.
Okay, why don't you tell the jury what part of that was true?
There was a negligee involved, but there was no dance.
So you wore a negligee for Bill Flynn, the 16-year-old boy, that night in March.
Yes.
But you don't remember what the movie was about, right?
I think I've answered that. I don't remember what the whole entire movie was about.
And this note you said you didn't write to Bill, that this was some lyrics from some song from some religious band, right?
Yes, it is.
Well, why don't you tell us about the notes you did write to Bill Flynn? How many you wrote?
Probably, I would say 6 or 7.
And this is all the time you were in turmoil whether or not to end a relationship with this boy, right?
At some points, yes, and some points, no.
And you said at direct examination this morning that when you asked the question if some of them were sexually explicit, I think you said apparently, I guess.
Right.
Well, what do you mean? Were they or were they not?
I don't remember specific lines from them, but yes, there was talk about sex. It matters what you consider sexually explicit. If you consider these photos sexually explicit, I don't.
Those photos might not be sexually explicit by today's standards, but they certainly were sexually explicit for a teenage boy in the 90s. And she clearly agreed, which is why she didn't want to get them developed at the pharmacy where she knew the person processing the photos, the same way that watching the sex scene from 9.5 Weeks would be sexually explicit. She wouldn't have put that movie on for a class of students the same age as Bill, which means she knew it was wrong to do. The fact that she continues to justify her behavior here is strange. She has already admitted it was the wrong thing to do. She was in the wrong through and through, and she doesn't stand by her actions. But every time her actions are questioned, she does stand by them and make excuses for herself. It wasn't her fault. The police simply didn't ask her directly if she was having an affair with Billy. It wasn't her fault because Billy wouldn't let her break up with him. It also wasn't her fault because those photos and lyrics weren't meant for him specifically.
Okay. Well, you tell me what you mean by sexually explicit, and why don't you then tell us what you put in letters which matches your definition?
Sexually explicit to me might be just graphic sexual descriptions, I guess. Would be.
Your notes to Bill Flynn contain graphic sexual descriptions.
Not that I remember. There was talk about sex, but I wouldn't consider it.
Okay, so
graphic.
when you said on the rack earlier today that apparently, I guess, they were sexually explicit, this afternoon, they're not.
I meant according to your version.
Well, I didn't ask for my version. I asked you for your version. You tell me.
Right. Well, this morning when I said that, I meant to some people, I suppose they could be sexually explicit.
Why don't you just tell
But
us?
to me, I don't remember any sexually explicit letters.
And what did you write in that you thought Mr. Toomey was referring to when Mr. Toomey said...
Just talk of sex.
And those are the kind of things you wrote in your letters to this boy that you were trying to break off with, right?
Well, I wouldn't have written that at a time I was trying to break off.
I mean, was this sort of like a schizophrenic relationship? One day it's on, one day it's off? I mean, everything happens, according to you, between March 24th and April 24th. There are several breakups, there's several trysts, there's these letters between each other. I mean, you know...
Yes, it was a very turbulent relationship.
Up and down all the time.
Exactly.
Now, the only person privy, again, is you, and Cecilia Pierce and Bill. The question I was asking was, did you ever talk to Cecilia Pierce about breaking it off with Bill Flynn? Or is this something that you kept from Cecilia Pierce?
I don't remember talking to Cecilia Pierce specifically about the relationship at all, like our feelings.
Well, I mean, Cecilia Pierce knew about it.
Right, she knew we were having an affair, that's it. I mean, she didn't know, like, every single thing that we ever did.
And she was there sometimes.
Yeah.
Okay. Question is, when you say you don't ever recall specifically talking to Cecilia Pierce about the relationship, I'm asking you, did you ever talk to Cecilia Pierce about trying to break it off with Bill Flynn?
I might have.
Do you recall doing so?
I don't know. I can't answer that. I don't remember. Yeah, I guess the answer is no.
You said that Bill Flynn, when you told him you wanted to break it off because you were going to tell Greg, that he said he was going to kill himself first.
Yes.
I mean, didn't that strike to you that this kid may be a little emotionally unstable?
Yes.
And didn't it occur to you that knowing that he might be a little emotionally unstable, when the police were trying to figure out what the hell happened here, that maybe this emotional instability should have been told to them?
No, I thought he was just hurt when he said that, and like anybody would be.
Okay, well, a second ago you just said yes, you thought he might be emotionally unstable.
At that point, not generally emotionally unstable, just at that moment right there, yeah.
So sometime later on you decided he's not emotionally unstable, he's okay, so I don't have to tell the police about the affair. Is that it?
I'm not a psychiatrist, I don't know.
Well, I'm just asking you where along the line you decided it wasn't a factor. At some point you clearly let it be known to this jury that this kid is talking about killing himself, and you're clearly letting it be known...
Yeah, himself, not someone else.
You're clearly letting it be known to this jury that he was upset.
I'm going to object you around this. It's not a question, it's a speech.
It's foundation for the question.
Cross-examination.
And then somewhere down the line, you make a decision, it's not something to tell the police.
Right.
So you thought it was significant enough to tell the jury now, but not to tell the police back then, right?
Right.
I think it has just hit Pamela how poorly this cross-examination is going. While the prosecutor continues to note her story continues to change on the stand, she slumps her head down as if she's going to fall asleep, and sort of lets the damning statements wash over her. Pamela is simply not a good liar and a manipulator. She was able to manipulate Billy, but he was a teenage boy who looked up to her. He believed her and thought she was a cool adult who wanted to spend time with him. He hadn't experienced a real romantic relationship, and he didn't think he had any reason to believe that Pamela would lie to him. But when she attempts to lie to the prosecution and to a room full of her peers, she fails horribly.
When you broke up with Bill Flynn for the final time, what day of the week was it?
I believe it was Wednesday or Thursday.
And where were you?
In my office.
Now, after that Tuesday night, Bill Flynn ever come back to your house while you were there?
In Gary?
Yeah.
Not that I remember.
Okay. So Tuesday night, everything's peachy keen, right? Or peachy keen, I should say.
Yes.
Okay, so there's no problem with you and Bill Flynn, correct? Tuesday night at your house.
I always had a problem in my head with it, but...
Okay, but you didn't tell Bill Flynn you were breaking up Tuesday night, right?
No.
Okay, so when Bill Flynn left your house Tuesday night, it was his understanding everything was still okay and everything was fine according to your testimony, right?
I suppose.
And that's the night he did the dishes, right?
Yes.
And that's the night he threw out the garbage.
Yes.
That's the night that if you throw out the garbage, sometimes you go through the bulkhead.
Yes. He went through the bulkhead.
Right, on that night. But you don't break up with him until 2-3 days later, right?
Right.
All right. Do you want this jury to understand that Bill Flynn decided to kill your husband because you broke up with him?
I want this jury to understand the truth.
Is that what you're claiming the truth is?
I don't know why Bill Flynn killed Greg. I can just come in here and give my testimony.
So even as you sit here today, you still have no idea why he may have done this. Is that it?
I didn't say I had no idea, but I don't know specifically.
Well, I'm asking you, what do you think? Why do you think he did this?
Probably because he thought we could be together.
Okay, so Bill Flynn thought, you want nothing to do with him, and you made that clear on Wednesday or Thursday after the Tuesday. And Bill Flynn says, well, I'll take care of this. She wants to be with Greg, but if I kill Greg, she'll obviously come right back to me.
I guess, because the only reason I wouldn't be with Bill was because I loved Greg.
And Bill Flynn, in your understanding, must have figured that out and you'd go back to him, right?
I told Bill that I loved Greg, and that's why I was breaking up with him.
And, I mean, when you broke up with him on that Wednesday or Thursday, and you were trying to end the relationship, 3 days later, he calls you up, and you drop everything to give him a ride to Haverhill, right?
I didn't drop everything immediately, but yes, I gave him a ride to Haverhill. He was still my friend.
I know, but I mean, you got to school late, right, that day?
Right,
You went out for lunch for 11:30 to 2:30.
right.
Boom, right after that, Bill Flynn calls, I need a ride to Haverhill. What do you say? Oh, Bill, I don't really want to.
About 2 hours after that.
He calls back, and again, I mean, you just do it, right?
Sure. It wasn't the first time I'd ever given him a ride anywhere.
I mean, didn't it occur to you that you should just cut it off between this kid? I mean, didn't you say this morning on direct examination, don't come around that much anymore to Bill Flynn?
Originally, and then he said that he couldn't stand not seeing me at all. And so he said he wanted to still come over, and I said that was fine, and I didn't want to be mean to him. I didn't hate him or anything. And he asked me for a ride, and I said yes. It was not a major event.
And that ride is something that you would have done in public, right? I mean, it's not a hidden thing. People might have seen you and Bill and J.R. or Pete together, right?
Right. I had nothing to hide that I was giving them a ride to Haverhill.
And people might have seen you out the night Bill Flynn was drinking the Southern Comfort, correct?
I'm sure they did.
So you have to give this jury an explanation why you drove him down to Haverhill that night, right?
Of course, I have to tell the truth. I did drive them.
And after that, you didn't stop seeing Bill Flynn.
After when?
After May 1st.
What do you mean, stop having an affair or stop seeing him?
Both.
I saw him after May 1st, but I didn't have any relation with him.
But you tell this jury that Bill Flynn never came to your Hampton condominium and hung out there except for this one day before his arrest?
I believe he might have been there like on 1 or 2 other occasions.
What was he doing?
Just stopping by like any other friend I had.
And there was nothing going on between you and Bill Flynn?
After the murder of my husband?
That's right.
No, there wasn't.
So if people came into this courtroom were to say they saw you with Bill Flynn after May 1st at your condominium, hanging out together, being affectionate.
Hanging out, yes. Being affectionate, no.
They'd be all wrong. They'd be all wrong, right?
It'd be partly wrong.
And the whole business about Drew Holloway just happened to be something that came up unexpectedly, right?
We were there May 31st, taking out the stereo.
And you know Michelle Nichols would see you that day, and you know Ralph Welch's girlfriend saw you that day.
Michelle Nichols was in the car.
And you saw Mrs. Laddie saw you that day.
Sure.
Okay, now, your relationship with Cecilia Pierce, she liked you, right?
Yes.
I mean, she was a 15-year-old girl, somewhat low self-esteem, correct?
Pausing for just a moment, pay attention to how Pamela will go on to characterize the girl who, prior to the murders, she referred to as her best friend. This is a young girl who had a hard home life, who struggled in school, and had very few friends. Her mother relied on her to take care of her younger sister, and as such, was incredibly stressed and had a difficult time getting her own work done because she had a responsibility that her peers didn't. Pamela, she would say, was the first adult to really see her, and she felt that they had a real bond, so much so that when she walked in on Billy and Pam having sex, she told no one about it because she didn't want to lose her closest friend. Though she wasn't sexually abused, she was emotionally manipulated by her teacher the same way Billy was, and the after effects would no doubt hinder the young girl. At this point, Pamela was well aware that Cecilia had worked with the police and had ratted her out, for lack of a better statement. But let's see how Pamela would characterize her.
Yes.
Well, what do you think?
About her self-esteem? I think she has a tendency to want to be the star.
And when did you first think that?
All the time.
All the time?
During the video especially. She's basically a good person now. I mean, she was a friend.
And she liked hanging out with you, right?
Yes.
I mean, you were 22, 23 years old, you were a young media director, she was a 15-year-old high school student, you befriended her, right?
Yes. She worked for me and it became a friendship.
And Cecilia Pierce sort of got off on that, right?
I don't know that I can answer that.
I'm sorry?
I don't know that I can answer that. She got off on that.
Well, did Cecilia Pierce and you have any problems in your relationship? Did she hate you? Did you have big fights or anything like that?
We had fights.
Okay, and how was your relationship basically?
She was, it was basically just friends, but when we got in a fight, it was usually because she was jealous of someone else being around me.
Let's say that this is true. Once again, nothing that happens around Pamela is ever her fault. Sure, she sexually exploited and manipulated a 16-year-old, but only because he wouldn't let her break up with him. Her best friend is a 15-year-old and they got into fights? That's only because the teenager was jealous and possessive of other people hanging out with her. It's always someone else, and there is never any reflection on if she was perhaps engaging inappropriately with these minors. I don't doubt that Pamela and Cecilia got into fights with each other because Pamela was manipulating Cecilia throughout their friendship. She was inviting the teenage girl over to her house. She was having sleepovers with her and telling her all about her relationship with Billy, and she was swearing the teenager to secrecy about the literal crime that she was committing. The amount of stress that would put on a teen is immeasurable. But enough about that though. Cecilia was jealous because Pamela was such a cool person that everyone wanted to be her friend.
Because she liked you, right?
Right.
I mean, Cecilia Pierce never did a thing in your entire relationship with you really hurt you, did she?
Yeah, she did sometimes.
What'd she do?
There were occasions when she would tell me things about that she thought I looked fat or something, and that would hurt my feelings.
So the kind of things that Cecilia Pierce did to hurt you was to say you looked fat or something like that, right? In fights.
Just stupid things, nothing,
Stupid things.
yeah, nothing major
Right.
that I can remember.
And you were close.
Yes.
And you say that Cecilia Pierce kind of wants to be the star, something like that, right?
She had some problems with attention.
Mm-hmm. Now, you said that you thought that right from the beginning.
Right, and also my friend Tracy had noticed that too.
So tell us, when did you first realize the thing that that Cecilia Pierce might have some more knowledge about this case?
As soon as she started talking to me after the kids were arrested.
And when was that?
The specific date, I believe the day after they were arrested. If they were arrested on June 10th, it would have been June.
So Cecilia Pierce was saying things that made you think, this girl might know something.
Right.
And you thought that this girl might have been involved in the murder of your husband?
I thought she had knowledge. I didn't think that she was specifically there the night of the murder, no.
I mean, Cecilia Pierce wasn't good friends with Bill, Flynn, JR, and Pete, was she?
No. Well, Bill, yeah, I guess.
I mean, she knew Bill through the OJ video, right?
In school, yes.
And OJ video and hanging out in your office, right?
Yes.
I mean, that's how Bill Flynn and Cecilia Pierce hung around together, right?
Yes, I don't know if they had classes together.
When you and Bill Flynn were going out and hanging out together, Cecilia Pierce was sometimes with you, right?
Yes.
Was that Bill Flynn's idea to bring Cecilia Pierce?
Sometimes it was just a result of who we were with. Sometimes Tracy Collins was with us because she was there that day and we ended up deciding to go out.
Yeah. I think my question was that Bill Flynn's idea to have Cecilia Pierce? And you answered, well, I think it's another question. So let's go back to my question. Did Bill Flynn want Cecilia Pierce around when the three of you were together?
I don't know, you'd have to ask Bill Flynn.
Did Bill Flynn ever say to you, hey, let's bring Cecilia Pierce together with us? I mean, I'm
No.
a 16-year-old boy. You're the woman I love. I want to be alone with you. Let's bring Cecilia Pierce.
No.
Okay. So when Cecilia Pierce was there, whose idea was it?
I just said, it was either a result of the fact that we were somewhere and continuing to go out afterwards, or it was my idea to pick her up. Or she had asked what we were doing, and if she could go along also.
I mean, Cecilia Pierce was sometimes cover up for you, wasn't she?
Sometimes what?
Cover up.
Certainly.
Okay? I mean, she was there to hide the relationship between you and Bill.
Yes.
And covering up this relationship is something you took pretty great steps to do.
Yes, it was something that I was consciously doing.
I mean, you even testified before in court incorrectly about being with Bill Flynn, didn't you?
I'm not sure what you're talking about.
Did you ever have a car accident on March 17th, 1990 with Tracy Collins, you, Cecilia, and Bill Flynn was in the car?
Yes, I did.
And then you went to court a couple days after Bill Flynn's arrest, and you were asked the question by the prosecutor, who were you with? And you, I believe, said some friends. And And when you were then answering the question, of all the friends you were with that day, why don't you tell the jury who you left out?
I left out Bill Flynn because he was arrested at the time.
And that's the only reason.
Well, first of all, I was in the middle of a court proceeding, and I figured that if I had said Bill Flynn was in the car, that then most certain next question would be, and where is Bill Flynn? And I would have to get into the fact that he was arrested for the murder of my husband, which was something I was trying to avoid. And I didn't think it was important at the time because a guy had backed up into my car and it wasn't my fault.
We noted this in our previous video, that there are always two explanations for events that Pamela talks about, the obvious explanation, and then Pamela's explanation. For example, how Billy got a hold of the pictures of Pamela wearing lingerie and posing provocatively. The obvious explanation is that she took photos and gave them to Billy, the minor she was having an affair with. She was already having sex with him, so giving him the photos isn't a bridge too far. If anything, it's less bad than what she's already done. But according to Pamela, she would have never done that. Instead, she gave Billy the undeveloped photos in order for him to get them developed, not because she wanted him to have them, but because she didn't want the man who developed the photos at the drugstore to see them. See, you really gotta think this through. She didn't think he would ever look at the photos himself. She could have never expected that. And when she found out that he had the photos, it was a huge violation. Every explanation of events involving Pam seemingly goes that way, including this one. She had to go to court over a fender bender that she was in, where Billy was in the car. But when she was asked who was in the car, she didn't mention Billy, not because she wanted to hide the affair, which was at this point still hidden, but because she didn't want to talk about how he had been arrested for her husband's murder, which would not have been asked because she wasn't in criminal court. No one would have followed that up the way she believed they would, but that more complicated, obviously stupid and false explanation is the one she wants to put forward, because then she can say she wasn't lying to hide the affair, even though she already admitted that.
And is that why, given the two names to put down on the witness sheet the day of the accident, on March 17th, 1990, that you filled out, of the three people in your car, why don't you tell the members of the jury who you left off on the operator's report of the accident?
Bill Flynn. There was 2 spaces, and there was Tracy and Cecilia were standing right next to me, and I put them down.
Oh, because if Bill was standing next to you, Bill probably would have got on. But since Cecilia and Tracy were standing next to you, they got on. Is that it?
If I was trying to hide the fact that he was there, I wouldn't have brought him to the police station in the first place.
And in all this space underneath here where you could have filled in a third name, you didn't choose to put that down, right?
No.
Your Honor, could I have this marked as State's Exhibits 83? Thank you.
All right, maybe Mark.
I brought him to the police station with us. The police officer saw him standing there.
Yeah, he had to come with you because you were the one driving and you couldn't just leave him standing on the side of the road. But you did deliberately leave him out of the testimony twice over. Once, okay, maybe it was a mistake, but you did it twice. And her only explanation is that he wasn't standing there directly next to her when she filled out the form, so she simply doesn't remember. It's not that she was trying to hide the affair, despite already admitting trying to hide the affair earlier.
Anything else you want to tell the jury before my next question?
No, that's about it.
Okay.
Excuse me, let me mark.
Were you under oath when you testified at that court proceeding and said, let me give you the direct quote so you know exactly what you said. Okay, who was operating the vehicle? I was. And did you have some friends with you? Yes. Who were they?
Your Honor, she's already answered and said she left off the name. He's just putting in some other transfer at this point.
It's admission, Your Honor.
She's already admitted it. What's the point of this?
She hasn't admitted it, but I think it's cross-examination.
Thank you. The attorney, who were they? Tracy and Cecilia. Now, is that a pretty accurate, direct quote of what you were testifying to?
Yes, and Tracy and Cecilia were standing there right in the courtroom with me.
Is this another version of your God's honest truth, what you decide to tell people or not tell people?
It was more of an intentional avoidance of a bigger problem.
Okay, because at that time, if you would have mentioned Bill Flynn, you might have had to start answering a few more questions about your relationship with Bill Flynn, correct?
No, I didn't think of that at the time. I thought they would probably ask me where he was and why he wasn't testifying.
pausing just for a moment because what the prosecution just said is damning, and I personally believe it should have been emphasized a bit more. He brings up her deliberately omitting Bill from the story of the car crash while under oath. She swore in a court similar to the one she is in now that only 2 other people were in the car and purposely left Bill out of the list. That is a lie by omission, but still a lie nonetheless. That definitively proves that she is willing to lie on the stand, which calls into question everything she has already said in this case. Why should the men and the women of the jury believe her this go-round, when the last time she was on the stand, she also lied? Her credibility was already shot, given that within the first 10 minutes of her testimony, she flip-flopped like a fish on dry land, but this only proves that further.
I thought of that as a possibility if you would tell the police about your affair with Bill Flynn, they would have started asking all sorts of questions, right?
Well, most certainly.
Okay, so, I mean, it was a conscious decision not to mention him there, it was a conscious decision not to mention to the police, and you sort of make decisions as you go all the time, what to tell people, what not to tell people, based on the circumstances you're in, right?
Exactly.
Okay, and here you are in this courtroom, now testifying in a first-degree murder trial, and you're under different circumstances, right?
Yes?
And now you've decided you're going to tell all and come clean.
Yes, this is a much more serious matter than someone backing up into my car.
All right, so truth to you depends on what's at stake and what you're willing to say.
No, not at all.
Well, you just said a second ago that didn't mean so much because it was only about a guy backing up and hitting your car.
Right.
So if you can't be honest on little things like that, when no one's even pointing a finger at you, why should the jury believe you're going to be truthful now when all these witnesses have testified against you?
I didn't say that I wasn't being honest. If they would have said, was Bill Flynn inside your car the night of the accident, I would have said yes.
Again, it is not her fault for lying and then not telling anyone about Bill being in the car. It's the lawyer's fault for not asking her specifically and directly if Bill was in the car. The same way the police didn't ask her directly, the same way the police didn't tell her to put Bill down in her statement. If someone calls her out in just the right way, then she would have to be honest. But to expect her to be honest all the time, that's too much. This is such a poor excuse that it's insane that she is so adamant that she's in the right. Again, everyone else is lying but her, but also she is lying, but only because people aren't using the precise wording to ask her questions. If she lied on the stand this time, she only did it because the lawyers in this case aren't questioning her right. Nothing is ever her fault, and when it is, it also isn't, which is obviously so fucking absurd that it's unbelievable. How do you even get through to someone who thinks like this?
It's just like if the police would have said,
Exactly.
were you having an affair with Bill Flynn, you would have said yes.
Yes.
But if they don't ring the bell or pull the string, no one's ever going to know about it, right?
I don't guess not.
The fact that she doesn't see what's wrong with what she is saying is frankly still unbelievable. She thinks that this is a good defense, or at least somewhat reasonable, when it's just nonsense.
All right, now, you started to tell us how Cecilia Pierce, right, started talking like she might have some information about this.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. And when's the first time she does it? Why don't you be exact as you possibly can?
The day after the kids were arrested.
The day after. So the kids are arrested what day?
It was a Monday night,
Monday night?
I think.
June 11th?
Like 10th or 11th, yeah.
Okay. So after June 11th, what does she say at that time that makes you think she knows something about it?
Basically, it was her tone of voice and her excitement about what was going on and how could they have gotten arrested and things like that.
And what happened after that night? What was the next time?
I saw her, I believe the next day I saw her in school that night, or I talked to her on the phone, I'm not sure.
And what did she say at that time that made you think more likely that she was involved?
Just because she was so worried about everything.
Mm-hmm. And, well, let me ask you something. Did you ever have any real fear that your phone was tapped?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, why did you think your phone was tapped?
Because of all the rumors I had heard.
All right, so when you were talking to Cecilia Pierce on the phone on June 19th, you were purposely saying things to avoid any involvement in this Bill Flynn, or in this case, because you thought your phone was tapped.
Exactly.
Okay. So the phone conversations of June 19th, Cecilia's saying all sorts of things to you, right?
Right.
I mean, Cecilia's saying, What kind of things do you recall Cecilia saying to you that gave you the indication she might be involved? Or had more information?
Nothing. That indication came way before those phone conversations.
Okay, so I mean, even before those phone call conversations, you have an indication that Cecilia Pierce is acting a little funny.
Right, immediately after the arrest, so that would have been the 11th, the 12th, the 13th.
All right, so these phone calls were made when?
The 18th and 19th.
Okay, does anything change on the 18th and 19th to change your
Yes,
mind?
on the 13th, I told her that I had known about the murder beforehand. On the 13th.
You told Cecilia Pierce on the 13th?
Yep.
Okay.
And she said that she did too.
All right, so now what you want this jury to understand is that on June 13th, you told Cecilia Pierce, I knew about the murder beforehand, right? And prior to June 13th, you're under the impression Cecilia must know more about the murder than she's telling you, right?
Right.
Okay, now if Cecilia knew more about the murder than you were telling her, wouldn't she know whether or not you were involved? Or
That's what she said to me. That's what she said to me. She said, how come Bill never told me that you knew?
Okay, and when you said that to her on June...
No, she said that to me.
When you said that to her on June 13th that you knew about the murder, right? Didn't you say that a few months ago? That was just a trick.
Exactly.
Just to get more information from her.
Exactly, and I did get information.
Okay, you got information on June 13th,
I certainly did.
Okay, so tell the members of the jury how soon you went to the police and said, hey, you better talk to Cecilia Pierce because she knows more than she's telling you.
I didn't, because I didn't believe her at first.
Just like you couldn't have believed Bill did it, right?
Yeah.
I mean, weren't you just telling us a second ago that the whole reason you said that to Cecilia Pierce was because you thought she had more information? So when she confirms that she does, you now tell this jury you don't believe it, you don't go to the police?
Because of the information that she gave me. She told me there had been a previous attempt on Greg's life, and I just couldn't believe that at the time. That was the first time I had heard of that. I did not believe what she was saying, and I wanted to try and get a hold of Bill because I thought if I talked to Bill about it, that Bill, and I confronted him with what Cecilia had told me, then I would be able to know if he was lying or if he was telling the truth.
So, in case you have a hard time following this amazing story, after Bill and his friends were arrested for the murders, Pamela didn't think that he had anything to do with them, and had been falsely set up because they had been having an affair. So instead of telling the police about the affair, or how she had lent Bill and his friends her car that night, she instead decided to talk to Cecilia Pierce, who less than 20 minutes ago she claimed was not good friends with Bill and his friends. For some reason, she believed that Cecilia knew about the murder plot, and that if she pretended to know about it too, she could get more information. This is in spite of the fact that she didn't believe that Bill and his friends were behind the murders, and would not trust Cecilia enough to tell her about the plot. But wait, there's more. When she talked to Cecilia, she told the 15-year-old girl that she knew about the murders, and in fact helped plan them, as a ruse to get her to open up about what happened. She thought that if she pretended to know what happened to someone who did know, they would tell her, and this, according to Pamela, worked. Cecilia then told her this was the second attempt the boys had made on George's life, and Pamela, who didn't believe the boys actually killed her husband, once again did not believe they were involved, and thought Cecilia was lying. But then in the following days, when Cecilia was wearing a wire, she continued to state that she knew about the plot. Just for fun, I guess. This is a worse excuse than Tony Todd or Diane Downs. This is so fucking stupid and nonsensical, I don't even know what to say. Our job technically is to commentate on this, to explain the rationale and logic behind why people like Pamela say and do the things that they do. But this is so poorly thought out, I don't know. It's just nonsense.
This was June 13th, 2 days after Bill's arrest. So what were you going to do? Go visit him at ABC?
Yeah, the thought crossed my mind, if you want to know the truth.
So let's get this straight with the jury. This is another indication where you make a conscious decision, where you have information which might help solve the murder of your husband, which might tell the Smarts how their kid was killed, which might tell the Wojciech's how their son-in-law was killed, which might explain the senseless thing that everybody's been trying to understand from May 1st. You decide to make a conscious decision, I'm not going to tell the police.
Right, because if I told the police, then they would find out about the affair, and they would know about the affair and how I would have to go through all that. Plus, I knew that the police were completely shutting me out of the investigation, and I figured that if I gave them more information, they would take it, they would run with it, and I would be back to square one, knowing nothing about who murdered my husband.
That is unless the police asked about the affair in just the right manner. Then she would have told them. Because, as she said, an affair is not enough of a motive for murder. She says so many conflicting things that when she says a definitive reason like this, it conflicts with everything else she has said before.
So you're going to do your own little investigation?
Yes, I was. At the time, I was not exactly thinking rationally.
Judge, I don't mind her explaining her answer, but she clearly just wants to say what she feels like, not responsive to questions. There will be redirect after I'm done.
All I want her to do is to be allowed to finish her answers, that's all it's there.
Go ahead, anything else you want to say?
Yeah, this is part of my, you asked me if I made a conscious decision, and my feelings at that time were part of the conscious decision. I was not acting rationally at all.
All right, so now this is not a rational thing. You're sort of like off in the...
Yeah, my husband was murdered.
Right, and the last thing you want to do is tell the police some good information to help solve it, right? Because
No.
your husband was murdered.
No.
No, okay. So you do want to tell the police some information to help them solve it, but you don't.
I was confused. I wasn't sure. I was bouncing that idea off both ends.
Okay. Well, why don't you tell us how many of your friends, okay, you went up to around June 13th, okay, and said, let's talk about Cecilia Pierce. I think she must know some stuff about this.
I made mention of the fact that Cecilia might have known some more than she was saying.
Around June 13th?
I don't remember what the exact day was.
And after June 13th, what else happened?
Well, every time I told my friends anything about Cecilia's possible involvement or anything about all of the irrational ideas I was having at the time, they told me that I was crazy and that I should stop thinking and doing things like that. So I didn't really discuss it with people because everyone told me not to do it.
No one in Pamela's life would affirm these statements, meaning that they are, and this is probably going to shock you, lies.
After June 13th, and all these people told you this around June 13th?
I don't know the exact date.
Well, give me within the exact week.
I don't know. I saw my mother then. I saw my sister. I saw Sonia.
And you told them all around June 13th
Tracy.
what you're telling this jury now?
No, I'm not saying that.
So after June 13th, and she gives you the stuff which you again decide you're not going to believe, and you don't tell the police. Do you have any
I said I didn't know what to believe, not that I decided not to believe it.
I mean, come on. I mean, this is...
Come on.
You're not telling the police about the affair. You're not telling about Cecilia Pierce. What happens after June 13th? What's the next time you talk to Cecilia Pierce about it?
I might have seen her before the phone call on June 18th, I'm not sure. I saw her at Papagino's one day, I don't know what day it was.
Okay, so then you talked to her on June 19th, right?
Right, and I thought my phone was tapped because I didn't know anything about wiretapping, and I thought the police could just tap a phone if they wanted to, and I thought my phone was tapped.
And you were worried about your phone being tapped because you thought the police thought you were involved.
I had heard a rumor, yes.
Okay. And you were afraid that the police might listen to your phone.
Right, and I didn't want to be on the phone saying that I knew about a murder that I didn't really know about.
Right, because the most important thing in your life at that time was solving this murder, right?
Yeah, because I didn't think anybody else was doing too much about it.
But why would she think that when people had been arrested? Why would she think the police weren't looking into the case when they were actively arresting these suspects? And she believed apparently that they could be tapping into her phone. That doesn't align with anything else she has said. So these two things cannot be true. When the police don't care about solving a murder, it's obvious. Take the case of Lavina Johnson, or the case of Vanessa Guillen, when the families have had to spearhead movements in the public eye in order to get the proper authorities to take the case seriously. Those cases are markedly different to this one, where the police made active statements about the case, and continued to investigate, even when their leads dried up.
So, when you talked to Cecilia Pierce on June 19th, what impression do you get from your conversation with her then?
Well, I didn't finish what happened on the 13th. On the 13th, she told...
I'm asking you now about the 19th.
But this is in connection with that.
Okay, well let me ask you about the 19th, then your lawyer can get you to say whatever you want
Okay.
after that,
On the 19th, the impression I got was that she was trying to talk to me about it and that I didn't want to talk to her about it.
So, is that why on the 19th you said to her, this is page 3 of the transcript, you want a copy of it? You say to her, see, I don't know if I were you, I would answer any questions.
Right.
And then she says, what? If they make you feel uncomfortable. She goes, yeah. And you say, tell me that you don't want to answer any more questions without your mom. She goes, all right, okay. You say, like if they try and press you like they did before, yeah. Who's coming over, do you know? She says, yeah. And you go, which one? She goes, yeah, again. Are they there? And Cecilia says, no. What I can barely hear you. What are you saying? You say, I just said, you know who's coming over, Pelletier, or whatever. Now, you said that to her at that time, right?
Apparently.
And at that time, why were you afraid of her answering any questions? I mean, if you thought at the time she really knew about this. And if you thought at the time she might have information to help, why weren't you telling Cecilia Pierce, hey, don't worry about it. Just tell the police whatever they ask, and nothing will happen. You didn't do anything wrong.
That's why I just wanted to say something before this, because on June 13th, she told me that she was going to go to the police and tell them I knew about the murder beforehand.
Why was she going to do that?
Because she said that she was scared.
Because you told her about the murder before.
Right.
So, I mean, obviously you were thinking, wait a minute, here I am, I'm having an affair with this guy that nobody knows about. I have a girl now that I've convinced that I'm involved with this crime. She's going to go to the police. Holy moly, I better straighten out this mess. It's really getting murky. So obviously you ran right down to the police to straighten it out, right?
No, it's pretty confusing, isn't it?
Yeah, it sure is. It's pretty confusing. And you didn't do a damn thing to try and straighten it out, did you?
Take the action recess. All right.
So that was it for her first day on the stand. So let's get into day 2. If you've made it to this portion in the video, let me know if you believe her story. Do you think the prosecution and myself are just being too hard on Pam? Let us know in the comments down below.
Yesterday we were talking about how you went to Drew Holloway on May 31st.
Yes.
And that was the boy's idea?
I don't remember specifically whose idea it was. It was just a general idea.
Were you looking for a car at that time?
At that time, yes.
And besides going to Drew Holloway, you made other attempts to look for a car?
Yes, but I never had a specific car in mind or made any financing arrangements on a
You
car.
went to Coast Pontiac 6 days later, did you not?
I don't remember. Maybe.
You don't remember if you went, or you don't remember it was 6 days later?
Where's Coast Pontiac?
Portsmouth.
Yeah, yes, I did do that with Tracy Collins, I believe.
And you went with Tracy Collins?
I think so.
And you had your car appraised?
I might have, yes.
And you told them you didn't have to make any financing arrangements because you were going to pay cash?
But I don't know, maybe.
And at that time, you'd already gotten insurance money, to some extent in this case, correct?
Some, yes.
90,000,
Yes.
and you were still waiting for the $50,000 policy to come in?
Yes.
Oh, well, that's damning. Her husband was brutally murdered by her high school abuse victim, and one of the first things she decides to do was to get a new car.
Now, yesterday, you talked a little bit about divorce. You were asked by Mr. Toomey that if you were to get divorced, what action would you lose? I think you said you shared furniture, $4,000 to $6,000 in savings, correct?
Approximately, yes.
And you each had your own car, correct?
Yes, we did.
Now, in the spring of 1990, you had gotten a divorce from Greg Smart. The affair might have become public, right?
If I had gotten a divorce,
Yeah.
if I made it public, I suppose.
Or if Greg made it public.
Yeah.
And if your affair had become public, what do you think would have happened at Whitaker High School? Or, I'm sorry, at SAU 21, where you work?
I would assume that I wouldn't be working there anymore.
You lost your job, right?
Probably.
And how do you think it would have affected your opportunity to look for additional jobs in school districts, knowing that you had an affair with a 15, 16-year-old boy?
I doubt that I would apply to another school district, but that wouldn't mean that I couldn't get a job anywhere else, ever.
This is one of the most infuriating sentences we've ever had the displeasure of listening to. Again, we have talked about female predators in the past. They seem to be under the impression that what they are doing is different to what male predators do. They say things like their victim pursued them, that it wasn't rape, and that they aren't pedophiles, because it was true love. But to say that her sexually exploiting and abusing Billy would not have prevented her from getting another job is ridiculous, because it would have, or at least it should have. Had the affair been made public, she certainly would have been fired, and most high schools in the area would not hire her. She would have been arrested, and she would have been completely unemployable, as she should be. She used her position of power and authority over a minor to sexually abuse and exploit them, so no person would ever hand her another position of authority. But she doesn't see it that way. Sure, she would have been fired, but she didn't really want that job. She could change professions, go into broadcasting like she dreamt she would. She could try out radio again. The world is her oyster, because no one would care that she sexually abused a minor. That is her honest belief.
Think this would have helped or hurt your professional reputation at that time?
Hurt.
How do you think your family and friends would think about you essentially taking part in ruining the marriage that you had for less than a year by having a sexual affair with a 15, 16-year-old boy?
I don't know how my family and friends would feel.
Do you think your family or friends would approve?
Probably not.
You seem unsure.
I mean, I don't think that they would stop being my friends and never talk to me again, but...
No, but the question was whether or not they approve, and you say probably not. Do you have any doubt in your mind that they would look upon this as quite inappropriate behavior for you?
Well, I'm not the first person in America that ever had an affair.
But the affair was with a minor, so it's kind of different, meaning it's patently different. If you're an adult and you have an affair, you're probably a bad partner and maybe a prick. But most friends and family members can overlook that. They won't set their friends up with you, but you didn't do anything directly to them, so they can move past that. But Pamela, you had an affair with a minor, a person who could not drive, who had to ask his mother's permission to stay over at your house, who couldn't drink and make their own medical decisions. This is a person you had direct authority over, who wasn't psychologically mature enough to see an adult being romantically interested in them as being strange and inappropriate. So that's not the same fucking thing. And the fact that that has not occurred to her is truly shocking. When we've covered other predators, specifically male predators, most are well aware that what they are doing is harmful to their victims. They know that if they are caught, their friends and family will disown them, that they will become scourges of society, and that their lives will be irrevocably ruined. But not Pamela. Pamela believes that her friends and family will just brush off her sexually abusing a minor as just a weird, morally ambiguous thing that she did. Don't bring your teens around Pamela, they will joke. She might start dating them. Ah ha ha ha. But what she did is horrific. It doesn't matter that she thinks it was mutual and loving. This is truly one of the most disturbing things we've seen a predator say. And I had to read Nathan Larson's stupid fucking Predator Manifesto. Think about that shit.
But that wasn't my question. My question was, don't you think they would look at you and say this is quite inappropriate behavior?
Yes.
But if Greg was dead, you wouldn't have to expose the affair, would you?
No. Unless, like, this happened.
And you could keep the affair secret, as long as you chose, right?
I don't know that. I don't know that Bill wouldn't have exposed it, or Cecilia wouldn't have, or...
And Bill and Cecilia were the only people who were part of your inner circle at this time who knew about the affair.
Apparently not. According to Bill's testimony, JR knew, Pete knew, Frank Daly knew, Sarah Thomas knew.
And then you've come into court and now admitted it because all those people know, right?
No. I've admitted this affair because it's the truth, and that's what I'm telling right now.
And now you've decided to tell the truth.
Yes.
No, she admitted to the affair because it became so obvious that it was pointless to deny. He had photos of her in lingerie. Multiple eyewitnesses had seen them kiss and act inappropriately with each other, so she had no choice but to admit it. Her saying she admitted it because it was the truth is her attempting to place herself in a good moral standing with the jury. Sure, she's a fucking pedophile who engaged in a sexual relationship with a minor, but at least she's honest. But that isn't what happened. She denied the relationship until she realized it was an impossible task to keep denying, the same way she had denied any sort of responsibility for her husband's murder to this day. But we're not quite there yet.
Let's go back to where we left off yesterday. I think one of the last questions I had asked you yesterday was, you said that you told Cecilia Pierce on June 13th, 1990, that you knew about the murder.
Yes.
And that was a total fabrication on your part in order to try and get Cecilia Pierce to talk, correct?
I told her that I had known about it beforehand, which was a fabrication.
And that's what you wanted her to know, so you might be able to get information from Cecilia Pierce.
Yes.
And you now know, testifying, that Cecilia Pierce went to the police on June 14th, June 15th, and gave them all sorts of information on this case, correct?
Yes.
And as you sit here today, you know that the information Cecilia Pierce gave to the police on June 14th and June 15th inculpated you in this crime.
Yes.
So now, testifying before this jury, you say to us, the day before, I told Cecilia Pierce I was involved, or I knew about the murder before, right?
Right.
And is that the first time you ever told Cecilia Pierce that you had anything to do with the murder?
I didn't tell her that I had something to do with it. I told her that I had known about it.
Okay, so why don't you tell the members of the jury everything you told Cecilia Pierce that you knew about the murder?
I just told her that I had I had known about the murder before it was going to happen.
So that's the only thing you told her?
Yes.
Only knew about
Well,
it?
there was a conversation afterwards.
Okay, what's the conversation afterwards?
I told her that, and she said, how come Bill didn't tell me that you knew about it? And I said, why, you knew about it? And she said, yes. And then she went on to talk about a couple things that I had never heard about beforehand.
Okay, so why don't you tell us what Cecilia Pierce told you that you had never heard about beforehand?
That there was a prior attempt on Greg's life.
Okay, so you're saying June 13th.
There's a couple things. Do you want me to go through all?
Yes, I'm asking you. Prior attempt, what else?
She had told me that there had been a time that she had gone to look for a gun with Bill at Papagino's. And she had told me that Raymond was with Bill the first time. And
else?
that they had taken my car.
Anything else?
That Bill had done it, and that Pete and JR were with him. But see, I can't really remember because there was a lot of things going around in the newspapers at the same time too, and some of the things she was telling me were also in the paper, so I'm not sure what exactly came out when.
What's somewhat infuriating about Pamela's statements is that sometimes her memory is perfectly clear, so clear in fact that she needs to correct her lawyer in the prosecution because she knows exactly where and when she said something, as well as why she said it and why it conflicts with other statements. But in times like this, when she's talking about her super secret, totally real plan to get more information about her husband's murder, even though she didn't believe Billy was involved, she doesn't fully remember what occurred. Sure, she knows the exact date that she told Cecilia that she knew about the murder, but she doesn't fully remember what Cecilia said, even though she testified to that fact the day prior, and remembers enough to know that her teenage friend is lying.
And this is all the information you got from Cecilia Pierce before?
Oh, and she told me that they had dropped gloves at the scene. She said gloves, more than one.
Where was she getting all this information?
I had assumed that Bill had told her.
So what you're telling this jury today is that Cecilia Pierce and Bill Flynn are having all these conversations about the murder of your husband, which you know absolutely nothing about. Is that it?
Yes, they testified to that also.
Right. They also testified that you knew all about it and were part of it.
Right.
That's the part you're saying no.
Right.
Okay. And you're telling this jury that the murder of your husband occurs, and Cecilia Pierce, who's a good friend of yours, for the whole year and a half and all through that summer, never says anything to you about it until 2 days after the boy's arrested.
I didn't say she's never said anything to me about it. She said we talked about it almost every day, like I talked to everybody about this.
And you talked about it every day. She never once told you, hey, you know, I'm really sorry your husband's dead, but I think I can help you here figuring out who it was.
No. Well,
Okay,
she
so
did say that she was sorry Greg was dead.
Okay, so what you're telling this jury is that Cecilia Pierce intentionally withheld information from you concerning the murder of your husband.
Probably because she had some involvement herself.
Okay, so what you're telling this jury is Cecilia Pierce wanted your husband dead.
No, I'm not saying that at all.
Well, you just said she had some involvement. I mean,
Well,
why do you think...
in procuring a firearm.
Okay, and then you can answer. Why do you think Cecilia Pierce had involvement in the death of your husband?
I didn't think she had any direct involvement as far as I didn't believe that she was there on the night of the murder, but I believe she had some knowledge of it.
Okay, and you think Cecilia Pierce would intentionally withhold this information from you and from the police and never clue you in?
Yes,
And why would she do that?
that's what I was trying to figure out.
And you have no idea as you sit here today. I mean, you had no...
I have an idea now.
And, oh, that's what you told us yesterday, that she wanted to be the center of attention.
No, my idea now is that she had her own involvement in this in procuring a firearm with Bill, therefore she was trying to protect herself.
To be clear, that is not a crime. It's not a reasonable excuse for why she is saying that Pam was involved with the murders. Pam is not being thrown under the bus because Cecilia was to ignore her part in the crime, because she was not involved in the crime. Pam was, but she is trying to use the 15-year-old she emotionally manipulated as a sort of scapegoat. Remember, it is never Pamela's fault. Things happen to her, but she never does anything. And, just so we are clear, Cecilia did talk to the other adult about the plot to kill Greg, and that adult said she was being dramatic. Had her warning been heeded, things might have been different.
The way that Cecilia Pierce was going to protect herself was not going to come in and tell the police, hey, I tried to get a fire, let me tell you about Bill Flynn who did this murder and all that stuff. Her way of protecting herself was to come in and make up this entire fabrication about your involvement to save her skin about a firearm.
It wasn't an entire fabrication.
Ms. Smart, I'll let you answer the question. I will interrupt you. Please don't interrupt my question, okay?
I'm sorry.
It's difficult for Bill.
Did you
He
finish?
came in with this entire fabrication just to get you in trouble, to wrongly send you to jail, to wrongly accuse you of murder, to falsely accuse you of everything, match her wits against yours because she tried to get a firearm in Papa Jeans.
No, everything she said was not an entire fabrication because she did tell the police that I had known about the murder beforehand, and I did tell her that.
How do you know she told that to the police?
How do I know that? Because she just said that on the stand, and plus I read it in the paper
When did you read in the paper?
after I was arrested.
So after you were arrested, now you're starting to put together what Cecilia Pierce had done, right?
I was trying to put this case together from the day Greg was murdered.
Yeah, we talked about that yesterday, and how you were trying to put it together, and how you helped the police put it together, right?
No,
And
I
you
don't know
called
that
the police over to your house to talk about a chip on the wall. You
Yes.
pointed out to the police a dented candlestick.
Yes.
You did all those things, right?
Yes, I
You're really
did.
going out of your way to tell the police everything they should need to know to try and solve this, right?
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes, except for the affair.
Except for the affair, right?
Right, I was ashamed of the affair. I still am today.
Let's now, on 6/19, you talk to Cecilia Pierce, right?
On the telephone, yes.
Yeah, okay. And you were talking to Cecilia Pierce. Well, your plan now is to try and get more information, right?
Not over the phone, it wasn't.
Okay, so let me translate for those who are having a hard time following along, because her lies are ridiculous. The reason that the phone calls between Cecilia and herself are so damning, and make it appear that Pamela knew about the murder plot about her husband, is because she told the minor that she did. And the reason that those calls don't contain any of her probing or questioning of the minor in order to solve the murders is because she deliberately did not talk to her about that on the phone. It's the, I have a girlfriend but she doesn't go to this school and doesn't live in this city and you wouldn't know her, but trust me, she's real excuse. Sure, there is a bevy of evidence that shows that Pamela took part in the murder, but that's only because she was pretending to take part in the murder. You heard me. We just need to trust and believe her when she says she would never actually do that, even though she had already admitted to lying to the police and lying on the stand. Excellent play. And God, she's just so dynamic and electric on the stand, I can't imagine it not working.
Just in general, Cecilia Pierce, correct?
No, not at June 19th. My plan was to try and stop her from going to the police.
Also, again, let me just point out how she doesn't seem to remember things that she said in this very real investigation. She can't recall the details that were oh so important to her, but she can remember what her exact motivations were on specific dates and times.
In turning me in.
Okay, that's only because it was on the phone.
No, that was my plan everywhere. That was my plan during the body wire conversations also.
All right, so your plan switches.
I told you my plan switched on June 13th. When
Okay, so June 13th, what's your plan?
My plan was originally, when the day started, to get more information from her, and by the time the day was over, she had told me that she was scared and that she was going to go to the police. And she was
told you Bill had done it.
Objection, Your Honor, you interrupted her.
right. And I'm almost finished. And she had told me that she was going to the police and she was going to tell them that we, meaning she and I, knew about the murder beforehand. And of course, I automatically panicked because I didn't want her to do that. So my intention from there on out was to try and talk her out of going to the police.
So why didn't you go to the police before her and straighten the whole mess out? Why didn't you go to the police and say, hey, you know, I was just talking to Cecilia, oh my God, she knows Bill, this kid did it. I was wrong from the beginning. I'm really embarrassed about my affair. Please don't tell anybody about it. But now you can solve the murder of my husband. And now you can tell the smarts how their son died. Now you can tell the world how this senseless thing has a sense to it. But you didn't go to the police on June 13th after talking to Cecilia, correct?
Because I was scared, I was afraid, and I had heard rumors that I was going to be arrested, and I was afraid, yes.
All right. Now, I didn't really ask you why, but I'll gladly have you tell us
When the
why.
questions,
Your Honor, this question started.
this started with what?
Oh, I thought it was yes or no, but okay. You didn't go, no, and then the reason was why?
Because I was scared and I was afraid.
Scared and afraid of this 15-year-old girl.
No, I was scared and afraid of this entire murder. And I was scared and afraid and confused of everything that was going on and all the rumors that I was hearing.
And you thought the best way to solve that, the best way to deal with this fear, the best way to handle this confusion and all your fears is not honesty is the best policy. Go to the police and tell them everything and let them sort it out, because in the end, you know you're only telling the truth and nothing will happen. Your decision is to withhold information and to start playing mind games with Cecilia.
Yes, at the time that was my conclusion.
Okay. Now, on June 19th, you had phone call conversations with Cecilia Pierce, right?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Now, you tell Cecilia Pierce, if they ask you to get a lie detector test, which I doubt they will, then you just say you're going to get yourself a lawyer first. And any lawyer will tell you not to.
Right.
Okay. Did it ever occur to you to encourage Cecilia Pierce to take a lie detector test, to say something to Cecilia Pierce like, hey, just go talk to them. Don't worry about the lie detector test. You can handle that thing. Just give them a statement. Because then you would know, of course, that the police would find something out about the murder, right? I mean, if you encourage her to take the lie detector test,
Right.
the police might know who killed your husband.
Right, but should be on the lie detector test saying that I was having an affair and that I knew about it beforehand and all those things, which I didn't want her
Okay,
to say.
so why don't you just be honest with the jury and tell us it was more important to you that this affair, which would link you to Bill, which would link you to the murder, not come out over all this expression on your part that I'm obsessed with solving this crime, I'm obsessed with finding out who murdered my husband, but you're not so obsessed that you're willing to tell the police what you know, are you?
I wanted to solve it in my own mind, in my own life, first.
Okay, and then what were you going to do, make a citizen's arrest?
No, I wasn't. At some point, obviously, I would have gone to the police with it.
So Pam Smart, a 23-year-old student teacher, was going to use her own investigation skills, do her own investigation, not tell the police what she knows, talk to Cecilia Pierce, go out and talk to whoever else she knows, and then, of course, write a report, mail it in, and what were you going to do?
I'm going to object to the form of these questions. If there are multi-part questions that they can't be answered yes and no. Numerous assumptions. It's essentially speeches.
Cross-examination.
Cross-examination, Judge Goldberg.
First of all, I'm not a teacher. And second of all, yes, that was my intention, to figure it out on my own. My husband was murdered. I was not thinking rationally at the time. And unless you've gone through something like this, then maybe you can't understand.
This is what is known as a cop-out, and it's like when you're watching a movie, and by the end of it they say, well, it was all just a dream, or it was all a delusion. Sure, it's an ending, but the ending is meant to somewhat obfuscate any plot holes or weirdness that happened during the plot. It doesn't have to make sense. The person is just crazy, or they were dreaming, or my personal favorite, it was all a delusion they were having before they died. That plot line was dropped, so it doesn't matter, because it never mattered. And also, fuck you for caring about where the plot was going in the first place, you stupid stupid viewer of the movie. Pamela is stating that unless someone close to you was murdered, you can't properly understand her reasoning. I've lost people close to me, but I still don't understand why she's saying the things that she is, because most of this is nonsense and she's clearly lying, and she even admitted to lying. She claims that she felt the police weren't doing their job, despite the fact that she was paranoid that they would bug her phones during the investigation. She claimed they weren't taking her fears seriously when they routinely checked in on her and gave her updates when they felt they were appropriate. So her story doesn't make sense, not because she was bereft and dealing with the trauma of her husband being murdered, but because it doesn't make sense that she's lying.
So in other words, now what you're saying is this talk with Cecilia is the product of some irrational behavior on your part?
I'd say.
So it's not a conscious decision to find out information.
It was both. It was a very confused state.
Now, so later on in the same phone call conversation, you say to Cecilia Pierce, you're talking about the OJ video. She says she's looking for her copy. And you say, well, the Department of Citrus doesn't like the video anyways, you know? And Cecilia says, but I told him that the superintendent had all the copies. Talking about somebody in the press who wanted a copy. And you say, but according to JR, Raymond and Ralph said, it doesn't come out on the tape, and you say, well, that's Raymond and Ralph. You know what I mean? Just say you don't, and that's it, you know? Cecilia says, yep. And you say, I mean, they can't convict him and arrest him on the word of another person. And Cecilia says, well, like you said, they can always switch it around and say that Raymond and Ralph did it. And you say, right, and that's it, you know? Raymond. How would Raymond and Ralph know anything, you know? Because maybe somebody told them that, or that somebody else said that they did.
Your Honor, is this a question or is he reading in?
I'm getting to the question, Your Honor. It's the foundation.
It appears to me what he's doing, he's putting in the transcript. If he wants to put in the transcript, he should do it through a witness.
Judge, I have specific questions designed to the statement that she says on this.
Objection is overruled.
I don't want to give it out of context, trying to give the jury the full context. The last statement you said, and I'll repeat, is right. And that's it, you know? Raymond. How would Raymond and Ralph know anything, you know? Because maybe somebody told them that, or somebody else said that they did, you know what I mean? They can't, you're not going to get convicted of murder on someone else's opinion. You know what I mean? Like if you were missing that night or something like that. How do you know what is according to JR?
What was the statement that I said about JR?
You said, but according to JR, Raymond and Ralph said.
Right.
And then you say, well, that's Raymond and Ralph. You know what I mean? Just say you don't, and that's it. You know. I mean, didn't you tell us yesterday that when JR and Pete and Bill were at your house, you went upstairs because Bill said he was alone. You stayed upstairs for 45 minutes, right?
Right, and according to JR meant according to what I had heard that JR was saying, because I had also heard what Ralph and Raymond were saying, and I had heard what the entire town of Seabrook was saying, and what the police were saying, and what the newspapers were saying.
And what did you hear was what JR saying?
I heard that JR was saying that Ralph and Raymond had done the murder.
You heard this from JR?
No, I heard it from Cecilia. Cecilia said, I heard JR was saying up in ADC that Ralph and Raymond had done the murder.
So on June 13th, what time of day? I mean, on June 19th, right?
Right.
Right. JR has been in ADC for 3-4 days, and you're saying rumors have gotten
On
back?
June 19th, he's been there for 9 days.
All right, say 9 days. I think the rest of June 11th, so it's 8 days, right?
Right.
You're saying rumors have already gotten back to you, what JR is saying in ADC.
Absolutely, rumors were getting around about everything.
And you're saying that JR was saying what about Raymond and Ralph?
Like I said, JR never said this directly to me, but I had heard that JR was saying that Raymond and Ralph had committed the murder themselves and were blaming it on Bill, Pete, and JR.
I'm sorry?
Raymond
So
and
why would you say to Cecilia, just say you don't, and that's it, you know? I mean, why are you telling...
Because I'm telling her to say that she doesn't know anything.
Okay, and then later on, when Cecilia says to you, well, like you said, they can always switch it around and say that Raymond and Ralph did it.
Right, because that's what I had said. JR can say whatever he wants up in ADC. I don't know what he's saying. They can always switch it around and say Raymond and Ralph did it.
Why are you telling this to Cecilia Pierce?
because we had had discussions previous to this about it,
About what?
about the possibility of Raymond and Ralph doing the murder.
And so now, this time, after Cecilia Pierce has told you on June 13th that Bill Flynn has done the murder, which is news to you, 5-6 days later, you're now saying that you're talking about somebody else may have done the murder?
Yes, I did not want to believe Bill Flynn committed this murder.
So there's nothing anybody could have done to convince you that Bill Flynn had committed this murder.
At that point, no.
And
I still, even after his arrest, didn't believe that he had done it.
because Bill Flynn's not the kind of guy who's going to go off and mastermind a murder, is he?
I don't know.
Sorry?
Apparently, yes, he pleaded guilty to the crime.
But you never thought that, right? I mean, your opinion of Bill Flynn, he couldn't do that.
Murder someone?
Right.
No, I didn't think so.
So this jury, you're going to say, well, yes, now he did that.
He said he did it. I don't think he'd plead guilty to a crime if he wasn't guilty.
Now, when you say to Cecilia Pierce, they can't, you're not going to get convicted of murder on someone else's opinion. Who are you talking about? Who's the they? The police?
She said, I believe Bill, Pete, and JR were possibly going to say that she had known about the murder beforehand and that she was worried that if they said that, the police would arrest her.
So you're giving her comfort at this point.
Right, I told her I was doing everything I could to try and get her not to go to the police.
And at this point, it was strictly because of the affair.
No, I said earlier that it was also because I had told her that I had known about the murder beforehand, that I didn't want her to say that.
I mean, was your biggest fear you were going to get wrongly accused that Cecilia Pierce went to the police?
That's what happened. That's why I'm sitting here today.
Yes, you were wrongly accused. She is directly telling the men and women of the jury that they need to overlook all the direct physical evidence, as well as all the confessions to the crimes, and everything she has done that makes her look guilty, including admitting to being involved in the crime on a recorded line. All of that can be easily explained and hand-waved away, because she is innocent. She is just a grieving widow who had an affair with a minor, and anyone who doesn't see that is obviously just out to get her. I find this kind of answer to be somewhat insulting, because it just tells you exactly what she thinks of your intelligence. In order to believe her story, you have to ignore so much direct evidence that you would have to be stupid. Even her supporters, which we will get to later, don't believe that she is fully innocent. So what does that tell you?
Right, so you don't think it was more important back then to go to the police and straighten out first, put your embarrassment aside, and say, hey, before this goes any further, let me tell you what happened. You don't think that was important to do you?
I wish I would have made that decision way back then and none of us would be here today.
Is that what you want this jury to believe?
Yes, I want this jury to believe the truth.
And they will make that decision, right?
I hope so.
And that would be based upon all the different times you said you were telling the truth, but in fact, you kept things to yourself, right?
I have said to this jury that I did keep things from the police. I have not denied that. I have not denied that I was trying to hide an affair. You're absolutely right. I did not want the whole United States of America to know that I had had an affair.
But you were willing to risk to be wrongly accused. In your version of what's happening, you would risk the murderer go free. You would risk you being wrongly accused. You even said yesterday that you thought Bill Flynn was wrongly arrested because they heard the affair, and you were willing to risk that.
I wasn't willing to risk that. I was scared, and I was trying to make decisions, and I was 22 years old, and I made the wrong decisions.
I mean, isn't it possible?
So Pamela is trying to appeal to her youth as being the reason why her decisions have made so little sense in this case. And that would be something to ponder, were she not simultaneously stating that the 16-year-old she was having an affair with should be tried as an adult, and the 15-year-old that she was best friends with craved so much attention she lied about her being involved with the murder. Why is she allowed to play the "I was so young I didn't know any better" card? But that card does not apply to people who are far younger than she is. Moreover, she was willing to risk Billy and the boys going to prison. That's why the boys don't initially open up to the police after they were arrested for the murder. They were told by Pamela that in the worst case scenario, even if they were apprehended and convicted of the murder, they would just go to juvie until they were 18, then be released. She obviously didn't want that to happen, because that would give them the opportunity to turn on her. But she believed that even if that did happen, she would be in the clear.
The other side of the coin, what's really happening here is, if Cecilia Pierce does go to the police, Cecilia Pierce might tell what she really knows, and Cecilia Pierce might be telling exactly what she told this jury when she testified, that you knew about it from the beginning and were all part of it, right?
Because that would be a lie.
In your opinion.
in my
And
opinion.
that's what you want this jury to believe, right?
Yes.
Now, Cecilia Pierce hangs up the phone. She tells you that the police are coming over, right?
I guess.
And then you call her back a few
Right.
moments later, right?
Right.
And you call her back, and one of the things you say to her, you say, they're on trial, and that's it. So you just, answer the question, and that's it. We're going to try and get you to talk and to confess. And you know they're going to say, we know you know, and all that. Try and make you nervous. But all you have to do is just maintain the same story, and that's it. You don't know, and that's it, And as far as where you were that night, I would get the story straight, so that they don't get suspicious and wonder where you were and all that, But just answer their question and don't offer any information, She says, yeah, I know that. I don't know. I'm nervous because, the TV keeps saying they're going to arrest the girl for driving them up.
Right.
You say all this, you call Cecilia Pierce back to tell her, don't confess.
Right.
You call her back, just answer the questions, don't offer any information.
Right.
Did you ever think to say to Cecilia Pierce, look, don't tell him about the affair, but tell him what you know about Bill?
No.
Never entered your mind.
No, because then she would have said that I had known about the murder beforehand. And what I was talking about getting her story straight was when she had originally gone to the police and they had come to her, I guess, and they asked her where she was the night of the murder. And she had told them that she was at work at Papagino's, and she found out later that she was really at her aunt's house. And I told her that she better get the story straight because it was the truth. That wasn't a lie.
When did she tell you this?
Shortly after the murder sometime. I think she said her mother had told the police that she was at Papagino's that night, and she wasn't really, and she wasn't trying to lie. Her mother wasn't trying to lie either, but I just figured that if she got that straightened out, then they wouldn't call Papagino's and find out she wasn't there and then think she was involved, like at the murder scene or something.
And on the very few moments later, page 3, Q2, you say to Cecilia, she's worried about being arrested because the paper said the girl is going to be arrested.
Right.
You remember you tell her she didn't even have a car, it's not going to be her? Remember telling her that?
Right.
And
I
you
was
said,
trying to calm her down.
And you say, or wherever it was. But you have to realize that if the police were going to arrest someone, it would probably have happened already. So obviously that was just a false report. Because by the time that they heard about Bill and all that, and the time that they arrested them, it was like friggin' 2 hours, you know what I mean? Or whatever it was, in a long 5-day period. You know what I'm saying? She said, yeah. You say, so that's it, And then she said, well, obviously Bill and them must not be saying anything, or we would have been arrested already. You say, well, I don't know what they're saying. Cecilia said, yeah. And you say, that's the thing. If they're saying that we knew, then the police can bust us because we're saying that we didn't know.
Right.
And that's it. You know what I mean?
Is this a question?
Yeah, the question is she's saying if Bill and them were talking, you'd be arrested, right?
Exactly.
Now, how would Cecilia know that if Bill and them were talking, that you would be arrested?
Because I told her that Bill knew that I knew about the murder.
Oh, now you're telling us that you told her that Bill knew that you knew about the murder.
Exactly. I told her I knew about the murder beforehand, and if Bill committed the murder, then obviously I would have known, and Bill would have known that I knew.
But knowing about the murder beforehand doesn't necessarily make you involved.
I think it does.
Okay. So what you're saying is now, you're saying to Cecilia that you not only told her that you knew, but you also told her that Bill knew you knew. And then when Cecilia was saying this, you're saying to her, or she's saying to you that if Bill talks, he can inculpate you.
Exactly.
I mean, it's really well the way this works. I mean, that no matter what Cecilia Pierce says, you're able to talk about it in such a way that the two of you know exactly what you're talking about, but you never really had any detailed conversations about what you actually knew, right?
Exactly.
I mean, you only told Cecilia Pierce that you knew about the murder, and that you told Bill you knew about the murder, and nothing more.
Right. If you notice on the tapes, she's the one talking about all the details of the murder, and I'm sitting there agreeing.
Okay, the jury heard the tapes, and they'll make that decision of what is actually said, and who's doing all the talking, and who is just sitting there answering questions. And they'll listen to that, right?
Yes, they will.
Okay, are you afraid to let the jury do that for themselves?
Absolutely not.
So now, Cecilia Pierce is telling you, if they're talking, we would be arrested, right?
Right.
Okay, so obviously Cecilia Pierce, in your mind, must have the incredible fear that Bill and them have detailed information about her involvement.
You'd have to ask Cecilia. I don't know what her feelings were. I can only comment on what mine were.
All right, will you tell me what you think it meant when Cecilia said if Bill and them were talking, she was going to be arrested? Explains her actions and tapes, remember? On the tapes and her conduct afterwards. Tell us what you thought it meant.
Specifically what? Again?
Specifically,
Yeah, what?
a person tells you that if the guy in jail starts talking, I'm going to be arrested. What does that mean to you?
That she had some involvement.
Okay, she had some involvement. She knows probably a lot more about this murder than you thought of before, right?
Right, I didn't know how much involvement, but...
Okay, so after June 19th, you don't go and tell the police that night, my lord, I can solve the murder. Let me tell you what Cecilia just told me, right?
No, I was thinking about trying to get a hold of Bill because I wanted to confront Bill with the information Cecilia had given me and see if he would tell me whether or not he had done it.
I mean, didn't you think that'd be very suspicious? I mean, here you are worried about the affair coming out, and you're telling this jury what you were going to do is go see your ex-lover who's in jail, arrested for the murder of your husband, and have a visit with him?
That's exactly why I didn't go there, and I was trying to think of a way to contact him without being that obvious.
Okay, so you were going to, how are you going to do that?
I was thinking of ways to do it, and I did do it by sending a tape over to him.
So that tape that Bill referred to with that letter was from you, right?
Yes, it was. And I knew when he got it and he played it, he would know that it was from me, and I was hoping that he would call me so that I could talk to him, but he never did.
So your ex-lover, who killed your husband, who's now in jail, and was testifying he got the tape from you. You can't dispute that because the letter exists. You're now saying, oh yeah, I sent that, but clearly for innocuous reasons.
So once again, Pamela is caught in a lie. This time it's about whether or not she had sent Bill a tape while he was in prison. Originally, she claimed that she hadn't, and she would never, because he had killed her husband. But now, while on the stand, after already lying about this while under oath, she changes her story. This is the issue with Pamela. She will say whatever benefits her in the moment, despite the fact that she already said something entirely different minutes earlier. If the prosecution were to provide her with a slam dunk defense, a scenario that clearly didn't happen but would make her look good and innocent, she would immediately agree, even if it makes no sense with her original stories.
I mean, right?
The reason being what I just said.
Yeah. I mean, when does your loyalty switch? When does your loyalty switch away from your embarrassment, away from your affair, away from keeping this quiet from everybody and letting the world decide what really go on here? And when does it switch to solving the murder of your husband, which you said and professed many millions of times was the number one thing on your mind? When does it switch?
That was part of the whole thing.
The only time it switched is when you came into this court.
No.
I mean, you didn't tell any of the police prior to your arrest about it, right?
Greg was dead. I didn't feel like dragging either one of us through the mud.
I see. Greg was dead, so no longer mattered. Is that it?
No, that's what mattered.
That mattered more than anything that Greg was dead, but Not that much, though, really.
That mattered more to me than anything.
Again, the prosecution is being a dick. Had Pamela garnered any sort of sympathy while on the stand, him directly telling her that her husband's death didn't matter to her would be seen as incredibly inappropriate. She could actively be upset about this assertion, and no one would blame her. But again, she doesn't react. She barely cares, based solely on her tone and expressions. It's almost laughable how she says that his death mattered more than anything, because that's obviously not the case.
Okay. It mattered more to you than anything, so explain to us, again, why you're worried about embarrassment and you're worried about being exposed about having an affair. Took precedence over you telling the truth.
Because I was confused and I was stressed out. I had no information at all. And when something like this happens, people don't always act correctly. They don't always act rationally. And I used very poor judgment. And I'm sorry for that, but I did not have anything to do with the murder of my husband.
Again, this is the ultimate get-out-of-jail-free card that Pamela is playing. Most people have not had someone close to them murdered, so they would be more or less inclined to give her the benefit of the doubt. The issue is that none of her behavior after the murder is out of line with her behavior before the murder. She acted relatively the same, save for the parts she wants to excuse. She had already slept with a minor, her best friend was a 15-year-old, and she continued to emotionally manipulate them in the weeks following. She is not trying to excuse not showing up to work after he died, or excessive drinking, or anything that her grief would explain. She's trying to explain away why all the evidence points to her involvement, and it's a bad explanation.
And honesty is the best policy in your book, right?
Apparently not always.
Now, very next day, you have a full opportunity to talk to the police, right?
Contact that I initiated, yes.
You initiated?
Yes, I did.
Okay, they wanted to talk to you about the certification hearings coming up, correct?
I called them up and asked them why no one was talking to me about anything since the kids had been arrested, and how come I had no information once again.
But June 20th is when they came to you and talked to you about maybe having to testify
Right.
at a certification hearing, right?
Because I said I wanted to help in any way in getting them certified as adults.
Right, because now you want to get Bill Flynn, right? You know what we just said? You wanted to do anything you can to get them certified as adults, right?
If he murdered Greg, I wanted him in jail.
Right. And if he was going to be certified as adults, the full thrust of the criminal justice system would be thrust upon Bill Flynn, right?
Yes.
And that's the same conversation we talked about yesterday. When they said, we need a little help on the motive here, you said, beats me, guys.
Right, because I did not think that an affair was a motive for murder.
I mean, so you now, not only are you talking two different things to Cecilia about pretending you were involved, telling her not to go to the police to save the affair, you're also telling this jury that you really wanted to get them certified and you wanted to help in any way that you can, and you keep saying that you want to go to the police and tell them and be helpful. At the same time, you're telling this jury you're not going to tell them what they need to know. I mean, you're making that decision.
Right.
Because if you told them what they knew, what you knew, they'd find out the connection to the murder, wouldn't they?
They had pretty much established that.
They had already pretty much established your connection to the murder?
They had established that I had an affair.
Sorry?
They had established that I had had an affair.
So on June 20th, they already know. Is that what you're telling me?
I think they did.
So did you ever say to them, hey, you know about my affair, I'm really making some mistakes here, I'm really screwing up, let me come clean with you. Did you ever tell them on June 20th? Yes or no?
No.
In fact, they asked you about Cecilia. In fact, they didn't even ask you about Cecilia. You went out of your way to talk about it.
Right, I wanted to try and throw them off the track of her.
And the reason you want to throw them off the track is because you haven't quite finished your own little investigation yet, right?
Exactly.
It's now a month and a half that Greg has been murdered, and you, Pamela Smart, your own investigation is just getting underway and you need more time.
Exactly.
Did you think you could do it better than the police?
I didn't care.
So what were you going to do if you finished your investigation? Cecilia told you she was involved. Bill Flynn tells you he's involved. He says straight to your face, Pam, I loved you, so I killed him. What were you going to do then?
I would have gone to the police.
Only then would you have gone to the police, right?
Right. I wouldn't have believed it unless I heard it from Bill's mouth.
All right, so your excuse to this jury of having never helped the police with this information is strictly because you hadn't finished your own investigation, right?
And I told this jury that I didn't want the affair to come out.
I know, and that's obviously given the choice between telling what you know. Let me rephrase this. In every circumstance we've seen over the past 2 days, when it's come to a choice between exposing you in embarrassment to this affair, helping anybody, families understand this murder, the police investigate and start putting the pieces together, the affair always is won out.
I was not convinced that Bill did the murder, so that's not even a choice that I made.
Yeah.
Because if I was convinced that he did it and then I didn't talk about the affair, then that would be different than the fact that I wasn't convinced that he did it.
You done? Now, the question is, did the affair always win out? Yes
No.
or no?
That was a constant struggle in my head. Not always.
Okay, so tell us when you decided to tell what you knew instead of keeping the affair secret up until June 20th.
No,
you said
I
the
didn't.
affair didn't always win out. You tell us.
I didn't. There wasn't a time. There wasn't a time.
Okay, so going back to the question, the choice came down to whether telling of the affair or giving the police information. Up to this point, the affair always won out.
Yes.
So now you're talking to the police, June 20th, day after you talk to Cecilia Pierce on the phone, a few days after she first tells you all the information she has, and this is what you say to her. Page 45. Yeah, well, the only concern I really have, honestly, is I don't know if I agree with how poor Cecilia is being treated in all this. I really don't know that I agree with that. I mean, Cecilia, I highly doubt had anything to do with anything about this. She's not even friends with those guys, with the exception of knowing them in school. I mean, she never went out with them on the weekends or, Dr. Pelletier said, yeah, you continue, anything like that. And I mean, this is all just way too hardcore for someone like her to be involved with. I think, and she keeps feeling like she's being, I haven't talked to her a lot, but I've talked to her a couple of times that she's, being accused of all these things that she doesn't know. And now her parents are like, well, maybe you shouldn't talk to Pam, until this is over and all that. And I kind of resent that because, I mean, she's my intern. And yeah, school's over now, but... And then Danny Pelletier goes on to her being your intern.
Right. I just told you that I was trying to keep the police away from her.
Right, so now not only are you lying to the police by omission, by not telling them about the affair,
Right.
you are also consciously making an intentional decision not to be truthful with the police about what you know about Cecilia Pierce.
Exactly. The
And
police weren't truthful with me.
So on one hand, okay.
Pausing once again, the police were truthful with her. She is just upset that she wasn't given warning about being a suspect in the murder, which we've seen with Nancy Brophy, Diane Downs, and other criminals who believe they can outsmart and manipulate the police.
Aren't truthful with you?
They weren't.
Okay, why don't you tell the jury what the police asked you to do about talking to the press shortly after you murdered your husband?
About the press?
Yeah, what did the police tell you? Any one of them?
I believe Maureen Jackson told me that it wasn't a good idea to talk to the press and that as one specific person.
And did they specifically tell you not to reveal details of the homicide because that would impinge on the investigation?
Right.
And within 3 days of your husband's death, you're on TV with Bill Spencer saying, this is a burglary, not a drug case.
Right, because everyone was saying that Greg was a drug dealer. And Greg was not a drug dealer. Greg was a good person. And I did not want him buried with people on the news saying that this must be a mafia killing and drug related and all these things.
So that was more important to you than letting the police do their job and figuring out who committed this crime.
Giving Greg some dignity, yes, that was more important to me.
So the press potentially running with the story that Greg could have been a drug dealer or in debt from a mob boss in Atlantic City was somehow worse than her having cheated on him with a minor for months. Never mind the fact that she also stated he cheated on her, which forced her into the arms of said minor, a story that has never been corroborated. Moreover, there is no evidence that that story was going to be run. The reporter she spoke with has stated that they were never going to state that definitively, but instead, she said when they wrote about the case, they mentioned potential motives for the crime, because that is what their job was.
You were afraid that if the police did their investigation, the dignity wouldn't come out?
Not then, you should have heard what the news was saying.
It was important to you at that time to make sure that you got your version out as soon as possible that this was a perjury.
That's what I was told by the police
And
it
you
was.
talked to Bill Spencer not only before Greg was buried, but you did a full 15-minute interview with him in your house 4 or 5 days after that, right?
Right, and I talked about Greg.
Yeah. And you also talked to the union leader, the Dairy News.
I sure did.
You talked to them all.
Yep.
And the police have been telling you not to talk to the press, correct?
They didn't say don't talk to the press. They said that sometimes the press mixes your words up, which I definitely learned that
And you
lesson.
disregarded all that.
Yeah.
No?
Yes,
You
I
talked to
said.
the press?
I said yes.
Okay, so at some point after that, the press started saying, we're not going to give you any more information at this point.
press?
You couldn't be trusted.
The press.
Please, I'm sorry.
Did they say those words to me? Is that what you're asking? They never said
No,
those.
they didn't tell you, but I'm saying they stopped giving you information shortly after that, right?
They never gave me information before that. I found out, they didn't even tell me Greg was shot. I found out on the radio while I was driving down the road.
And that was what, the very next day?
Yes, that's how
When
I
the
found out.
autopsy report was released, right?
Right. And I'm the victim's widow, and I find out on the radio.
But they
You're the victim's murderer, and you find out on the radio. Sorry, had to make the correction.
told you about their investigation in New Jersey, didn't they?
They mentioned something about being in New Jersey.
And they were looking at leads in New Jersey, right?
I think they said something about a gun ring or something.
And they also told you about investigating some people in Greg's past, Kim Silver.
Yes,
Okay, so they told you about that, right?
I told them about that.
They came to you, though, and asked you about it and told you what their investigation showed, right?
No, they never told me what their investigation showed. They just asked questions.
And they came to you and told you about it.
They asked me about it.
And did you ever go to the police and say to them after June 19th or during this interview on June 20th and say, look, I know you guys are a little annoyed at me. I know you guys haven't been giving me stuff, but let's make some trades here. I got some great information. I'll give you my great information if you give me your information. Did you ever say to them on June 20th?
They didn't seem too concerned with anything I had to say.
They didn't. I mean, they talked to you for 45 minutes on tape. They didn't seem too concerned.
About certification.
So you tried to tell them. Is that what you're telling this jury? You tried to tell them, but they
No.
wouldn't hear?
No.
Okay. You're telling this jury they didn't seem too interested in information about who might have killed your husband. Is that what you're telling this jury?
They didn't seem too interested in my opinions or my theories on.
Did you offer the opinion that Cecilia Pierce knows about this crime?
No, I didn't.
Again, for those following along at home, Pamela is upset that the police didn't seem interested in her theories or opinions on her husband's murder, but also she didn't share her theories or opinions on her husband's murder with the police at any point, and she also admitted to purposely misleading and misdirecting the police because she wanted to solve the case herself. So she is mad that the police didn't accept her lies and misdirections wholesale. Sure, if they had listened to her, they would have been pointed in the wrong direction and her husband's murder would have never been solved, but it was more important to her that they just believed her.
You did just the opposite. I read it a second ago. You
Right.
did just the opposite.
Right, and I just said that.
Okay. And you have to admit that because it's on tape, right?
I have to admit that because
And
that's
you
the
have
truth.
to admit to this.
Her stating that she has to admit it because it's the truth is laughable, given the amount of lies she has said in this case. Like, what do you mean you have to admit it because it's the truth? You just told the jury that you have no problem lying on the stand and then lied on the stand multiple times. It's like watching a grown child because they can't grasp what they've said or done. She has no object permanence.
Jury, that you were hiding the information about Cecilia Pierce from the police because it's right there on the tape. There's no way you could ever deny that, could you?
If I was guilty, I would have pleaded guilty and plea bargained with the rest of them.
I'll just strike the county, Thompson.
Jury will disregard that statement.
Your Honor, who is first amendment? Now, your attempts to distract the police from Cecilia Pierce go way beyond your saying just that she's scared and I think she's being poorly treated, right?
Well, are you talking about a specific
Well, I
incident?
mean, when you talk to the police on June 20th, the very next day, you not only say that Cecilia Pierce is not connected to the crime, but you say that you counseled her to tell the absolute truth, right?
I said that to the police.
Well, let me read it to you. Page 48. Danny Pelletier says to you that Cecilia's mother, getting back to that, thinks that we're treating her poorly, or thinks the police are. You say yes. Yeah, Cecilia does too, I think. Danny Pelletier says should leave her alone, or it's inaudible, and then you say she feels like she's being accused and that she didn't do anything. And then I mean for a 15 or 16-year-old kid, I guess, you know, if you're accused of something that you didn't do, I mean, nobody, I mean, even me, I'm 22, I don't want to be accused of something I didn't do. But for a young person, I would think that that would be awful, especially if you see other people getting arrested, you know, that that we're around you or whatever. I mean, it's probably would have to be scary, I would think. And the detective says, You say, you know, even if you're not guilty. And Danny says, well, she's just one of probably over 100 people we've talked to since, and you interject, right, I'll tell her that. And Danny says, since May 1st. And you say, you know, I say they're just doing their job. And you know, just answer, just tell them the truth. And that's it. You just answer the questions and whatever. And she says, but I tell them the truth, and they tell me they think I'm lying. And you know, and I don't know what to tell you, Cecilia, you know, I can't control the police. I'm very sorry that this has happened to you. I mean, as far as the press goes, they're bothering me and calling my secretary. Now, you tell the police on that day that you counseled Cecilia Pierce, tell the truth, just answer the questions.
Right.
That's a bold-faced lie.
Right.
Just as the other thing about your information of Cecilia Pierce's involvement is a bold-faced lie.
Yes.
And you know that this is on tape. It has been on tape since June 20th, 1990, correct?
To audio tape?
Yeah, audio tape.
I guess, if you say.
Well, I mean, you know I can play it for you right now. You hear it, right?
I believe you.
Sorry?
I believe you. If
Danny
you
Pelletier can come in and testify about what went on that day, right?
right.
And on June 20th, you trying to impress the police with your own honesty?
Was I trying to impress them?
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Well, wasn't that the same day you said, you know, my honest to God's truth? I'm just going to tell you my honest to God's truth in this case.
Which is that I didn't think that 3 kids did it.
Okay, but then when it came to Cecilia Pierce, is your honest to God's truth something you decided you no longer needed at the moment?
I get a page reference to that.
Right.
It's 32, 35, 37 for honest to God's truth. So, your honest to God's truth just switches as we go along.
Right then and there it did.
Okay. Now, police, you know, didn't want you really to talk about the investigation, right?
I don't know what the police wanted from me.
What is she talking about? You don't know what the police wanted. They wanted you to be honest so they could solve the murder of your husband. They wanted you to cooperate in the investigation because, and I cannot emphasize this enough, it was their job to solve the murder, and they knew that you were lying to them. I mean, she's not a very skilled liar, so they didn't have a hard time figuring that out. Her flippantly saying that just makes her look silly. Again, there are cases where the police drop the ball entirely. They make mistakes. They fuck up investigations. They falsely imprison people. We've discussed this plenty of times, but this case is not an example of that. If anything, the police went above and beyond, given the fact that they had to dodge all of Pamela's scheming.
How about some answers? Do you think the police wanted some answers from you?
After the arrest, no, because they didn't contact me till June 20th or something.
Oh, so because they didn't contact you right away, you decided the police must not want answers, so I guess I don't have to tell them about my affair with Bill Flynn or what Cecilia Pierce knows. Is that
Yes,
what you're talking
I
about?
contacted them and I contacted the Attorney General's office. I believe I spoke with Diane.
And that gives you the right not to tell the truth. Is that it?
That does
Because
not.
you contacted the AG, and you contacted the police, that gives you the right to say what's the truth and what's not.
No, I made a mistake.
You made a lot of mistakes so far in this case.
I sure
haven't
have. Yes, I have.
you? Was killing your husband one of those mistakes?
No, it wasn't.
You got getting a divorce, maybe that was one of the mistakes? You should have gotten a divorce, but you didn't?
No, I didn't want to get divorced.
I mean, it sure looks, you agree, you're trying to cover up what Cecilia knows from the police, doesn't it?
Right, because I told her that I knew something which I didn't really know.
You're playing a double entendre with something with Cecilia Pierce's mind, right?
I didn't know what I was doing at the time. It doesn't make sense to me
You know
now,
what you're doing now?
right this minute.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm telling the truth.
And you know that you're testifying at your trial in front of this jury, right?
Right, and
And you know this stuff is on tape and has to be responded to,
I've
right?
been asked that at least 4 times already, Just been asking that.
And you know that the other tapes that we haven't talked about yet, exist, and that's your voice on the tapes, right?
it sure is, and I don't begin to say to this jury that I can explain every action that I took between May 1st and now.
Right. And you didn't know at the time you were talking to Cecilia Pierce, she was wired, right?
The thought crossed my mind, but no.
The thought not only crossed her mind, but she is recorded telling Cecilia that she is nervous she is wired.
And sometime after that, you found out she was wired.
Yeah, when I was arrested.
The court footage ends there, so let's properly wrap this up. After the trial ended, the jury spent little time deliberating the verdict, and Pamela was found guilty of being an accomplice to first-degree murder, as well as conspiracy to commit murder and witness tampering. She was given the mandatory sentence of life in prison without the possibility of parole. Notably, she faced no charges for the sexual abuse of Billy Flynn. She recently made headlines in 2024 as her legal team put out a video where she supposedly accepted full responsibility for her husband's death for the first time. This video came after years of proclaiming her innocence, to the point to where her supporters made the website PamelaSmart.org. The website was dedicated to communicating how Pamela's sentencing was unfair, as she was given a life sentence for her part in the plot to kill her husband, while the 16-year-olds who actually killed him were given lighter sentences. The following is a quote from her website as it stands today. Pamela's life without parole sentence is excessive and inhumane, as well as disproportionate to the sentences of the actual killers. The 4 young men who killed Greg Smart have been free for years. The website also documents all that she has done with her time in prison, where she has received a doctorate in biblical studies, a Master of Fine Arts in English literature, and much more. However, up until 2024, she continued to declare her innocence, stating that only the boy she abused sexually can free her. But he refuses to, which again is an ungodly amount of pressure to place on the minor she abused. But that's par for the course. Normally at this point, I would play the video of her taking responsibility for her role in Greg's murder. However, it continues to get this video copyright claimed, so I will leave it linked in the description box down below. However, she doesn't take responsibility in the video. She doesn't say she instructed the boys and she worked out the plot, or give any specifics into what she did and why it's wrong. Instead, she talks about how she struggled to come to terms with her own actions, but now acknowledges that she did play a role in the murder. What role? She doesn't say, but she is asking for a reduced sentence from the governor of New Hampshire. The entire statement is a bid for her freedom, in hopes that her sentence will be reduced, and she will be allowed to walk free. Greg's family stands opposed to her freedom, and many people who are apprised of the case feel similarly. But let us know how you feel. This case was certainly interesting to research, and I can't thank the people enough who suggested it. As always, if there is a case you would like to see us review, or a story you want more attention brought to, email me at dreading.official@gmail.com. Have a good day, and remember to stay safe. This video contains in-depth discussion of sexual assault, exploitation of minors, with an emphasis on male victims and child predation. If you're not equipped to handle those topics, or you feel like you're not in the right headspace to watch this video, we encourage you to exit the video now. This disclaimer is only effective if it is heeded. However, if you find yourself watching this video and getting into a negative headspace, resources will be left in the description box down below to get help. If this is where you click off the video, I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. Otherwise, let's begin. Welcome back to another episode of Dreading, or if this is your first time here, Welcome. Today we are going to be going over the case of Brittany Zamora, the 6th grade teacher who repeatedly sexually abused her male students. At time of recording, there seems to be a rise in stories like this one, where a female teacher uses their power and influence in the classroom to victimize the children in their care, and the public response is always mixed. However, whether there is an actual rise in female predators, or if there is a larger cultural shift occurring where female predation is taken more seriously, has yet to be discussed or thoroughly examined. There are some people who are of the mind that because these assaults are happening to young boys, they don't really qualify as rape. That by virtue of their anatomy and an unconscious physical reaction that the child has no control over, they're able to grant consent. Even though there is plenty of research that says otherwise, they feel like it's a gray area, and that the child in this situation is probably into it. These people also tend to believe that there is no way for men to be sexually assaulted, which is of course completely untrue. We've covered 2 female predators in our time online, that being Pamela Smart and Mary Kay Letourneau. Both of these women worked as teachers, specifically choosing a job that would put them in contact with children and teens. They were an authority figure in their victims' lives, controlling their grades, affecting their relationship with their parents, and using their power over them to get what they wanted. Failing a class means your parents ground you. That means you can't see your friends, use a cell phone, play games, or interact with the world. And you are so obviously going to do whatever your teacher tells you to do, even though it doesn't feel right. But unlike the male predators we've covered, both Mary and Pamela seem to believe that they had done nothing wrong. They spoke to the media, claiming that their minor victims pursued them, or that they were in love, and that there is nothing wrong with what they did. While some people in the public took the crime seriously, others just made jokes, saying that the victims of sexual assault were, quote, the luckiest guys in the world, or they were studs. Some men gave interviews, saying if their son had been sexually exploited by their teacher, they would have given him a high five and a beer in celebration, because they view it as an accomplishment. But these are serious offenses. According to the CDC and the Department of Justice, 1 in 33 men have been victims of sexual assault, with a significant amount of those men reporting that it happened in their teens. But researchers have stated that they believe the actual number is much higher, due to how underreported the crimes are. If a minor comes forward about what happened to them and is told that is fine, and they're actually lucky, the police would obviously not get involved. Moreover, it's been shown that regardless of gender, survivors of sexual assault respond the same way. Anger, anxiety, fear, confusion, self-blame, shame, depression, and even suicidal thoughts are all common reactions, although men are more likely to experience substance abuse in order to cope with the aftermath. These cases matter and should be discussed with the tone they deserve, and we hope to do that today. Before we begin, if there's a case you would like to see covered or a story you want to bring more attention to, let me know by emailing me at dreading.official@gmail.com. This video was of course viewer requested, and we're constantly adding your suggestions to our list of stories to cover. But with all of that said, let's go. According to those who knew her prior to her crimes becoming public, Brittany Zamora seemed made for the classroom. Born in Arizona in 1991, she was the kind of person everyone seemed to think highly of. She was articulate, kind, and had an unparalleled enthusiasm for things that captured her interest. She could engage anyone, even the most stoic, quiet individual, and walk out of the room with a new friend. Growing up, she excelled in school, both academically and socially, and maintained a 4.0 grade point average, while also winning prom queen. Her teachers, friends, and relatives were all incredibly supportive of Brittany, save for her father, who had abandoned the family when she was 14 years old. But ultimately, Brittany used that heartache as a motivator, pushing herself more than her peers to show her worth. Shortly after college, Brittany had landed a coveted position teaching 6th grade language arts at Las Brisas Academy. Her social media was carefully manicured and littered with smiles, inspirational quotes, and classroom snapshots. Her students, according to early parent testimonials, loved her. Kids would gush about how she was their favorite teacher. She's just so sweet, a parent once said in a now unavailable Facebook thread that was preserved in a New York Post article. Quote, you can tell she really cares, unquote. But she didn't just get praised by her students. During her early years as a teacher, her colleagues praised her work ethic and friendly demeanor. They would later recall that it seemed as if she didn't just clock in and out. She lived for the job. After college, Brittany married her high school sweetheart, Daniel Zamora, in a wedding that looked picture perfect. Brittany ultimately had the life and love that everyone hopes to find. She was working in her chosen profession. She was well liked by the students and faculty, and she had a loving and supportive husband at home. By all accounts, she was living the life she dreamt of. But that would slowly change. As Brittany got more comfortable in her position, people began noticing odd behavior. She was too friendly and a little too engaged, staying late long after the halls had emptied. She would talk about her students as if they were peers, and would sometimes remark that she felt more at home talking to her students than she did with other members of the faculty. But there was no evidence that Brittany had done anything wrong. Her behavior was weird, but as far as they knew, she hadn't done anything worthy of reporting. Some staff would talk about her behavior, how she spent a little bit too much time talking to the boys in her class, how she seemed genuinely concerned about if her class liked her as a person rather than a teacher, and how she was a bit too involved with the interpersonal relationships of her students, but would ultimately feel bad for doing so. After all, her students seemed to really respond to her lessons. They tried to shake off the nagging feeling that something was wrong, telling themselves that they were probably just jealous. But something in their gut was telling them that they needed to be on high alert, and unfortunately, they were right. Based on the facts of the case, it would seem that Brittany didn't enjoy teaching because she wanted to help the youth of today become the adults of tomorrow. She did it because she felt more in league with her students. She enjoyed witnessing and participating in the teenagers' personal lives, listening to their 6th grade drama and forging relationships with the kids that she was supposed to be teaching. She would pick favorites and treat them like they were close friends, getting annoyed at them when they didn't say hi to her in the hallway or had an attitude in class. It bothered her genuinely if one of her students was upset with her, so much so that it caused her to cry on one occasion. In terms of maturity, she had more in common with her students than she did with the adult staff, and that nagging feeling that they had while watching her was their intuition telling them that no self-respecting married adult would cry over their young male students not saying goodbye before leaving class. However, a gut feeling isn't enough to get someone fired or to do anything. All they could do was hope that they were wrong, and continue to watch for red flags. Though we can all hopefully agree that Brittany's behavior towards her students was inappropriate, she wouldn't begin exploiting her 13-year-old victim until winter. According to the facts of the case, Brittany informed her class that she wouldn't be there for about a week. She told them they would be in good hands with their sub, but encouraged them to text her if they ever got bored using the school's messaging app, because she was definitely going to be bored as well. This action shows how Brittany thinks of herself as being more or less in step with her students mentally, because a week off of work should be exciting for any adult. The majority of people wouldn't want to entertain themselves by texting 13-year-olds while on vacation, especially when taking care of said 13-year-olds is part of their job. It would be like going on a vacation from work, only to do work while away. It defeats the purpose of the break. But Brittany saw her students as her friends and main social circle. She viewed going on the week-long break like she was going on vacation by herself, and knew she couldn't speak to her friends because they were in class, which she resented. And so the 13-year-old messaged her. That alone was already unprofessional on her part, given the messaging app was meant to be used to help with homework and specialized learning. But as the conversations continued, they only got worse.
Before we all left, she said, "Hey guys, I'm gonna be at school, so if you get bored, text me, because I'll be really bored." And I said, "Hi, Miss Moore," and then she texted back, "Hi," and then we just started texting.
The texting goes on that day and beyond, and the boy says it turned into flirting.
Tell me everything about the flirting. Start at the beginning and walk me through it so I understand about the flirting.
I don't remember how it got really intense, but we would flirt and say she would be like, "Oh, yeah, I love you," and I would tell her I love her too. And then she would talking about how she wanted to do stuff with me, and I'll tell her that I wanted to do that too.
Before we go further, it's important to note why what Brittany did was a crime, regardless of if the child expressed interest, because it's actually extremely common for children and teenagers to get crushes on the adults in their lives, especially young teachers, but it's the responsibility of the adult to tell the child no matter what. It's widely understood that you can't just give a minor anything they want, because oftentimes they want things that are bad for them because in the moment it feels good. They want to eat the entire cake. They want the entire Starbucks Frappuccino all the time, and all the candy they can afford because the short-term effects of sugar make them feel great. The sugar high is immediately followed by a crash, which most children try to offset with more sugar. As an authority figure in their life, you would obviously not let them do that because you understand the long-term effects that eating excess sugar has. Because you're an authority figure in their life, you force them to eat healthy meals, even though they aren't the most appealing. Teens want to drive as fast as they can the moment they get behind the wheel, because they like the adrenaline rush and they want to look cool. But you don't let them do that because chances are they will crash, and so on. The brain of a 13-year-old is nowhere near where it would need to be to make the decision to have sex with an adult. This is because the prefrontal cortex, which is the part of the brain responsible for decision-making, impulse control, and understanding consequences, is still years away from being fully operational, which is why teenagers seem like they are constantly making stupid decisions that put them in danger all the time. If you were to look back at your teenage years, chances are high that you made some stupid, reckless, and dangerous decisions that almost got you killed. Maybe you stole your dad's motorcycle to take on a joyride. Maybe you tried to jump from your roof into your family's pool and broke your leg. Or maybe you drank an entire bottle of hot sauce with ghost pepper in it on a dare, and then needed to get your stomach pumped. To most adults, adolescents act as if they're trying to find new, inventive, stupid ways to hurt themselves all the time. But it's not because they're reckless by nature. The judgment center of the brain isn't fully online yet. Meanwhile, Brittany's brain is developed. She is well aware that what she is doing is wrong. She knows that the 13-year-old she's messaging is not her intellectual equal, that engaging with the teen sexually will negatively affect his life, and that he's incapable of fully processing the gravity of the situation. But either that doesn't matter to her, or actually is part of the appeal. As we noted earlier, male victims of sexual exploitation, like the victim in this case, often deal with intense feelings of shame, guilt, and anger later on in life. As they age, they begin to see the world through the eyes of an adult, and they will come to understand how much they were taken advantage of, and how no adult, regardless of gender, should look at a child that way. They realize that they weren't lucky, that there was no way they weren't taken advantage of, and feel a deep well of anger that no one actually protected them the way they deserved. When we covered Mary Kay Letourneau, her victim would state that having his own children with Mary opened his eyes and really put what he went through into perspective. No child victim of sexual exploitation is responsible at all for them being exploited. They never deserved what happened or asked for it, even if they expressed interest, because they lacked the ability to make that choice. But Brittany wasn't content with just writing. After exchanging a few messages back and forth, Brittany would decide to make things physical.
First time we kissed, I was saying bye to her and I gave her a hug and she started kissing me, so I kissed her back.
After Brittany kissed her victim for the first time, things escalated quickly from there. The following is an excerpt from the AZ Central's article, Teacher Brittany Zamora Had Sex with Boy in Classroom While Other Student Watched. The classroom kiss eventually escalated into full-on sexual conduct during class. They would touch each other sexually in the back of the room while other students watched videos. Other times, the boy told the interviewer, Zamora touched his stuff at her desk while she pretended to be looking for something in a drawer. Students were working on a project just a few feet away. Brittany obviously enjoyed the power and control she got out of the situation, but was further gratified by the taboo nature of what she was doing. She had married her high school sweetheart. She had a stable relationship to go back to, but she got off on violating a 13-year-old in public, surrounded by other children.
The boy says Zamora would call him in the middle of the night and twice snuck out and met her in her car for sex acts.
Yeah, we're texting, and then we were texting, and then I told her that I was at my grandparents' house, and she said, "Let me come over." I said, "LOL," and then with laughing, and I put heart emojis, and then she's like, "No, I'm serious," and I was like, "Okay," but before that, we called before.
So she came over, and
I went into her car though. She parked at the other end of the street, and she said, "Okay, I'm here," and then I just walked outside.
Another sexual encounter happened on campus, in her classroom after a school talent show.
We were doing a talent show thing, and I was saying bye. Me and my friend were about to walk, and I was saying bye, and then I grabbed my backpack, and my friend was messing with her computer, and then she was kissing me and everything, and she was like, "You want to go in?" And I was like, "What?" And she's like, "You want to go in?" I was like, "Sure," and then the same thing, I didn't take my pants off or anything, but she was wearing a dress, so she just pulled her underwear to the side, and then I was in there for a minute, and then I was bad, and I was like, "Alright, I gotta go."
Brittany's inappropriate behavior wasn't solely isolated to the 13-year-old, as another boy in the class would state that he had been present when Zamora violated his friend and felt deeply uncomfortable.
I was one of the witnesses, or one of the people that saw Ms. Zamora and my friend touch each other.
was Miss Zamora saying anything?
No, they're just doing it. It was very uncomfortable. So that's why the second day they're doing stuff, I just left the room.
The second boy would detail an inappropriate encounter that he also had with Zamora.
And Ms. Zamora asked me if my thing was uncircumcised or circumcised. And I didn't know what that means. So Ms. Amara went on her phone and looked up uncircumcised and circumcised.
He says Zamora never went beyond inappropriate remarks with him.
She hasn't touched me or anything.
Though Zamora had told her victim not to tell anyone, she eventually felt comfortable enough with the relationship to allow him to tell the witness. On multiple occasions, she asked the other child to keep watch outside of the classrooms so they could have sex. The first time, he had barely registered their request before they began and stood there shocked and scared. He didn't fully realize what was happening, but felt gross about it and wanted it to stop. When they asked him the next time, the 11-year-old was so uncomfortable that he ran away. When he was questioned by police later on, he would mistake the word vagina for Virginia, showcasing just how young he was, and how objectively disgusting the very concept that a young victim would have the mental capacity to understand what was happening. He would also tell the police later on, quote, "It's like weird how a 27-year-old can, like, love a 13-year-old and do stuff. It's just crazy. She's not a good person." The witness would also tell police that though Brittany had never made an overt sexual pass at him, she had asked him about his penis once. Randomly, a 27-year-old teacher asked him if he was circumcised or not, and when he expressed confusion over the question, she pulled up photos on her phone to show him. He would recall that the conversation stopped, not because he answered the question, but because it was time for recess, and he left. There was no reason for that question to be asked, and it seemed obvious to us that she was starting to focus her attention on the unnamed witness. Based on how she was comfortable sexually exploiting her victim in front of other students, she got off on how far she could go. The 13-year-old was her initial exploit, and she wanted to see if she could extend her reach to the 11-year-old as well. Zamora also took steps to integrate herself into her 13-year-old victim's life further, telling his parents that she wanted to give him special private tutoring after school, even going so far as to say she could babysit him and his siblings, should they want to go out for a night on the town. Allegedly, she told them that her husband and her were trying for a baby, and babysitting would give her a chance to play mom for the evening, which is beyond disgusting when you realize she only wanted to babysit to sleep with her own student in his own home, with his siblings present. At the time, the parents thought she was just being friendly, and after they saw an improvement in his grades, they felt like she was really helping him. As time went on, and Brittany became more comfortable with what she was doing, the more people began to notice her odd behavior. More specifically, some of the students began to notice that Mrs. Zamora was always hanging out with the boy. They would pass notes to each other in class, and she was always calling him up to her desk, and the students began to joke that they were dating. Though the majority of the adolescents knew what sex was, they weren't aware that their teacher was assaulting the boy in their presence, and didn't fully comprehend what was going on. In their mind, the rumor was probably meant to be absurd, given the age difference and the fact that Mrs. Zamora was married. If they were in an actual relationship, that would be weird and gross. But the more time passed on, the more students believed it was true. Eventually, 3 anonymous students decided to go to the principal and tell them that something strange was going on. Tim Dickey had known Brittany from a previous school they both had worked at, and had brought her over to Las Brisas Academy when he started there as the principal. He thought she was a great teacher, whose students had nothing but excellent things to say, but the accusation was serious. The fact that not 1 but 3 students felt the need to tell him about the relationship also stood out to him, and he quickly began his own investigation. The principal of her school informed her that they would be launching an investigation into her, and she reportedly told him that the stories were cruel and baseless. Specifically, Tim Dickey would allege that she began crying, and remarked that he had known her for years, and knows that, quote, she only loves 2 things, her job and teaching. She hoped that the emotional denial would be enough to stop anyone from looking too closely at her actions, that she could excuse any of her strange behavior as her just being a passionate young teacher. She wanted to be viewed as the victim of a vicious rumor, one that caused her severe emotional distress. That way it became inappropriate for anyone to look further into the accusations. And it worked. Dickey had dropped the investigation after barely looking into the claims, and went into her classroom to speak about the dangers of rumors. Even though he kept the 3 kids who made the allegations names anonymous, he scolded them publicly for coming forward, essentially telling the minors that if they hear that one of their friends is being sexually abused, that they should just ignore it, which is horrific. Well, ain't that just the way? However, only a few weeks after the lecture, their concerns would be proven right, and Dickey's inaction would make him look like a dick. The victim's parents had bought him a new phone, and had a parental app placed on it for his own protection. The app would notify them if it detected certain words being used repeatedly, And that same afternoon, his stepmother got an alert. His son had been messaging someone often and calling them baby. As far as she knew, he didn't have a girlfriend, so she went into his Instagram messages and found that he seemed to be engaged in an overtly sexual relationship. The messages being shared back and forth were graphic, with the woman on the other end of the phone writing in detail what she wanted to do to him and what she had already done. It was a horrifying discovery to make, but it got worse when she clicked on the profile and saw that it was his teacher. Thankfully, both of his parents took the situation seriously and jumped into action. They sat their son down and asked him if he had sex with Brittany, and he said yes. He then went into detail about how it began, and how she had gone so far as to drive to his grandparents' house when he was staying with them in order to sexually exploit him. They sat in silence, shocked, taking in all the horrifying information, and realized the sheer extent of what she had been doing to him. They then decided to inform the principal, letting him know everything that they found, and all their son had admitted to them. When Tim Dickey was told what the 13-year-old had told his parents, that Mrs. Zamora had slept with him in their 6th grade class, with another student watching, he was horrified and notified the police. It immediately occurred to him that his position at the school and his entire career could be on the line, since only a few weeks earlier, he'd been alerted to Zamora's actions, and he had done nothing. He realized that everything he did from this point onward would influence how people saw him, so he made sure to do everything by the book. He also informed Brittany that the report had been made to him, and that she was on administrative leave. Notably, she was not told what the report or the investigation was about. However, given that he already told her about the rumors a week prior, she likely already knew what was about to happen. Shortly thereafter, at 11 p.m., Brittany would decide to call the boy's phone. Before we go over the footage that was made public by the channel Explore With Us Bodycam, I want to take a moment to praise the family of the victim. What happened to their son was and still is horrific, but it's something that some parents would have willingly overlooked. It's unfortunately rare for teenage male victims of sexual exploitation at the hands of older women to be taken seriously, but they did it immediately. They didn't blame him. They didn't tell him that he was lucky. They told him the truth and took it upon themselves to make sure that Brittany would never touch another child as long as they had something to say about it. That is truly amazing, and I hope that everyone watching would do the same for their family. They also didn't handle the situation with kid gloves. In the footage you're about to see or hear will showcase explicit, violent language, which is completely justified in my opinion. As mentioned, the footage we're about to review was made public by Explore With Us Bodycams here on YouTube. A link will be left in the description box down below to the original upload, sans our commentary, as well as their channel and the Explore With Us channel proper. With all of that said, let us begin.
The following footage has mostly never been seen before.
Yes. What type of perverted person are you? I want to know right now. You are a monster. You're a child. Do you understand me?
Brittany called the boy's phone later at night. She was immediately greeted by an age-appropriate man who wasted no time calling her a pervert, which immediately tells her that she's been found out. Only now, the parents of her victim know about what she has done, and her world would come crashing down around her. Brittany obviously got off on the power she could wield over her students, assaulting one in front of the others without them knowing, and the like. But at this moment, she is completely and utterly left powerless. She has no way to defend herself because they have all the evidence they need. They're responding to her actions with the seriousness and anger that is appropriate for the situation, and she has no way to invalidate that evidence or really respond. Hearing the other voice on the line would likely have put Zamora into a state of flight, fight, fawn, or freeze, sort of like she had encountered a bear. The world that she had become so accustomed to would be crashing down around her, and her mind would try its best to process what exactly was going on. In our past coverage of sexual predators, mainly those featured on the show To Catch a Predator, we've noted that most of those men will end up fawning to police. They know what they've done is bad. They know it cannot really be justified. They try to get the officers to see them as nice guys who maybe made a mistake, so they should be given a warning. However, in the cases of Mary Kay Letourneau and Pamela Smart, they were both fairly aggressive with police, and anyone who questioned them that they hadn't done anything wrong, and actively fought the charges tooth and nail. So it's anyone's guess what tactic Brittany will use here. Leave your guesses in the comments down below.
No.
Why do you say that?
This is Brittany's response, and it's somewhere between fawn and freeze. Her mind is racing 100 miles an hour to the point where she cannot conceptualize what is actually going on at the moment. She called her victim's phone, and an adult telling her she is a sexual predator and a pedophile answered. An observer could quickly put together that the victim's parents found their conversations on said phone, but she cannot. In her mind, she was so careful, she left no trace, and the victim assured her that he had deleted some of their most graphic messages, like when she sent him pictures and videos of herself. So she's scrambling to realize what is actually happening. Imagine if you called a friend, someone else answered their phone, and accused you of the worst crimes imaginable. They tell you that they have proof that you sexually exploit children, and they are being aggressive with you right out of the gate. What would you do? Probably hang up or tell them off, or return that same kind of energy back to them. You know that you don't assault children, and that everything they're saying is bullshit, so you would say that. But not Brittany. She knows that by hanging up or ending the conversation, the caller would hand over his evidence to the police, and that is the last thing that she wants. So she tries to talk to him, even though it should already be obvious that talking to him one-on-one is not a great idea.
Oh, see, I'm a lot smarter than you. I'm so much smarter than you. You do not understand how much smarter than you I am. I got you. I want you to know that now. I got you. Do me a favor. Do not call this number back again. The next time you'll hear from me will be in court. I am coming for you.
Okay.
Yeah, you have a wonderful evening, okay, you stupid.
Can you explain to me? Can we meet, to talk about this? Is there something we can settle out, outside?
Oh yeah, that's what we can do. So I can give you a chance to do it to some other kid. Yeah, that's exactly what we're gonna do. No, Mrs. Zamora, do me a favor. Do not call me back again. Do you understand me?
Despite hearing the victim's father directly tell her what he intends to do, Brittany is overly amenable to speaking to him in person. She heard him call her a cunt, a bitch, a child-molesting pedophilic monster, and asked him if there was some way she could talk to him in person. Firstly, that is an incredibly dangerous position that she is willing to put herself in, but she realizes that if she were to do nothing, that the life she has already built for herself would be over anyways. So whether or not he assaults her doesn't matter to her in this present moment. Secondly, Brittany had likely been getting away with her more questionable behavior throughout her life simply because people hand-waved it. She was a small, slim, pretty woman, and would use those characteristics to her advantage whenever she did something wrong. Think back to how she defended herself when the principal informed her that he was launching an investigation into the claims against her. She didn't confidently say that they were wrong, that they would never violate her students in that way, and that she was horrified and disgusted that such a rumor would exist about her. Rather, she made herself small, and she made herself cry, asking if he thought she was the kind of person who could do that. Brittany hopes that if they were to meet in person, the father wouldn't go to the police because he would see that she wasn't a gross monster, wantonly assaulting her students, but that she was a young, beautiful woman who any minor would be lucky to sleep with. Again, we have to praise this father because he stands firm on his decision to go to the police. He knows that even if she were to stop assaulting his son, she wouldn't stop preying on children in general. She would still be a teacher, still see kids every day, and eventually she would pick a new boy.
Make sure you tell your husband what's going on.
He is right here. Can he talk to you?
Oh yeah, put your husband on the phone. I'm more than happy to talk to that dumb mother too.
Earlier that afternoon, Maria found some questionable messages on her stepson's phone through a tracking app. When she noticed the name of the person on those messages, she was horrified to discover it was none other than her son's 6th grade teacher, Brittany Zamora. Alarmed, she immediately informed her husband John. When John confronts Brittany, her husband Daniel rushes to her defense, utterly unaware of the devastating truth that lies beneath the surface.
Hey man. Hey, don't say hey man to me. You got a monster. If I was you, you stupid mother, I'd leave her.
Man, listen.
No, listen to me, you stupid mother. I'll cave your stupid head. Do you want to? I'd love to put my hands on. You're a stupid mother. You know that? You dumb mother. You dumb mother.
Think about, God preaches forgiveness, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna preach forgiveness when I put my hands around your throat, you stupid mother.
That was probably the absolute worst thing Daniel could have said to the victim's father. At this present moment, Brittany's husband has no idea what he's walking into. All he knows is that his wife is likely in tears after being verbally berated by a stranger. This is the person he's been with since high school. They've been in a relationship for over a decade at this point, and he'd likely view the situation as a misunderstanding. Daniel, at this present moment, has no way of conceptualizing what is currently happening, and it would likely take years upon years to fully come to terms with what Brittany did. No rational person would marry someone else they believed was a pedophile, and chances are that it would take him a very long time to even understand the depths of his wife's depravity. Even if she were to tell him exactly what happened and admit to everything, he would have a hard time believing her. Daniel is trying to help by telling the victim's father not to hold on to anger because God preaches forgiveness, but ultimately, he has no legs to stand on, especially because the victim's father just found this out. The wound still has the weapon in it, and he's saying to just get over it, which is a fairly stupid way of moving forward.
I understand you're pissed, man.
No, you don't get shit, you dumb. Listen to me. I am not going to settle outside of court. There's not enough money you could possibly offer me to settle this. Get that through your head. Your woman is a monster. Hey, you want me to tell you the whole story? She had another 13-year-old in there watching the whole thing. She's a monster.
Soon Daniel is going to face a rude shock, one that will impact not only him, but the entire community.
So, man, look, this whole situation is crazy. I've never heard of anything like this in my entire life, and I'm sure as a parent, you gotta be livid, pissed, downright hurt.
Stab this mother.
Trust the system.
Daniel is trying to be understanding, but he genuinely cannot fathom what his wife has done. So, any kind of help he is trying to provide is for naught. Something that is not often talked about is the direct family of the perpetrator dealing with the fallout of their relatives' actions, because it tends to look like this. Because there is so much justified anger towards what happened, people have a hard time feeling like they can properly express that anger. If you take your case to court, you can sit on the stand and say everything you want, because there are rules. So they will turn to the next best thing, their family members. Daniel had no idea Brittany was assaulting her student, because she deliberately kept that from him. He never even suspected her of cheating with an adult, so the thought that she would be doing so with a child never crossed his mind, but most people would find that hard to believe. How could he miss the signs? How could he not know if she was that bad at hiding it? What was so wrong with him that she did this? And so on. Questions and accusations would be thrown at him as if he were the perpetrator, when he's not at fault for her predation. So he is at fault for his own actions, but not for her being a sexual predator. It was also extremely cowardly of Brittany to have him talk to the victim's father without telling him exactly what happened. Because he isn't aware of all the evidence against his wife, he obviously comes across as defending her, which will only fuel the father's anger.
You trust the system, and honestly, this sucks as a husband. As a husband, I am distraught. Let down, I understand, and I'm sure as a husband, you know how this would do to you.
Well, dude, see, the thing is, I don't get with the monster.
I know, God, it's the worst for me. I'm pretty much throwing up. She's confided in me and told me just now all the truth, and it's man, I'm shaking. I mean.
Well, explain to me what she's told you.
As a man, I can't really.
No, I want to know. You said she confided in you. Let me know what she told you so I can tell you she told you everything. Let me know if she told you everything. Grab some nuts and talk to me like a man. What the did she tell you she did to a 13-year-old boy?
It's, to be honest, it's more of just the messaging and.
Oh, so she didn't tell you everything then? Oh, man.
I mean, I'm hearing it from you, sir. I'm hearing it from you.
Well, you ain't gonna hear else from me.
To be fair to Daniel here, it would likely take him a considerable amount of time, even if Brittany was completely honest with him from the beginning of this confrontation, to believe that the woman he has known and been in love with for nearly 2 decades was capable of this level of depravity. People will often criticize husbands and wives for not immediately ending the marriage to partners who are found guilty of any sort of crime, but they are often not recognizing the sheer amount of effort it would take to understand that you were completely and utterly wrong about something of this magnitude. Most people will go into a state of denial, refusing to believe any evidence that comes forward, because it would shatter their entire worldview. Brittany was someone that Daniel trusted and loved, and was willing to dedicate his life to. He thought the world of her, and never considered that she was capable of sexually assaulting a minor for months on end. To accept that as being true, he would have to also accept that he radically misjudged her, and therefore is capable of misjudging anyone else in his life to that same degree. The sheer amount of distrust in other people and their own judgment this situation would leave a person with is astronomical, and most people aren't equipped to handle that kind of shift, so they don't. In order to protect themselves from further harm, they choose to ignore it and convince themselves that everyone else is wrong.
Not thing.
Despite the horrid details that John reveals to Daniel, he comes up with a proposition that only escalates matters.
So what I'm asking you is if you could possibly, Brittany has been a great teacher for a long time. 5 years, she's done so much for so many students and raised so many people's lives from the ghetto. She's been to, parents' homes to talk to students. She's really done the tutoring program. She's done so much, and she made a huge mistake. The biggest mistake of anybody could ever make in the whole entire world. But she got invested in a very, very, very bright, smart, and great student, honestly, and a great person. And probably comes from y'all, honestly. And I get it, man. You probably don't even want to hear my voice, and I wouldn't want to hear my voice either.
I'd like to hear your voice when I got my hands around your throat. Your wife decided to be a monster and prey on a child. She scarred my son mentally. Do you understand what a 13-year-old boy did? Do you get that at all?
What Daniel Zamora does not know yet is that earlier that afternoon, the boy confessed to his parents that not only had he and his teacher been exchanging explicit text messages, but Brittany had been sexually assaulting him on more than one occasion. However, this appalling information still doesn't reveal the full extent of this devastating ordeal.
What would you say happened? So I know, as a husband, man, I want to know this.
Bro, let me just tell you something. I'm not going to go any further because I need to make sure that you guys understand one thing, is that the lawyers will tell you everything that happened. But I'm trying to warn you, my man. What I'm trying to warn you, my man, is you don't get yourself involved, brother. Don't do that.
Man, that's not what a real man would do.
Well, then look, I'm just going to tell you right now. This is the last thing I'm going to tell you before I hang up on you. Don't waste your time calling me back right now. But what I am going to tell you is stay by her, bro. Do that. Your mom, your dad, her mom, her dad, everybody's going to know what this sick did. Everybody. You have a wonderful evening. Don't call this phone back. Have a good one.
Again, I want to applaud John for taking what happened to his son seriously. I also want to note that his anger towards Daniel is justified, even though Daniel would be going through a significant amount of mental anguish trying to understand what had happened. To be clear, when we say this, we're not defending Daniel for his actions that night, or him standing by Brittany. We are going over why it would be hard for him to see his actions as being wrong during this period of time, and why he would likely feel that it's his obligation to defend her. Firstly, there's what we've already said. It's actually incredibly hard for someone to come to terms with the fact that they've been betrayed to the degree that Brittany has betrayed Daniel in this case. He likely never had a romantic relationship before Brittany, and has never viewed what his life could look like outside of their life together. So it's all he's ever known. So leaving her would seem borderline impossible. The very fact that she was capable of carrying out a long-term affair on him is shocking in its own right, but then add to the fact that the affair was with a minor, who by no means could consent, is even worse. She is a monster, someone who abuses children, which is so far beyond what he thought she was capable of that it doesn't seem real. His world would be falling apart, and he would be desperately trying to hold on to it, but he obviously isn't being allowed that kind of relief. The victim's family is not going to give him time to come to terms with his new reality, because they want to ensure no other child is exploited or assaulted the same way theirs was. They're doing what is right, but because Daniel is horrified, stressed, and scared, he tries to impede them. Secondly, early in their recorded phone call, Daniel brought up God, which indicates that he is somewhat religious. If he is a man of deep faith, he would likely take his vows seriously and try to view this entire ordeal as being a trial for their marriage. He's being asked by the Lord to stand by his wife, the way he said he would, and wants to protect her, even if that means harassing her victim's family inadvertently. Meanwhile, Brittany is calling in order to try and shield herself from the consequences of her own actions. She had justified her actions to herself enough times that she likely forgot how depraved what she was doing was, but after hearing that she was on administrative leave, that her victim's family is going to the police, and they aren't interested in money or conversation, she knows how bad this will be for her. Later that day, the parents would go to Las Brisas to talk to the principal and the police. They went over all of what they found and informed them of everything they knew, which wasn't much. Understandably, the victim felt like he was in trouble, that he made his parents upset with him, and that he hurt someone he deeply cared for. He hadn't told his parents everything that had happened, or that Mrs. Zamora had driven to his grandparents' house for sex, but there was more than enough direct evidence of sexual exploitation. While speaking to the police, John would call Brittany back. He was to ask her certain questions to be used against her, but Brittany was already one step ahead of them. According to text messages that would later be found by the police, Daniel was coaching her throughout the interaction, telling her to cry and be apologetic, but not to admit to any real relationship occurring. It seemed that during their stressful night, along with harassing the victim and his family, Brittany had convinced Daniel that she hadn't actually slept with the child. It seemed that she admitted that they exchanged risque messages, but it was all a fantasy that the 13-year-old had that he let get away from him. She found a way to manipulate the situation to make herself the victim, telling him that while she had talked sexually with a 13-year-old, it had been because he forced her to. The boy had been sexually aggressive with her, and instead of informing anyone of the situation or trying to stop it, she had to go along with it, just powerless. At that point, it's unlikely that he had seen the messages between Brittany and the victim, as they went over months of sexual activity as well as her driving over to his grandparents' house to have sex. But he was choosing to believe his wife. Again, he was so sure that the woman he loved would never do this, that the idea of a 13-year-old boy forcing his wife to sex with him for months on end was easier to believe than the truth. While this was going on, the substitute teacher for Brittany's class would come across an alarming discovery. Within Brittany's desk was more evidence of the relationship in the form of love notes that were shared between her and the victim. Well, good thing you left them in your desk for everybody to fucking see, bro. Anyhow, the police had more than enough evidence to make their arrest. The following footage was uploaded by Real World Police, and they'll be linked in the description box down below.
Yeah. Well, we need to make sure we have the right subject though.
Copy. You should have a picture of him. I'll let you know.
Yep, I'm on. So as I said before, this officer has a body cam on him as well. So just to make you feel more comfortable, even though. Okay, Brittany, come on over here. Yeah. Did you double lock? I didn't. Okay. Brittany, I'm going to turn your wrist in here, okay?
No, we just want to make sure they don't pinch you.
Okay.
So we double lock them so they don't close any tighter, okay? That way you don't hurt you. Otherwise you'll squeeze shut.
Did you know about that? Okay. Do you have anything on you that's going to hurt me, poke me, stick me, Brittany? Do you have anything on you that's going to hurt me, poke me, stick me, anything like that?
No.
Anything dangerous? No weapons? Okay.
Can we take the ring off?
Yeah, can you?
Yeah.
Brittany is extremely calm, which is completely unexpected and a bit unnerving. As we pointed out previously, Brittany was no stranger to using her emotions to gain sympathy from others, and cried to the principal of the school about how she would never exploit a child sexually, and loved her job and husband too much to have done so. The text messages from Daniel also illustrated that she was aware that in the event of a confrontation, crying to garner leniency was her best move. Yet she is remarkably quiet and withdrawn here. It's possible that she may be in shock, or is simply just unaware of how much evidence there is against her. But let's continue.
Am I going to be able to put it back on?
Yeah, you will. This is your personal property. So everything that goes in this bag. I'm going to take your necklace off as well. So we'll document it.
Can you unhandcuff me so I can take my belly button out?
Your what?
My belly button.
We'll let you. We'll do that at the jail.
Okay.
We're not going to have it.
Brittany asks the officer why she was being brought in and arrested, which seems a little late for that. However, that may explain her behavior earlier. She is attempting to act oblivious to the situation, as if she didn't spend the entirety of the night before trying to harass the victim's family and not getting the police involved. She wants to be compliant and kind to the officers, so they don't view her in a negative light, so that when she eventually denies any wrongdoing, they will be inclined to believe her. The only issue here is that there is a truly shocking amount of direct evidence against her.
And then I will help you. I know it's a big step.
I'm only 5 foot.
I know. I feel it.
Ready?
Yep.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. And scoot your butt a little forward, and you're going to be able to lean back and put your arms right here. So it's kind of a cutout a little bit.
Like this?
Yep. Yeah. Sort of. And you can put your weight on them. Yeah. because they are metal, so they don't bend.
And then I know you're short, you're just like me, so that thing's gonna be right in the face. Seatbelt's all bound up.
I'm sorry? He wasn't on the phone. Yeah.
There we go.
What happens with my car?
We're gonna tow your car.
Okay.
And whenever we're gonna bring you down to our station, okay, you're gonna speak to a detective, and they'll kind of explain what's gonna happen. So if you have any questions, I know you want to know the answers now, but I can't provide you those answers.
I understand.
Information, but I can tell you right now the car is going to be towed, and it's either going to be towed for the purpose of the arrest or for evidence. I don't know which one it would be. Like I said, I don't know the details of the case. Okay.
Do you need a tow slip?
I believe I have one, but while you're here, I better if you have it. I still have my pro bag. I just don't know if I refilled it.
Watch your back there.
And the address is 19027. I believe it's Florida. Okay. Right outside of Luxury.
Here you go.
Thank you.
You got it. Back to ops?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Alright. One female in custody on board. En route to ops. Starting 4-6. Do you want the window down a little bit?
No, thank you.
Okay. I'm sorry? I don't know. I can't give you any of that information. Yes, we are. It's Van Buren and 145th. Well, I'll let the detectives explain everything to you, okay? Hey, did you want that under the original DR or the supplement? 11332. Edward 31 on scene, copy ending. 5-5. Yep. And then we are going to go over to that wall. This way. This way.
Stop at the wall?
Yep. You can actually stop just before that door.
Okay.
Very. Come on in. Go straight ahead. And you can have a seat on that bench for a second. Hi. Actually, I'm going to have you stand up because I'm going to take those cuffs off you so you can take your jewelry out. Okay. Yeah, that's fine. If you would like some privacy to get your belly button ring out, I can put you in a cell.
Can I just turn around?
That's fine. Any other jewelry that I need to be aware of? Okay. You can have a seat. Oops, sorry. Which one are the other males in? A1 and A2?
No, I'd put her A2.
A2? B-R-I-T-T. What's your date of birth? Are you diabetic or anything like that? Medical issues? Come on over here with me. We're gonna go to that second cell door.
No,
I don't know.
and there's no way I can call my husband or anything?
They'll talk to you and everything, explain what they're doing, but just sit tight, okay?
The following is from the police interview that occurred after her arrest, also provided by Real World Police and linked below.
A little warmer. All right. Again, I'm Detective McCure with Goodyear. Okay. And did they tell you why you're here? They didn't tell you why you're under arrest?
No.
Okay.
As mentioned before, Brittany seems to be of the belief that she can act her way out of this mess, that if she pretends to not understand what is happening, that she'll be able to walk away from the situation looking better to the police. But there are a couple of issues with that. The first is that the police already have a plethora of evidence in the form of letters, text messages, and images between her and the victim. So they are coming into this interrogation holding all the cards. Moreover, they had the victim's father call her earlier in the day, which validated the story they were told and shows that she is aware of why she could have been arrested. So the favor she believes she is going to get from pretending to be an innocent party who is being falsely accused is objectively going to backfire on her. She's starting to interview out on an easily proven lie, which will only serve to make her look calculated and malicious.
It's involving that relationship with... Okay.
Despite feigning ignorance as to why she was arrested, Zamora doesn't seem to react when she is told why she was arrested. Of course, the camera quality isn't the best, given how saturated the colors are, but the lack of reaction would imply that she saw that answer coming, which would obviously beg the question, why did she pretend that she didn't know?
So, I told you a little bit ago that I would, was going to come and talk to you and give you the opportunity to tell me what's going on, okay? Obviously, we both know why you're here. So, I'm going to read your rights, because you are under arrest, and then I'm going to just get some background information from you. Okay. Have you ever had these read to you before?
No.
Okay.
I've never been in trouble in my life.
Okay, I believe it. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can be used against you in a court of law. You have the right to the presence of an attorney to assist you prior to questioning and to be with you during questioning if you so desire. If you cannot afford an attorney, you have the right to have an attorney appointed for you prior to questioning. Do you understand these rights? Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay. How long have you, or where do you work right now, Brittany?
Las Brisas Academy.
And how long have you been there?
Since July.
What's your first year?
Well, at that school.
At that school. And where were you before that?
Littleton Elementary School.
And how long were you there?
From July 2013 to May 2017.
And what's your position right now?
Sixth grade teacher.
Sixth grade teacher, okay. And what did you do there?
At Littleton? Fourth and fifth.
Alright, and are you from Arizona, or did you...
I moved here when I was 10.
And where was that from?
Michigan.
Well, if you're from Michigan, then what football team were you cheering for?
The Cowboys.
The interviewer tries to keep things light with Brittany in order to instill the feeling of friendship between them. If Brittany believes she has gotten this officer on her side, she will be more likely to keep the conversation going and provide more information about what she did that could be used against her in court.
Not the Lions.
You're from Wisconsin.
Not the Packers.
You didn't cheer for the Packers,
No. My husband and his family are diehard Cowboys fans, so.
See, when I grew up, Cowboys were or Cowboy fans were kind of thugs.
Uh-huh.
Everyone wore the star jacket just to be, cool,
Right.
and people got their starter jackets stolen and they were robbed for it. So I grew up hating the Cowboys.
Oh, yeah.
So I have a reason to not like them, but now I kind of like them. So they're okay. So I got a little bit of background from you, and like I said, you know now for sure why you're here,
Yes.
and
Can I ask you a question?
you can.
So is this arrest from the school, or was this from like something separate? So I had my school call me yesterday and tell me that I was on probation, but I had his father contact me today, so I was just trying to figure out which one it was from.
Well, it's more from things.
Okay.
So Brittany's question was fairly funny. She asked the officer if her arrest is from the school or from the victim's family, when the reality is the arrest is from the police, because she broke the law, obviously. She also mentions that the victim's family called her that morning, as if to say, hey, they called me and said they were mostly okay with me repeatedly sexually exploiting their son in my classroom. So I don't know where this arrest is coming from, but that of course is nonsense. It's a very strange question to ask, but she's trying to get her bearings. Brittany is still incredibly subdued here, and doesn't make any mention of being innocent, not having done what she is accused of, or showing any sort of remorse. She is remarkably unaffected about the fact that she's been arrested for raping a 13-year-old boy repeatedly, almost as if she doesn't think it's a crime, which is probably because she doesn't view what she did as being bad, at least not as bad as when male teachers do the same. It's almost like she is completely ignorant as to what she's done wrong, but we know that isn't the case because she asked her victim to delete their messages and not to tell anyone about what they did.
Like, the school doesn't really call me, and
Okay. So
the school's not pressing charges or something like that. It's dealing with, so dealing with that issue. So, and there really is, I guess I wanted to give you the opportunity because there really is very little doubt on what happened. But I wanted you to be able to maybe explain, give you the opportunity to explain kind of why it happened, kind of thing. Because I'm not going to judge you, okay? And you said this is the first time you've been in trouble.
Yeah.
And you're 27, so you made it a long ways. So I'm not going to judge you, and people do make mistakes. So there's mistakes that are made in life, and they happen, and it's basically how people move on from those is kind of who they are as a person. So I'm not going to deny that, that it's something, and I'm sure you're not either, that it's something that shouldn't have happened. But I'm not going to call you a monster or anything like that and say you did something so, crazy that you're a horrible person. So, I wanted you to explain, how this came to happen.
Can I wait to have an attorney?
You can. Is that what you want? Okay.
Brittany immediately asks to speak to an attorney, which is bad for the officer, but it's probably the first intelligent thing she has done thus far. Whenever you're taken into an interrogation room, read your Miranda rights, and told by the officer that they don't think you're a bad person, your first move should be to demand to speak to a lawyer and shut up no matter what they say. In an interrogation room, the officers are not your friend, especially if you are innocent of any wrongdoing. The only person who is going to help you out of that situation and work in your best interest is an attorney.
I just don't know if I go traveling.
That's fine.
Will I be going home today?
No.
So will I be in jail? Do these type of things have to be made public?
They don't have to be made public, but you've kind of been in the school industry long enough to know that when something happens at a school, letters end up having to go out and people ask questions.
Well, hypothetically speaking, what is a typical, consequence that you see?
I don't know. It varies. I can't give you. I know. I can't give you a black and white answer to that. They take a lot of things into consideration. You don't have a criminal history. At least you're telling me that, and I'll be honest with you, I haven't checked yet.
I never did anything.
So.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. I do know. I'm not going to ask you any more questions because you said you wanted an attorney. So, did you have any more questions for me?
What are the next steps?
The next step is basically you do go to jail
Okay.
tonight. I submit some paperwork.
I'm little. They're gonna tear me apart.
So this is true but deserved. Sexual predators are not treated well in prison by any standards, but that is especially true in female prisons. But it would seem that Brittany is now trying to cash in on her easygoing compliance and tears, the way her husband told her to. She is already around 5 feet tall, but makes herself shorter in the chair by hunching over slightly and motioning towards herself like a child. She is hoping that the officer across from her takes pity on her and decides to not put her in jail where she belongs because she's just a small, nice, compliant person. But that's obviously a facade. Nice people don't sexually abuse 13-year-olds for months on end. They don't pressure said 13-year-old to send them naked photos or show pictures of penises to other students in their class. And nice people certainly don't harass the family of the child they violated for hours on end, hoping to either dissuade or intimidate them from calling the police.
Well, if you have problems with somebody, you can voice that to somebody, okay? And if there are problems, they can isolate you.
How long do I stay in jail for?
Basically, the way it usually happens is you go down there and you see an IA judge within 12 hours, and that judge will determine what they want to do.
Okay.
And so they will determine if they are going to let you out on a certain amount of bond.
Okay.
And they make that determination on, kind of how.
I am the best husband in the world.
Okay.
So
Well, what's that?
Brittany cries that she has the best husband in the world, likely because she knows that now that she's been arrested, there will be no keeping him from finding out exactly what happened. She knows the relationship is over, that she destroyed it, and there's nothing she can do about that now. But what's revolting is that is the only thing she cares about right now. She sexually assaulted a 13-year-old boy for months. She tarnished his relationship with sexuality for the rest of his life, and negatively affected him in countless other ways. And all she can think about is how her husband is likely going to divorce her, how she's going to be in jail, and how she's being affected personally. In the messages that she sent to the 13-year-old, she often stated that she loved him, that he was so special, and that he was the only person in the world for her. She claimed that there was no one else like him, and sometimes they would talk about what life would be like if they got married. But just like the male predators, who are quick to discard their victims the moment they stop being sexually interesting to them, she doesn't really give a shit about his well-being anymore. She viewed him as disposable, a thing she could use and abuse, then walk away from, which is frankly horrific.
I'm sorry.
That's okay. So you'll see the judge and they'll determine what your bail amount is, okay?
Okay.
And whether or not you can get out on that bail amount.
Okay.
And that determines when you get out.
Okay.
Okay, and then you have certain hearings that come up after that.
Okay.
Okay.
Can you call me?
I will see what I can do about that, but I would like to talk to your husband first.
That's
And
fine. As long as he knows I'm here.
Yeah, and he has called, so.
Okay.
I think.
told you he was freaking out.
Yeah, so I think he probably knows.
Okay.
Because he has called and actually asked for me, I believe. I will. Your mom is also here.
Yeah.
So, all right. I'm going to have you go back in there, and I will see if I can get you, see if we have any type of blanket or something, okay?
I see my mom right now. How long do I wait in that room for?
Just until we finish up some things on our end.
Typically, how long is that?
Typically, how long you're in that room? It could be an hour. It could be like 4 hours. because we're doing some other processes. We're talking to. Okay. So.
As far as the attorney goes, so how, since I have, in 12 hours, you said?
I believe it's 12. It's either 12 or 24. I want to say 12,
Okay. So how do I start that process if I need
You don't have to do anything. So the minute we book you into jail,
Yeah.
That's when the process starts, and then you will get a judge will end up seeing your case within that amount of time.
Okay.
Okay? And you'll have the ability to use a phone to call an attorney and stuff like that.
You can just tell my mom.
Okay.
She'll take care of it. You said I can have a blanket possibly?
Yeah, I'll see if I can find you something.
Do you guys have like books or anything?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I'm sorry. All right. Just follow me out.
Okay.
So that is where the interview ends. Following this interview, Zamora would appear before a judge and plead not guilty to all 15 charges against her. She would also ask the judge to be lenient on her, stating, quote, "I would love to go home, to be released. I'd love to go home to my husband." Her bond was then set at $250,000. Brittany would eventually choose to take a plea deal after her lawyers went over just how much evidence there was against her and stressed the seriousness of the charges. They informed her that just one of the charges could get her 20 years in prison, and that there was no conceivable way she would not have to serve time. That said, the plea deal was no walk in the park. Brittany would be pleading guilty to sexual conduct with a minor, attempted molestation of a minor, and public sexual indecency, and was facing up to 30 years in prison. Brittany would be sentenced on July 12, 2019. The footage from her sentencing hearing was made public by 12 News, and I'll leave a link in the description box down below. I highly encourage you all to watch it, as the victim impact statements are phenomenal, and Brittany's family statements are revealing to say the least. Her family seems to be of the belief that she only sexually assaulted a 13-year-old because her dad cheated and subsequently divorced her mother, then was no longer present in her life. This is a very real trauma, and obviously could have long-lasting effects on a person, but they argue that because her father wasn't present in her life, that she shouldn't be harshly penalized for sexually assaulting a minor and attempting to groom another. It's one of the oddest things we've seen argued on the channel, and it's obvious that the family is grasping at straws, trying to justify their relative's behavior. It's strange to witness a group of people who somehow feel that being an absent parent is worse than being a child rapist, but that is definitely the sentiment that the statements give. However, we will only be reacting to her statement, or rather, her statements, plural. Her statement at the hearing was meant to garner her favor and sympathy from the judge, to show that she was well aware that what she did was wrong, that she is rehabilitated or at least on the road to rehabilitation, and deserves a lighter sentence. They would be asking the judge for leniency, and hoping that their statements were more impactful than those given by the victim's family. So let's see if she was successful.
The court having previously accepted your pleas of guilt, it is the judgment of the court. You are guilty of 3 crimes. Amended count 1, sexual conduct with a minor, a class 2 felony and dangerous crime against children. The offense occurring in Maricopa County between September 1, 2017 through and including March 22, 2018 as to victim A. It is a non-dangerous, non-repetitive offense under the criminal code in violation of the statutes set forth in the plea agreement. It is also the judgment of the court you are guilty of amended count 2, attempted molestation of a child, a class 3 felony and dangerous crime against children, the offense occurring in Maricopa County between September 1, 2017 through and including March 22, 2018 as to victim A. It is a non-dangerous, non-repetitive offense under the criminal code in violation of the statute set forth in the plea agreement. It is also the judgment of the court you are guilty of amended count 15, public sexual indecency, a class 5 felony that occurred in Maricopa County between September 1, 2017 through and including March 22, 2018 as to victim B. It is a non-dangerous, non-repetitive offense under the criminal code in violation of the statutes set forth in the plea agreement. The court has read and considered the pre-sentence report, the stipulations in the plea agreement, the state's sentencing memorandum, defendant's sentencing memorandum, and the many letters attached to that sentencing memorandum. I have considered the psychosexual evaluation, provided by the court at the settlement conference. I have considered the information provided at the settlement conference, including the sentencing, the settlement conference memorandum, that was provided at the settlement conference, and the deviation request submitted to the state by defendant. And finally, I have considered the sentencing memorandum for the victim impact statement for victim A that was provided to the court. Ms. Samar, would you like to say something?
May she remain seated?
Yes.
She would like to reach the podium, Your Honor.
Certainly.
Good morning, Your Honor. I want to start off by apologizing to the victim and his family.
Pausing only a few seconds in to point out that by only apologizing to one of the victims, that being the boy she sexually assaulted, and not the boy she made to watch then showed porn to, she is stating that what she did to the 11-year-old is not that bad, that she only really has to be sorry for what she did to the one boy, but not to the other. Which isn't great, especially when the purpose of her statement is to show remorse in hopes of getting a lighter sentence.
I'm sorry for any undue stress or pain that I may have caused. I'm ashamed of my actions and am completely remorseful and truly regret what took place. I'm known to be a responsible, caring, happy, and thoughtful person. My actions were completely out of character for me. As an adult and teacher, I am meant to set an example, and I did not follow according to that expectation. Prior to this incident, I have been an amazing teacher and citizen. I started programs while teaching to help stop bullying, teach girls about nutrition, fitness, create fundraisers to help with autism, and help families in need. Filled 25 plus desks with school supplies each year, and even won Teacher of the Year in 2016. As far as a citizen goes, I've lived my life respecting and trying to obey every law. I am not a threat to society by any means.
So far, there are a couple of massive issues with what she is saying. First of all, citing her stellar record as a teacher, starting programs, encouraging her students and whatnot, is not actually a great indicator as to the kind of person she is. Anything having to do with her interactions with minors should not have been used to show what a great person she is, when it could definitely be argued that she did all of that only to get close to her prey. Volunteering your time and money stops being an indicator of what a caring and selfless person you are when you're doing so for nefarious reasons. That should frankly go without saying. Secondly, having a spotless record prior to committing a crime as heinous as preying upon a minor does not actually mean anything. Brittany didn't just make one small mistake, or accidentally stumble into committing a crime. With the way she phrases it, it's almost like she expects us to believe that she tripped and fell onto the minor, then sexually exploited him on accident. Or that happened one time and she deeply regretted it. But to be clear, she wasn't drunk or otherwise impaired when she actively made the choice to prey upon a 13-year-old and then groom the 11-year-old. She made a series of considered choices every day for months that involved preying upon these two boys. She actively told them to keep it a secret. She drove to the 13-year-old's house and tried to harass the victim's family to keep them quiet and keep them from reporting it to the police. It was a deliberate action on her part, and her saying otherwise is just false.
On the contrary, I have tried to help our society as much as I can. This includes helping out the homeless, volunteering for the city, and giving time to assist with church programs. Over the past 16 months, I have grown within my faith, and that has helped me not only get through each day, but has led me to reflect on how sincerely I took life for granted. A life that I have been working so hard to set up for a successful and bountiful future.
Oh, well that's good. She is not a danger to society or children. She's just going through an early midlife crisis. Taking life for granted generally means buying a dangerous car, skydiving, gambling, or engaging in thrill-seeking behavior. It doesn't generally look like spending months of your time preying upon and abusing a minor.
I would do anything to re-enter society sooner for a second chance. This sentencing is not only taking decades of my own life and experiences away, but those of my loved ones as well. My family knows who I am and my heart, so it is just as hard on them. Therefore, I would also like to apologize to them. As stated earlier, I never want to hurt anyone, and it tears me apart to know that I have, and I'm deeply sorry.
Brittany becomes emotional when discussing how she is sorry for deeply hurting her family due to her crimes, but this portion only really serves to make her previous apology seem sincere. She apologized because that's the thing you have to do in these cases, but not because she actually felt sorrow over what she did.
Going forward, I would like to attend counseling and all other required courses, obtain a new degree, and seek new employment. I have already relinquished my teaching certification. My hope is to rejoin society a better and more grateful person. I have an incredible support system and know they will all be there for me every step of the way. Your Honor, I know the state did not take my mitigation and assessments into consideration, but I hope you can. I am a good and genuine person who made a mistake and regrets it deeply. I ask that you please have leniency in regard to my sentencing, that you see me as a person with a hopeful future and not just another number or case.
There's a lot wrong with what she said, but we want to focus solely on the last thing she said, that she hopes that the judge views her as a person with a hopeful future, and not just a number or case. In that lone sentence, she is directly asking the judge to overlook the victim impact statements, the interviews with both crimes, and piles of direct evidence showing her grooming and sexually abusing the 13-year-old for months without issue, to forget about the lengths she went to try and avoid responsibility, how she pled not guilty originally, and how she sexually exploited the 13-year-old in front of his classmates repeatedly, just because she could, and of course, let her off the hook. That statement alone shows that she doesn't actually understand what she did wrong in this case. Because how could you hear how the victim's life has fallen apart, how they're having a difficult time finding help and therapy afterwards, and are dealing with bullying because everyone knows what happened to him, and then directly say, well, that doesn't really matter, because you've done charity drives in the past.
Thank you so much for your time and consideration.
Thank you for your statement. Since she's already at the podium, why don't you just remain at the podium? All right, the court has considered the nature and circumstances of the offenses. The court has identified aggravating and mitigating circumstances and weighed and balanced those circumstances. As aggravation, the court finds the defendant's conduct caused physical, emotional, and financial harm to the victims. There were multiple victims. The defendant violated and abused a position of trust. I find the circumstances of the offenses to be especially aggravating, and the fact that these events occurred over a period of time. I also find as aggravation the defendant's efforts to conceal her conduct from others. As mitigation, the court finds the defendant did accept responsibility by pleading guilty. She has expressed her remorse. She has no prior criminal history. I've considered her age. I've considered the difficulties she experienced while growing up, as described by her mother and in all of the reports I have read. I have considered her character, as described in all of the documents I have read, and the accomplishments and achievements that she was able to complete prior to these events. I find that she has community support, she has family support. I have also considered the information in the risk assessment, and that includes some mental health issues as described by her attorney. I've also considered the fact that under the plea agreement, the defendant will be on supervised probation for a lifetime term on 2 counts. So, after weighing and balancing all of these factors, the court finds the stipulations in the plea agreement are appropriate. I'm going to order that the defendant register as a sex offender as to all 3 counts. I'm going to order that restitution remain open on all 3 counts for a period of 750 days. For amended count 1, the court finds that the presumptive term is appropriate, so it is ordered the defendant be incarcerated in the Department of Corrections for 20 calendar years with credit for 478 days of pre-sentence credit. As to amended count 2 and amended count 15, it is ordered suspending the imposition of sentence and placing the defendant on supervised probation for a lifetime term to begin upon physical release from the Department of Correction.
Now, despite expressing remorse for her actions prior to the sentencing and getting the lowest possible sentence of just 20 years, Brittany would have her lawyer give another statement, which shows how she really views the crime. We'll also be reviewing that.
Good afternoon. Throughout the life of there has been significant misinformation given to the public. Brittany has been wrongfully portrayed by the state of Arizona and the press as being a predator and has even been called a monster.
Which she is. Brittany, a 27-year-old, repeatedly used her position of authority over the 13-year-old to sexually exploit them, often in front of other children. She used her position in the community to gain his parents' trust, and violated that trust to continue a secret sexual relationship with said 13-year-old, and of course breaking the law. She knowingly and willingly had sex with that same 13-year-old in front of an 11-year-old, and then showed the 11-year-old porn. That makes her a sexual predator. There should be no question of that. We've covered male predators at length on this channel, and the only time their crimes are ever questioned is when they are a part of a sting operation, but there is never a conflict about if what they wanted to do qualified as sexual predation. But for some reason, we're supposed to look at this case differently. We're supposed to see Brittany as just a woman who made a mistake, who wasn't purposely weaponizing her position of authority over a child in order to get sexual gratification. Simply because what? She's attractive, she was married, she volunteered in her free time. There have been plenty of male predators who have done the same, and it doesn't validate their crimes. To say she has been mischaracterized as a predator means that the charges she pled guilty to are incorrect, and she is innocent. And that is absolutely not the case. We've seen some of the texts, seen her pressure the teen into sending sexual photos to her, which counts as illegal child sex abuse materials. There's no question that she is a predator.
I have represented Brittany Zamora for almost 16 months, and I can tell you that she is not a monster. Brittany is not a predator, and this was not between a young child and Brittany. This was a teenager.
The boy was 13. 13 is literally the youngest age that has the word teen in it. He wasn't a child, and no one tried to say he was a 5-year-old, but he was a minor and a victim of sexual predation. But let's hear how she tries to use the fact that he was a teenager to blame him for his own sexual exploitation.
Brittany underwent a psychosexual evaluation, and she passed with flying colors. She is not a danger to society. There were issues in this case. For example, Principal Dickey refused Brittany's request to move the teenager out of the classroom. Brittany Zamora implored Principal Dickey to move him because the teenager had boundary issues and was obsessed with Brittany. I am not making that up. I learned that from Principal Dickey.
From what we were able to find, Brittany asked for the teen to be moved after he told her about the 3 allegations that she was in a relationship with her victim. Basically, in order to further prove that she wasn't abusing him, she told him to have the boy move classes because she didn't want to make it seem like the rumors were true. Moreover, let's say this was the case. The teenage boy was the sexual aggressor in this relationship and had boundary issues. He wouldn't take no for an answer, and she felt like he was sexually obsessed with her. She, the adult, had ways of handling the situation that wasn't, oh, let me just start a long-term relationship with someone who was unable to consent, and then send them naked photos of me, and then request some back. She could have told the principal the moment she noticed his behavior had begun to get sexually aggressive. She could have bought a small security camera for the classroom. That way she could have evidence of his behavior, should she not be believed. She could make it a point to speak to his parents, let them know that their son is being sexually aggressive with her, and not ask to babysit him or tutor him after class. Everything she did was to spend more time with him, outside of the presence of others, not the other way around. And she, with the help of this lawyer, are trying to gaslight the general public into thinking that she is the victim in all of this. I have found no evidence that she stated that he was obsessed with her or had boundary issues. Moreover, all of their texts show the opposite. with her starting multiple sexual conversations and even fantasizing about being his wife. But I guess we're just supposed to simply believe this lawyer when she tells us that her client is really a good person, that she has seen the evidence that exonerates them, but she simply couldn't produce it.
All things that were outside of the evidence that probably you all received. The teenage family's attorneys filed the civil suit within hours of the issue coming to light to the police department.
Oh, fuck you. This is sick. I don't mean to be crass, but this is a verifiably disgusting thing to say, even as a defense attorney. For those wondering why I'm so perturbed at this, what she is now doing is trying to state that the victim's family only cares about the situation because they want money. They have a financial motive behind why they went to the police, and basically are just pretending to be upset about what happened to their son. Or maybe she's trying to say that this is all an elaborate scheme concocted by a 13-year-old and his family. He's going to force Brittany to sexually assault him for months on end, and then will file a civil suit against the school and Brittany in order to recoup emotional damages. In the victim impact statements that were given in court, the 13-year-old's family discussed how he had been struggling since being abused. He has had to go to multiple specialists, but has had a hard time because they don't want to be involved in a trial. He now struggles with anger because he doesn't understand what actually happened, and has an extremely hard time engaging with people his age. But sure, his family isn't upset about that. They actually don't care about their son and only want money. His family was 100% right to file a civil suit as soon as they did, because they knew that their child was failed. They sent him to a school that failed to look out for his safety at the most basic level, barely looked into the claims that she was sexually abusing him, and never notified the parents of the rumors. They willingly overlooked the accusation, even when the relationship was barely hidden, and so his family deserves compensation for that failure, and Brittany obviously preyed on him. The assertion that details of this case have been misconstrued, that she's been made into a monster by the media because they correctly reported on her actions, is beyond absurd. She's upset because for the first 26 years of her life, she was viewed as a wonderful person. She was smart, won prom queen, spent years giving back to the community, but all anyone seems to care about is the fact that she sexually abused one 13-year-old and groomed an 11-year-old. But that's what happens when you commit one of the most heinous crimes possible.
The teenager had 2 cell phones. He had multiple social media accounts for the same place. His family had Principal Dickey's cell phone number and would call him at any time they wanted to speak with Principal Dickey about his many behavioral issues. I see some of your faces frowning, but I learned this from Principal Dickey during a defense interview.
They're frowning because the words you're saying are disgusting and do not actually change what your client did. This is such a genuinely frustrating watch because it's not clever or intelligent. She's not presenting an argument that would change the way anyone would feel about this case or make you question what you've been told. It's just her saying that preying on male teens is not a serious crime, and it's pretty gross.
The teenage boy was very aggressive. He even was very persistent in asking Brittany about her birthmarks, molars, or anything else that could be an identifiable piece of information. This was before the authorities were contacted. Now I'm going to read you the statement from Brittany. Good afternoon. My name is Brittany Zamora. Thank you in advance for hearing this statement. After going through the court process for the last 16 months, I can truly say that I have been unfairly treated by the state of Arizona.
Mind you, she got one of the lightest sentences possible given the crime she committed, and was given a plea deal, but she feels like it isn't fair.
It is shocking to me how others are so quick to judge based off hearing accusations from only one side of the story. It was made clear to me that the state had already made their decision well before I was given a chance to prove my innocence in any way, shape, or form.
Yes, that's the prosecution's job. The prosecution works on behalf of the state, and they only pursue legal cases they feel like they can win. So the state's mind was made up, but that doesn't mean she wouldn't be given a fair trial. Just because the prosecution sincerely believes you are guilty, that doesn't stop you, the defendant, from being able to mount a defense. And if there was so much direct, unflinching evidence that showed he was the one who preyed upon you, you were given the chance to show it in court. Brittany had the same opportunity that everyone else did, and could have fought the charges outright. She could have taken the stand, given her testimony, and shown that she was in the right, but she didn't. She took a plea deal, feigned remorse to a lighter sentence, and blamed the fact that her father abandoned their family when she was 14 for why she preyed upon her students. The prosecution had the texts, written love notes that she had saved, pictures, and the testimony of multiple witnesses. The case had virtually no holes in it, but she wasn't given a fair shot. She was railroaded and did nothing wrong.
Even after obtaining extensive mitigation, completing risk assessment, psychological tests and evaluations, and polygraph tests, all of which proved the highest degree of character, the state decided to turn a blind eye to all. I feel like I was used as a publicity act to gain attention that was often driven by money, motivation from several parties.
Who? What publicity did people get off of you? Because both of the victims' families did their best to remain anonymous in order to protect their identities. They know that this will follow him around for years, and they've tried to mitigate that as best they could. The media, because they can and do report on anything. It just so happens that people tend to take issue with pedophiles. And the assumption that this was all a scheme cooked up by the victim's family to gain money is ridiculous. They were on tape screaming that there is no amount of money they will accept from you to not report this to the police. Moreover, you're a teacher. Teachers tend to be extremely underpaid, so the very idea that this family looked at you and decided to target you for this financial plan is nonsensical. But they're throwing mud at the wall to see what sticks. Brittany doesn't want to admit that she did anything wrong, so she is telling herself, and now us, that it was actually the child's fault, that he was the aggressor, despite the evidence, and she tried to stop him, but he forced her to drive over to his grandma's house and exploit him. She wouldn't do this, because she won Teacher of the Year.
I am here to tell you that I'm not a monster the media has projected me to be. I am kind, generous, responsible, and a caring person. I have always proven to be a person of great character, working selflessly to help people in countless ways, from setting up programs to stop bullying, to creating fundraisers for people and families in need. I have an amazing support system that I'm very thankful for, and I pray one day I can help others to avoid going through the same unfair process. I also hope that our society can learn not to judge each other based off the way that information is biasedly portrayed, because I know firsthand how it feels to be viewed as someone that you're not. Thank you. That is Brittany's statement. I can tell you that I, as a criminal defense attorney, advocate for people who are charged with a crime, people who are wrongfully charged with crimes and wrongfully prosecuted. In this case, Brittany was not given a second chance. In spite of everything, she was not given not even a single day outside of the plea range that was initially offered. However, I'm happy to report that today we were very successful. She was sentenced to the minimum allowed by the plea agreement, and to us, is a win. Thank you for your time, and we will not be answering any questions today.
Are you guys really blaming a 13-year-old boy as a victim in this case?
That's not what I said.
That's exactly what the statement sounded like. Are you honestly saying that Brittany was the victim? You just gonna read that and walk away?
So as you can hear from the general response, that statement didn't go over well, and the fact that she got the minimum sentence possible is both disgusting and unsurprising. A year into Brittany's sentence, she would file for divorce from Daniel, citing irreconcilable differences. But that's where the case ends. If you've made it to this portion in the video, thank you so much for watching. As always, if there is a case you would like to see on the channel, or a story you would like to bring more attention to, let us know by leaving a comment down below or emailing me at dreading.official@gmail.com. We are consistently working through your suggestions, and our goal is to cover all that we can. And if you liked this video, let us know by leaving a like, comment, or subscribing. Remember, stay safe.